activity of which it is in charge. This is the case so long as this name is understood, so long as it is felt in its original signification, so long as the limits of the name correspond 90 to those of the God, a God that is also restricted through its name to the narrow domain for which it was originally created. It is, however, otherwise, if by phonetic change or by the stem of the word dying out, the naming of the God loses its interconnection with the living vocabulary and thus its intelligibility. The name, then, whether it is pronounced or heard, no longer awakens in consciousness the representation of an individual activity to which the subject named by it remains exclusively restricted. The name has become, rather, a proper name, and this leads, like the given name of a human being, to the thought of a certain personality. Now, a new being that further constructs itself according to its own law has emerged. The concept of the special God, which expressed a certain activity more than a certain being, now gains lived embodiment and, so to speak, flesh and blood. The God is now able to act and to suffer like a human. It operates in a different way, not simply becoming absorbed in a single activity, but confronting it as an independent subject. The many names of the gods, which were previously used to designate so many sharply distinguished special gods from one another, now contract into expressions for one personal being, which emerges in this way. These expressions become appellations of this being, designating the different aspects of its nature, its force, and its effectiveness. 301 ff. 325, 530 ff. What fascinates us about Usner's results, which we have attempted to poignantly and briefly reproduce, is not primarily their pure content but the method by which they were achieved. Usner believes his results to have been reached purely by way of an analysis of words, and he does not tire of emphasizing that the examination of the forms of words in which individual religious representations find their sedimentation, that is, so to speak, in their Ariadnean thread, is the only hope we have of finding a certain orientation in the labyrinth of mythical thought. Philological and etymological dissection, however, is not, for him, an end in itself. Rather, it only serves as an instrument in the service of resolving a deeper and more extensive problem. For what should be understood and recognized is, above all, not the historical change of the names and figures of the gods as such, but the origin of these names and figures. Usner's investigation attempts to move toward a point at which both 91 the god as well as its name first arise in consciousness. This arising, however, is not thought of as purely chronological. It is not taken as a unique historical process that plays itself out in a specific, empirically demonstrable time. Rather, Usner seeks to understand it as essentially tied to the fundamental structure of linguistic and mythical consciousness, to a general law of linguistic and religious concept formation. Here, we stand not on the ground of history but on that of the phenomenology of spirit. Thus, as he already emphasizes in the preface to his work, only through devoted preoccupation with the spiritual traces of vanished times, and thus through philological work, are we able to teach ourselves to empathize with the past. Then can related chords gradually resonate and sound in us, and then can we discover in our own consciousness the threads that connect the old and the new. Richer observation and comparison allow us to go further, and we proceed from the particular to the law. It would be terrible for human science if whoever engaged in research into individual facts had to wear chains that prevented him from pursuing the whole. The deeper one digs, the more one is rewarded by more general knowledge. Point 11. Thus, from the beginning, Usner's examinations do not take place in the framework of individual languages and individual historical cultures. If he takes his examples and his evidence from the history of Greek and Roman religion, he nevertheless leaves no doubt that these examples are used only as a paradigm for a general interconnection. This emerges with particular clearness if one places his evidence alongside other evidence that has only become known through the ethnological research of the past decades. Usner himself uses comparative material from primitive cultures and religions only sparsely, even though he expressly confesses and emphasizes that he has gained his understanding of many important basic facts of the history of Greco-Roman religion through the detailed study of the Lithuanian world of gods. However, in other spheres, and above all in the sphere of American and African religions, surprising parallels are also often found that confirm and illuminate his basic historical and philosophical theses of religion. In the very detailed and careful presentation on the religion of the Use, Spieth 92 provides a portrayal of the Use world of the gods that can serve perfectly as a classic example of that phase of religious development which Usner designates as the gods of the moment. Although Spieth seems here to refer to Usner, it is not obvious and is hardly likely that the theologian and missionary was influenced by the theories of the classic philologist, as his intention was directed not toward any general and theoretical considerations but toward the simple presentation of facts he observed. All the more remarkable in our context is the report that Spieth gives not only of the nature of the gods, of the nature of the Troa, but also of their genesis. Once the inhabitants of the city of Jake in Peaki had settled into their current place of residence, a farmer searched for water in the fields in which he labored. In a trough-shaped hollow he thrust his machete into the moist earth. Suddenly, a blood-like juice came toward him, which he drank and which refreshed him. He recounted this to his relatives and made them go with him to the place in order to sacrifice to that red juice. Gradually, the water became clear and the whole family drank from it. From then on the water was the tro of its discoverer and the family members. With the arrival of the first settlers of Anvlo, a man must have stood in the jungle before a large, thick monkey-bread tree. The sight of these trees frightened him. He thus went to a priest in order to have this event interpreted. The answer he received was that the monkey-bread tree was a tro that lives with him and wants to be admired by him. The angst was thus the sign by which that man recognized that a tro revealed itself to him. If somebody escapes into a termite mound from his animal or human persecutors, he says afterward, "The termite mound saved my life." It is the same if a human being finds safety in a brook from a shot and wounded animal or a family or whole tribe is rescued from the enemy in a mountain. In each case, the rescue is ascribed to a power existing in the object or place by which or through which one has experienced the rescue. Point 12. The value of such observations for the general history of religion consists 93 above all in the fact that a dynamic concept of the gods has taken the place of the static one with which both are in the habit of operating, that the god or daemon is no longer described merely according to what it signifies and is, but rather that the law of its formation is pursued. Its birth in the mythico-religious consciousness is supposed to be observed, indeed, its hour of birth is announced. If empirical science, in the domains of linguistics, the history of religion, and ethnology, finds itself placed before these sorts of questions, then no one can deny them to philosophy, especially if it takes up these questions and attempts to illuminate them from the standpoint of its own basic problems. 3. In order to understand the formation of mythico-religious concepts, not only in terms of its results, but also in terms of its principle, and in order to comprehend how the formation of linguistic concepts is related to that of religious concepts and in what essential features both agree, we must admittedly go back a long way. We cannot avoid here a detour through general logic and epistemology, for only on this basis can we hope to determine more precisely the function of linguistic and religious concepts and to separate them clearly from that of the theoretical concepts of knowledge. Usner himself was aware that this problem was concerned not only with the history and philosophy of religion but also with purely theoretical knowledge, for what he wanted to shed light on through his research was nothing less than the old fundamental question inherent in all logic and epistemology, namely, the question of how the spiritual process that elevates the individual to the universal, how the transition from individual perceptions and ideas to the concept of genus, is carried out. See 12ff. On the way to the history of language and religion, he considered the clarification of this issue not only possible but necessary, which indicates that he did not feel satisfied with it and was 94 not reassured by the logician's usual explanation of the relationship of the universal to the individual and particular. Indeed, what this explanation renders most objectionable for the linguist, provided he seeks to penetrate more deeply into the fundamental spiritual principles of language, can easily be indicated. The concept, as logic is in the habit of teaching, originates in that several objects that agree in certain features and, consequently, in part of their content are combined in thought, in that from the dissimilar features the similar but fixed ones are abstracted, by which the general representation of a class of objects in consciousness arises. Consequently, the concept, notio, conceptus, is the representation in which the totality of the essential features, i.e., the essence of the object in question, is represented. Point 13. In this seemingly simple and plausible explanation, everything comes down to what one understands here by feature, and how one understands these features to be created. The formation of a general concept presupposes the determination of features, only if certain identifying marks through which these things can be recognized as similar or dissimilar, as coinciding or not coinciding, exist does the possible of the combination of the similarities together into a genus exist. However, we must necessarily inquire further, how do such marks exist prior to language, prior to the act of naming, or, rather, are they not grasped only by means of language, only in the act of naming itself? And, if the latter be the case, according to what rules, according to what criterion, does this act proceed? What is it that compels language to collect these representations into a unity and to designate them with a particular word? What induces it to draw out certain figures from the flowing and always uniform series of impressions that meet our senses or that originate from the inner activity of spirit, to dwell on and stamp them with a certain signification? As soon as the question is formulated in this way, traditional logic leaves linguists and philosophers of language at a loss. For its explanation of the emergence of general ideas and of concepts of genus presupposes that which is sought for and whose very possibility is in question, namely, the formation of linguistic concepts 95 themselves. Point 14. The problem becomes all the more difficult, however, and at the same time all the more urgent as soon as we consider that the form of the ideal combination, which leads to primary linguistic concepts and particular signification of words, is not dictated to us unequivocally and one-sidedly by the object. But even here, the freedom and specific spiritual particularity of language express themselves. Admittedly, this freedom, too, must have its rule, this original and inventive power must also have its law. Can this law be demonstrated, and how is it related to the rule that prevails in the creation of other ideal spheres of signification, in particular, in the formation of our mythical and religious concepts, as well as the concepts of purely theoretical knowledge and those of the natural sciences? We begin with the latter so as to demonstrate that all intellectual work, which spirit brings to fruition in the forming of individual impressions into general representations and concepts, is essentially directed toward freeing the particular, the given here and now, from its isolation, that it be seen in relation to and collected with other particulars into the unity of a comprehensive order, into the unity of a system. The logical form of the concepts, understood in the sense of theoretical knowledge, is nothing other than preparation for the logical form of judgment. All judgments, however, aim at dispelling and overcoming the appearance of isolation that attaches itself to every particular content of consciousness. The apparently singular, insofar as it subsumed under a general idea, insofar as it grasped as a case of a law or as a member of a manifold or series, is recognized, understood, and comprehended. In this sense, every real judgment is synthetic, for it desires and strives for precisely the synthesis into a whole, the coincidence of particulars into a system. This synthesis cannot be carried out immediately or with a single blow, rather it must be worked out step by step, such that the individual intuitions or the particular sensory perceptions are progressively set in relation to one another, and then joined together into relatively greater complexes, until finally the union of all of these separate complexes yields an integrated image of the totality of the appearances. The will to this 96 totality is the enlivening principle in the formation of our theoretical and empirical concepts. This necessarily proceeds, therefore, discursively, that is to say, it takes the specific case as its starting point, not in order to immerse itself in it as such or to remain in its intuition, but in order to run it through the whole of being in certain directions that the empirical concept just designates and fixes. In this process of running through, of discursive thought, the individual now receives its theoretically fixed meaning and its determination. It appears differently according to the ever-broadening interconnections in which it is placed, the place that it takes in the totality of being, or, rather, that it is assigned in this totality by the continuous movement of thought, determines at the same time its content, what it theoretically signifies. How this ideal of knowledge governs the construction of natural science, in particular the construction of mathematical physics, needs no further explanation. All concepts of theoretical physics have no other goal than to reshape the rhapsody of perceptions 15 with which the world of the senses first confronts us, into a system, into a unified embodiment of laws. The individual appearance only becomes a phenomenon and the object of nature in that it meets this requirement, for, in the theoretical sense of the word, nature is, according to the Kantian definition, nothing other than the existence of things insofar as it is determined according to general laws. Admittedly, it might seem that this Kantian concept is too narrowly grasped, that it immediately fails as soon as we move from the nature of physics to that of biology and descriptive natural science, from the theoretical constructive concepts of the exact sciences to living nature. For here, at least, each individual signifies something itself. Here, it does not stand as an instantiation of a law that classifies it, rather, here, it presents itself as an individually limited and, through just this limitation, significant existence. Closer consideration teaches us, however, that even here this determination includes no opposition to universality, rather, it demands universality as its supplement and necessary correlate. We can visualize this more clearly if we keep in mind the methodology of Goethe's examination of nature, a methodology which is not only distinguished by a certain type of thinking about nature that confirms itself in the greatest clarity and liveliness, 97, but which, at the same time, knows about this exercise, which it recognizes and expresses as its inner norm. Goethe repeatedly demands the complete concretion, the perfect determination of the intuition of nature, in which every particular should be seen and grasped as such in the clear outline of its individual figure. However, with no less clarity, he states that the particular is subject to the eternal universal, and that it is constituted and becomes comprehensible in its particularity only through it. For this very form and character of living nature determines that nothing exists in it that is not bonded with the whole. Of this fundamental law, under which his research stood, Goethe said, "Physical investigations forced me to the conviction that in every observation of objects, the very condition under which a phenomenon appears, the highest duty is to meticulously search out and strive for the most complete whole of the phenomenon possible, because, in the end, they are compelled to join together with each other, or, rather, in each other, and to form a type of organization for the intuition of the researcher. Their inner living whole must be manifested. Universality, thus, does not appear here, as in mathematical physics, in the figure of an abstract formula, but rather emerges as a concrete living whole. Here, it is a matter not of the mere subsumption of the individual case under the law, but of an organization in which, if it ascribes the part to the whole, the form of the whole at the same time also appears immediately in the part. The discursive character of thinking, however, remains lively and effective in the middle of this seeing. For the object does not stand still before the intuition simply in its individual determination and particularity, but begins to stir before intuition. It does not merely present a simple figure but unfolds into a series and a wealth of figures. It falls under the law of metamorphosis. And this metamorphosis does not end before the ambit of the contemplation of nature has been measured. This ambit exists for the outlook of the researcher only in that, in the progress from one object to another, it gradually becomes apparent through the steady stringing 98 together of cases. 16 In this sense, Goethe praised the maxim of metamorphosis, saying that it had safely escorted him through the whole sphere of the comprehensible and, in the end, led him to the frontier of the incomprehensible, before which the human spirit has to be content. In this form of consideration, everything that exists is taken for itself, but at the same time, it is grasped as an analogy of all that exists. 17 So that existence always appears to us at the same time separated and united. This form of seeing is not counter to that of the derived, rather, each penetrates and rises up out of the other. I do not rest, says Goethe, until I find a most pregnant point from which a great deal has been derived, or rather from which a great deal voluntarily produces itself and confronts me. 18. And in the end, historical concepts, like the morphological and biological concept of form, stand under the same law of our thinking. Attempts have been made to separate the individualizing of historical formation of concepts from the generalizing formation of concepts of the natural sciences. If this latter sees in the individual case nothing other than the representative of the law, if the here and the now only become significant for it because and insofar as they render a universal rule visible, then history inquires after the here and now in order to grasp and to know more clearly the individual case as such. Its intention, therefore, is directed neither toward any particular type of concept that can realize itself more uniformly in the majority of cases and, from the perspective of the concept, in indifferent copies, nor toward a repeatable, recurrent event. Rather, it is absorbed in the individuality and peculiarity of concrete facts, in the factually singular and unique. However, here, too, it is clear that the uniqueness and singularity that forms the matter of history, and of the science of history, does not contain in itself its specific form. For here, too, every individual gets its meaning only by virtue of the connection into which it enters. If it cannot be grasped as an instance of a general law, then, in order to be thought of as historical at all, in order to become a subspecies of history, it must take its place as a member in certain events or in a certain teleological 99 nexus. Its temporal determination is consequently the strict opposite of its temporal isolation, for historically it signifies something only if it points back to the past and forward to the future. Accordingly, as with Goethe's morphological consideration, all genuine historical consideration, instead of losing itself in the intuition of the merely unique, must advance toward the most pregnant points of events, in which, as in focal points, the whole series of events concentrates itself. For historical conception and understanding, widely separated temporal stages are united in them into one. As certain moments are singled out from the uniform stream of time, relating to one another and combined into a series, the origin as well as the goal of events, their whence and whither, are first illuminated. The historical concept is also characterized here by the fact that 1,000 connections are forged by one strike, and that which we call the specific historical meaning of appearances, historical signification, is constituted not in the intuition of the individual but in the consideration of these connections. We will, however, no longer dwell on these general observations, as our intention here is not directed toward the structure of theoretical concepts of knowledge as such. We want to elucidate from this structure another, namely, the form and particularity of primary linguistic concepts. So long as this is not done, the pure logical theory of the concept remains incomplete. For all of the concepts of theoretical knowledge form, as it were, only a logical upper stratum, which is grounded in another stratum, namely, the stratum of linguistic concepts. Before the intellectual work of conceiving and understanding appearances can begin, the work of naming must have advanced to a certain point. For it is this work that transforms the world of sensuous impressions, which the animal also possesses, into a spiritual world, a world of ideas and signification. All theoretical knowing takes its departure from a world already formed by language. The natural scientist, the historian, the philosopher, all initially live with objects only as language gives these 100 objects to them. And this immediate and unconscious bond is harder to see through than anything that the spirit obliquely creates in the conscious activity of thought. It is rather obvious that logical theory, which allows the concept to be formed through generalizing abstraction, is of no further help here. For this abstraction consists of selecting from a wealth of given determined features certain ones that are common to different sensuous or vivid complexes. Here, however, it is a question not of selecting from already objectively present features but of extracting, of positing the features themselves. It is essential, here, to understand and to clarify the type and the direction of the remarking itself, which must intellectually precede the naming. Even those thinkers who have most vigorously concerned themselves with the problem of the origin of language have believed it necessary to stop at this point, in that they took for granted that this act of remarking was essentially an original capacity of the human soul. As Herder says in his treatise on the origin of language, when the human being assumed the state of reflection that is his own, and when this reflection is rendered free for the first time, language was invented. When we think of a definite animal, a lamb, for instance, that passes before the eyes of a human being, what image, what intuition of it will form itself in human consciousness? Not the same image that would arise for a wolf or a lion, which smells and, in its mind, already tastes the lamb, which is overpowered by sensuousness, whose instinct throws it upon the lamb, nor for any other animal indifferent to the sheep, which would thus let it wander into the dark clearing, because its instinct would have turned it towards something else. Not so with the human being. As soon as he comes to the demand to know the sheep, no instinct disturbs him, no sense seizes him to approach nearer to it, or away from it, he stands there, just as it expresses itself in his senses. White, gentle, woolly, his self-reflective soul seeks a characteristic. The sheep bleats. He has found the characteristic. The inner sense is activated. This bleating, which made the strongest impression on him, which broke free of all the other properties of sight and touch, sprang forth, penetrating the depths, remains with him. Ha, you are the bleating one, he feels inside, he has recognized it humanly, he clearly recognizes and names it, that is, with a characteristic. And with a characteristic, then. What else was that other than an internal characteristic word? The sound of the bleating perceived by a human soul as the sign of the sheep, becomes, by force of this mindfulness, the 101 name of the sheep, even though his tongue had never attempted to utter it. 19. We clearly sense in these sentences the reverberation of those theories he sought to combat, Enlightenment theories of language that let language emerge out of conscious reflection and be invented. The human being seeks characteristics because he needs characteristics, because his reason, the specific faculty of mindfulness that is his own, demands it. This demand itself remains here something underivable. It is a basic power of the soul. 20. The explanation has, of course, come full circle, for the end and goal of the formation of language, that positing and determination of characteristics must at the same time be regarded as its beginning. The Humboldtian concept of the inner form of language appears to point to another direction of investigation. For, here, it is concerned no longer with the whence of linguistic concepts but with their pure what, not with their emergence but with the demonstration of their particularity. According to Humboldt, a special form of spirit, a special type of grasping and understanding, manifests itself in the form of remarking that underlies all word and language formation. The difference between individual languages is thus one not of sounds and signs but of different views of the world. If, for instance, moon in Greek is designated as measuring, munu, in Latin as shining, luna, or, if in one and the same language, such as Sanskrit, the elephant is called here the one that drinks twice as much, there the two-tusked one, and elsewhere the one with one hand, this shows that language never simply denotes perceivable objects as such but always spontaneously forms concepts of the mind, such that the nature of these concepts always depends on the direction of intellectual contemplation. Even this concept of the inner form of language, however, must, in the end, presuppose that which it wants to show and derive. For on the one hand, language appears here as the vehicle for the extraction of every spiritual view of the world, as that medium through which thought must pass before it can discover itself, before it can give itself a specific theoretical form. On the other hand, however, even this form, even a specific theoretical view of the world must be presupposed in order to render the 102 particularity of a certain language, the nature of its remarking and naming, understandable. So, the question of the origin of language, even with the thinkers who have grasped it most profoundly and have struggled the hardest with it, threatens again and again to become a veritable puzzle, all the energy of thought that is devoted to it appears, in the end, only to circle the question and leave us at the point from which we began. Nevertheless, it remains in the character of such fundamental questions that spirit, hope as it may to finally solve them, can never fully unveil them. And there arises a new hope of at least advancing toward the principle of a solution, if, instead of comparing the form of primary linguistic concepts with the form of logical concepts, we bring them together with the form of mythical concepts. What distinguishes both mythical and linguistic concepts from logical concepts, and what permits us to collect them together into an independent genus, is, above all, the circumstance that in them, both one and the same direction of spiritual apprehension appears to manifest itself, a direction opposed to that of the movement that takes place in theoretical thought. As we have seen, theoretical thought aims to free the sensuously or intuitively given contents from the isolation in which they immediately present themselves to us. It lifts these contents out of their narrowly restricted sphere and arranges them together with others, it compares them with others and arranges them in a determined order, into an all-inclusive interconnection. It proceeds discursively in that it takes the particulars, the here and now of objectively present content, only as a starting point from which it will run through the whole of intuition, from a manifold of directions, until it finally links them into a self-enclosed quintessence, into a system. In this system, there are no more isolated points, all members reciprocally refer to one another, point to, illuminate, and explain one another. Everything individual is increasingly spun together in theoretical thought, as if by invisible intellectual threads, which bind it to the whole. The theoretical signification it receives is stamped with the character of the whole. Mythical thought is, when we consider it in the earliest fundamental forms available to us, far removed from such a stamp. Indeed, this stamp contradicts the authentic essence of mythical thought. 1034 Here, thought does not stand freely over against the content of intuition in order to refer and compare it to others in conscious reflection, rather here, it is, as it were, taken captive and held spellbound by this content as soon as it stands directly before it. It rests in it, it feels and knows only its immediate sensory present, which is so powerful that before it everything else vanishes. It is as if where the human being stood under the spell of this mythico-religious intuition, the whole world was lost to him. The particular momentary content, in which the religious interest extends itself, fills consciousness so completely that nothing exists beside or apart from it. In its most charged state, the I turns toward the one, lives and forgets itself in it. We find, here, instead of a widening of the intuition, its most extreme narrowing, instead of an expansion that gradually leads it through new spheres of being, a drive toward concentration, instead of an extensive diffusion, an intensive compression. This gathering of all forces upon one point is the prerequisite for all mythical thought and mythical configuring. When the I is, on the one hand, completely given up to a momentary impression and possessed by it, and, on the other hand, there is the utmost tension between the I and the external world, when external being is not simply considered and perceived but suddenly overcomes man in its sheer immediacy with the affect of fear or hope, terror or wish fulfillment, then, as it were, a spark jumps across, the tension finds a release, as the subjective excitement objectifies itself and presents itself before man as a god or daemon. Here we stand before the mythico-religious originary phenomenon that Usner attempted to express through the concept of the gods of the moment. The individual appearance is divinized, is idolized, in full immediacy without a very restricted concept of genus somehow intervening. The one thing that you see before you, and nothing else, is the God, p. 280. Even today, the life of primitive peoples shows us specific features in which this process clearly emerges. We may recall the examples of this process cited by Spyth: the water that a thirsty person finds, a termite mound that rescues and saves the life of someone being chased, any new object before one for which people are overcome by a sudden angst. All of these are immediately transformed into a god. Spyth summarizes his observations thus: in the moment in which an object or any striking characteristic enters into any noticeable relationship to the human disposition and life, be it agreeable or repelling, that is the hour of birth of a TRO in the consciousness of the U21. It is as if the isolation of an impression, through its being lifted out from the whole of common, everyday experience, renders with it at the same time its great intensive increase alongside a high degree of thickening, and, as if by virtue of this thickening, the objective figure of the God now comes about, as if it virtually sprang forth from it. And it is here, in this intuitive mode of configuration of myth, and not in the formation of our discursive theoretical concepts, that we must search for the key that may unlock for us the intelligibility of the original linguistic concept. We are not allowed to reduce its formation to any type of reflexive contemplation, to a static and tranquil comparison of given sense impressions or to the isolation of certain characteristics, but must turn from this static intuition to the dynamic process that produces the linguistic sound out of itself. It is not, however, achieved with this turn, and there now arises another, more difficult question, of how it is possible that out of this process anything permanent can detach itself, how, out of the undetermined seething and surging of sensory sensation and of sensory feeling, an objective, linguistic formation can grow. In order to illuminate the origin of language, modern linguistic research has frequently reverted to Hammond's dictum that poetry is the mother tongue of the human race. 22. It has emphasized that language is rooted not in the prosaic but in the poetic side of life, that its final ground is, therefore, to be sought not in dedication to the objective intuition of things and their division according to certain characteristics but in the originary force of subjective sentiment. 23. However, if this theory of lyrically musical expression seems to escape the circle in which the theory of logical expression becomes entangled, it nevertheless fails to bridge the gap between the purely expressive function of language 105 and its function of signification. For a hiatus between the lyric and the logical sides of linguistic expression also exists in it. What remains unexplained is precisely the displacement by which the sound is transformed from the sound of the sensation into the sound of designation and signification. However, perhaps the recollection of the genesis and emergence of the primary mythical configurations of the emergence of the gods of the moment can guide us further. If the god of the moment has its origin in the birth of the moment, if it owes its emergence to an entirely concrete and individual situation that never recurs in the same way, it nevertheless gains a consistent existence that lifts it far above the accidental occasion of its emergence. As soon as it is raised up out of this immediate urgency, out of the care and hope of the moment, it becomes an independent being that henceforth lives according to its own law that has acquired a figure and duration. It confronts the human being not as a creature of the hour but as a superior objective power, which the human being admires and to which, through the fixed forms of cult, he gradually gives a determined form. In the figure of the god of the moment, the memory of its original meaning and existence for the human being, the memory of the resolution of and deliverance from the fulfillment of a desire and a hope, is not only recorded but persists and remains long after this memory has faded and completely vanished. And we must ascribe to the sound of language the same function, the same tendency toward persistence found in the mythical image. Like the god or daemon, the word, too, is, for the human being, not a creature that he himself has created, rather, it confronts him as a being in itself and as significant in itself, as something objectively real. As soon as the spark jumps across, as soon as the tension and affect of the moment finds its discharge into the word or the mythical image, a peripeteia effectively institutes itself in spirit, excitement as a merely subjective state is extinguished and is taken up into the formations of myth or language. And now a progressive objectification can begin. To the extent that the human being's own action gradually extends itself to an ever larger sphere and orders and organizes itself within this sphere, a progressive organization, an ever more determined articulation of the mythical as well as the linguistic world will also be achieved. In the place 106 of the gods of the moment now arise the gods of activity, as Usner has demonstrated through the examples of the Roman indigitamenta and the Lithuanian gods. Wissowa summarizes the basic character of the Roman religion thus: the same gods are thought of, so to speak, from a purely practical point of view as being effective in all those things with which the Roman is occupied in the course of ordinary life, the local surroundings in which he moves, the different activities that make demands upon him, the events that decisively configure the life of the individual as well as the life of the community, they all stand under the rule of clearly conceived deities with keenly defined authority. Even Jupiter and Tellus are the gods of the Roman community, the gods of the house and the hall, of the forest and the pasture, of the forest and the harvest, of growth, flowers, and fruit. 24 Here, one can directly trace how the intuition of objective existence first opens itself up to the human being through the medium of his own activity and through its continuous differentiation, which he grasps in clearly differentiated mythical images before logical concepts. And here, too, linguistic development now appears to be the counterpart of the development of mythical intuition and mythical thinking. For we cannot grasp the nature and function of linguistic concepts if we think of them as copies, as depictions of a fixed thing world that, in its individual components, stands in stiff demarcation over against the human being from the outset. Rather, here, too, the limits must first be set, must be drawn by language, and this comes about as the activity of the human being internally organizes itself, and through this, his representation of being receives an ever clearer determination. It has already been seen that the primary achievement of linguistic concepts cannot be found in a comparison of the content of different individual intuitions or in the extracting of their common characteristics, but is directed toward the concentration of intuitive content, toward, so to speak, its distillation into a single point. The mode of this concentration, however, always depends here upon the direction of interest. It essentially depends not upon the content of the intuition but upon the teleological perspective under which it is configured. Whatever in some way appears significant for desire and willing, for hoping and caring, for doing and the drives upon it alone is the stamp of 107 linguistic signification pressed. Differences of signification first enable that thickening of the contents of intuition that, as we have seen, forms the presupposition for its naming, for its linguistic designation. For only that which somehow refers to the focal point, to the centers of desire and activity, that which proves itself to be promoting or hindering, important and necessary for the whole of activity and the whole of life itself, only that which is singled out of the flowing, always uniform series of sense impressions is noticed in the midst of these impressions, that is to say, is provided with a particular linguistic accent, with a mark. Without doubt, we must also ascribe the beginning of this remarking to the animal, insofar as in its world of representations, those elements to which it is drawn through the basic direction of its drives, through the specific direction of its instincts, are singled out. Only that which excites or is directly or indirectly interconnected with an individual drive, such as the nutritional or sexual drive, only that exists for the animal as an objective content of its feeling and representing. This being, however, fills only the prevailing moment in which the drive is actually evoked, in which it is immediately provoked. As soon as this arousal subsides, as soon as the drive is satisfied and fulfilled, being, the world of representations, collapses into itself once again. If a new stimulus meets the animal's consciousness, this world may be resurrected again, however, it always remains within the narrow limits of actual stirrings and arousals. These individual beginnings always fill only the moment itself, without joining together into a series. The past is only dimly retained, the future is not erected into images, into foresight. Only symbolic expression creates the possibility of retrospection and foresight, for through it, certain distinctions are not only made within the whole of consciousness but are also fixed as such. Once the linguistic sound has impressed its seal and given it a determined character, the once created, that which is separated out of the total sphere of representations, does not fade away again. Here, too, the determination and particularization of effective action precedes the determination of being. The correlations in being come about in accordance with activity, not according to the objective 108 similarity of things, but according to the way in which the contents are grasped through the medium of activity and classified together into a determined interconnection of purpose. This teleological character of linguistic concepts 25 can be directly supported and clarified through various examples from the history of language. A large number of the phenomena that the science of language treats under the concept of changes of signification, can, from here, only be understood in principle. If, through the reconfiguration of the conditions of life, through the change and progress of culture, an alteration in the practical relationship of the human being to his surroundings has set in, the concepts of language no longer retain their original sense. They now begin to shift, to move about from place to place, to the degree that the border lines set by activity change and blur each into other. Wherever and for whatever reason the limits between two activities lose their importance, their significance, there frequently occurs a corresponding alteration in the signification of words, in the linguistic designations of these activities. A characteristic piece of evidence for this process may be found, for example, in an essay that Meinhof has published under the title On the Influence of Occupation on the Language of the Bantu Tribes in Africa. According to Meinhof, the Herero have a word for sowing, rima, that is phonetically identical with lima, which means hoeing or plowing in other Bantu languages. The reason for the strange change in signification is that the Herero neither hoe nor sow. They are cow herders, and their whole language reeks of cows. In their eyes, sowing and plowing are not worthy occupations for a man. Accordingly, it is not worthwhile for them to take the trouble to distinguish between these contemptuous occupations. 26. The examination of primitive languages also offers various examples, for the form of the designation does not follow the external similarity of things or events, but whatever has the same name is linguistically assigned the same concept whenever its functional signification is the same, i.e., whenever they occupy the same or analogous position in the whole of human actions and human purposes. Accordingly, certain Indian tribes are said to use one and the same word for dancing and working 27 not, obviously, because the intuitive difference between 109 both activities does not immediately impose itself upon them, but because dance and field work essentially serve for them the same purpose of caring for life. For the growth and prosperity of the crops depends, for them, even more than on the prompt and proper cultivation of the fields, on the correct execution of their dances, of their magic and religious ceremonies. 28 The fusion of names, of linguistic concepts, results from such weaving together of activities. When the Christian sacrament of the Eucharist was made known to them, 29 The natives of the Swan River in Australia even named it a dance. What becomes apparent, again, is to what extent a unity may be posed by language in spite of radical differences or even complete disparity between intuitive contents, so long as the contents are seen as corresponding, as being in accordance with one another in their teleological sense here, according to their signification as called. 30. At the same time, we catch sight here of the basic motives by which mythical thought frees itself from the indeterminacy of complex intuition 110 and proceeds to concretely determinate, sharply delimited individual formations. Here, too, so it appears, the direction of this progress is determined primarily through the direction of doing something. What is reflected in the form of mythical configuration is not so much the objective form of things as the form of human effective activity. As with the action of human beings, so also the action of the God, who is in charge of them, initially extends only to a narrowly determined vicinity to which it remains restricted. Not only does every particular activity have its particular God, but every individual segment of a determined doing, each independent phase, will also refer to the territory of an independent God or daemon, which will also be bound to this region of effective action. The Roman fratra Arvales, when making atonement for the removal of trees from the grove of the goddess Dia, divided the action into a number of individual acts, for each of which a special deity was invoked: deferenda, for fetching the wood; comolenda, for cutting it into pieces; coinquenda, for chopping it up; and adelenda, for burning the brushwood. 31 Primitive languages tend to proceed in a very similar way. Instead of grasping the action in its generality and expressing it through a general verbal concept, they divide it into individual subsections, each of which is expressed by an independent verb, and thereby, so to speak, break it up into small pieces. It is perhaps no accident that, precisely in a language like that of the Use, which possesses, as is clear in Spytha's presentation, a rich fullness of gods of the moment and special gods, this linguistic peculiarity is so strongly pronounced. 32 And even where language and myth rise above the intuition that is bound to the moment and to concrete sensory content, where they break through the barrier that initially seemed set before them, both remain joined insolubly together for a long time. This interconnection is so tight that it will probably never be decided, on the basis of empirical data, which of the two, myth or language, takes the lead and which follows in this progress toward the general, toward universal figures and concepts. Usner has, in a philosophically significant section of his work, attempted to prove that all general linguistic concepts have gone through a certain mythical stage. 111 According to him, the fact that abstract nouns in the Indo-Germanic languages are usually formed by the feminine, with the ending a, eta, contains a trace of an original stage in which that which is expressed by these feminine formations was not thought of as an abstract concept but immediately felt and imagined as a female deity. Can there be any doubt, he asks, whether Phi Beta Omicron was earlier Phi Beta Omicron, the divine figure or the condition? Why is it the male condition and not the neuter gender Tau Delta Omicron? The first creation of the word must have had inherent in it the representation of a living personal being, the Shuer or the flight producer. This idea still appears in countless applications of the seemingly abstract thing, epsilon sigma lambda theta epsilon nu or nu pi epsilon sigma epsilon phi beta omicron. We must assume the same course of events for all of the feminine formations. The feminine adjective only became an abstraction in that it was denoted as a feminine personality, and in ancient times, this could only have been conceived divinely, p. 375. However, do not the science of language as well as the science of religion also exhibit traces of a reverse impact? Should we not assume that, for example, the way that inflected languages endow every name with a particular gender must have decisively determined the intuition of the mythico-religious being and formed it according to itself? Or was it an accident that where such differences in grammatical gender do not exist in language, where, rather, other essentially more complex features of classes are found in their place, the mythico-religious world also exhibits a very different structure, that it differentiates being according to totemic groups and classes, rather than placing and dividing it under personal, violent divine powers? We will content ourselves, here, with merely posing this question, which would have to be answered, if at all, by detailed scientific research. Whatever the answer might be, however, it is evident that in the progress from the momentary to the permanent, from sensory impression to figure, language and myth enclose the same general task and reciprocally condition each other in their solution. United, they prepare the ground for the great syntheses in which an intellectual structure, a general theoretical view of the cosmos, arises for us. 4. 112 If up to this point we have attempted to uncover the common root of the formation of linguistic and mythical concepts, now the question of how this interconnection exhibits itself in the structure of the mythical and the linguistic world arises. Here, a law reveals itself that is equally valid for all symbolic forms and that essentially determines their development. None of them immediately emerges as a separate, independent, and recognizable configuration, but each gradually detaches itself from the common Mother Earth of myth. All the contents of spirit, however much we are able to systematically assign them to their own domain and base them on their own autonomous principles, are factually first given to us only in this interpenetration. Theoretical, practical, and aesthetic consciousness, the world of language and knowledge, art, law, and ethics, the basic forms of the community and the state, all of these are originally bound to mythico-religious consciousness. This interconnection is so strong that wherever it begins to loosen itself, the world of spirit seems threatened by total disintegration. The individual forms, in that they emerge from and stand over against the whole with the claim of specific particularity, appear to uproot themselves and to give up a part of their own nature. Only gradually will we learn that the self-abandonment only exhibits a necessary moment in its self-unfolding, that the negation contains the germ for a new position, that the separation itself becomes the basis of a new connection that arises from different presuppositions. The original bond of linguistic consciousness with mythico-religious consciousness expresses itself above all in the fact that all linguistic formations appear at the same time as mythical formations endowed with certain mythical forces, such that the word of language turns into a type of original potency in which all being and all events are rooted. In all mythical cosmogonies, as far back as they can be traced, this dominant position of the word can be repeatedly shown. Among the texts that Proust has collected from the Itoto Indians is one which he included as a parallel to the opening passage of St. John, and which, 113 in fact, in his translation, seems to agree almost completely with it. In the beginning, it says, the Word gave to the Father the origin. 33. As surprising and striking as this echo may seem, no one would want to attempt to establish a direct relationship or even an analogy of the factual content between this primitive account of creation and the speculation of St. John. And yet, this echo places before us a certain problem. It points to the fact that there must prevail here a hidden, indirect relation that extends from the primitive beginning of mythico-religious consciousness to those highest formations in which it appears to have passed over into pure speculative consciousness. We will only be able to obtain a more exact insight into the nature and ground of this relation once we have succeeded in tracing the diverse examples of mythico-religious worship of the word provided by the history of religion, from the common feature of the contents to the unity of the form. There must be some determined, essentially constant function that lends the word this distinguishing religious character, that raises it from its beginning into the religious sphere, into the sphere of the sacred. In the accounts of creation of almost all great cultural religions, the word always appears in alliance with the highest creator God. It appears either as the tool he uses or virtually as the primary ground from which, like all being and every order of being, he, too, originates. Thought and its linguistic utterance are usually grasped immediately as one, for the heart that thinks and the tongue that speaks necessarily belong together. Thus, in one of the earliest documents of Egyptian theology, this originary force of the heart and tongue is attributed to the Creator God Ta, through which he produces and rules all gods and men, all animals, and all that lives. Everything that is, comes to be through the thought of his heart and the commandment of his tongue, all psychic as well as all physical existence, the being of the Ka as well as 114 that of all qualities of things, owe their genesis to him. Here, as has been emphasized, thousands of years before the Christian era, God was thus grasped as a spiritual being who thought the world before he created it, and the word was employed as the means of expression and the instrument of creation. 34 And all physical and psychic existence, as well as all moral bonds and all ethical order, are rooted in him. Those religions that ground their worldview and their cosmogony above all on a fundamental ethical opposition, on the dualism between good and evil, venerate in the word of language the originary force through which alone chaos was able to be formed into an ethico-religious cosmos. The entrance of the Bundahesh, the cosmogony and the cosmography of the Parsis, portrays the battle between good and evil powers, between Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, as beginning with Ahura Mazda's reciting of the words of the sacred prayer, Ahunavarya. He spoke that which consists of 21 words. The end, namely, his victory, the impotence of the Angra Mainyu, the decline of the Devas, the resurrection and the future life, the ending of opposition against the good creation in eternity he showed to Angra 115 Mainyu. When a third of this prayer had been spoken, Angra Mainyu's body doubled up in fear. When 2/3 had been spoken, he fell to his knees, and when the whole had been spoken, he was dismayed and powerless to commit intchenches against the creatures of the Ahura Mazda, and was in dismay for 3,000 years. 35. Here, too, it is the words of the prayer that precede material creation and that continuously maintain it against the destructive powers of evil. Similarly, in India, the power of speech, Vak, is placed ahead of and above the power of the individual god. All the gods, the animals, and people depend upon speech, all creatures are based upon speech. Speech is the immortal, it is the primogeniture of the eternal law, the mother of the Vidin, the navel of the world of the gods. 36 And to the primacy of its origin corresponds the primacy of its force. Often it is the name of the god, not the god himself, that appears as the authentic effective element. 37 And knowledge of this name subjects the being and will of the god to whoever possesses it. Thus, a famous Egyptian narrative relates how Isis, the great sorceress, cunningly brought the sun god Ra to reveal his name to her, and how through it, she won dominion 116 over him and over all of the other gods. 38 Every form of Egyptian religious life possesses this belief in the omnipotence of the name and in the magic violent power that dwells in it. 39 In the ordination ceremony of the Egyptian kings, how the individual names of the god are to be transferred to the pharaoh is established. By very determined regulation, each new name transfers to him at the same time a new attribute and divine force. 40 This motive also plays a decisive role in the Egyptian belief in the soul and immortality. For their trip into the land of the dead, the souls of the dead must be given not only their physical belongings, such as clothing and food, but also certain magical equipment, which consists, above all, in the names of the gatekeepers of the underworld, for by this knowledge alone can the doors of the land of the dead be opened. Even the boat that carries the dead, as well as all of its individual parts, the rudder, the mast, etc., demand that he call them by their rightful names. Only by this naming can he render them submissive and willing to take him to the desired place. 41 The essential identity between the word and that which it designates emerges still more clearly if we consider the interconnection from the subjective rather than the objective side. 4. The I of the human being, his self, and his personality, are, for mythical thought, insolubly interwoven with his name. Here, the name is never a mere symbol but, rather, it too belongs in the immediate possession of its bearer, a possession that is carefully guarded and whose exclusive use is 117 jealously watched over. From time to time, it is not only his proper name but also some other linguistic designation that are treated in this way as physical possessions and, as such, may be acquired and usurped. George von der Gablentz, in his book on the science of language, mentions the edict of a Chinese emperor who, in the 3rd century BC, claimed sole application of a first-person pronoun that had, until then, been allowed for everyone. 42 And the name even outgrows this more or less accessory signification of possession, provided it is taken as real, substantial being, as an integral component of the human being. As such, it equals his body or his soul. It is said of the Inuit that, for them, the human being consists of 3 parts, his body, his soul, and his name. 43 And in Egypt we encounter a quite analogous view, according to which, alongside the physical body of the human being stands, on one side, his ka and, on the other, his name, as, so to speak, a spiritual doppelganger of the body. And of all 3 determinations, it is exactly the last that progressively becomes the actual expression of the self, the personality of the human being. 44 Even in more advanced cultures, this interconnection between personality and name remains alive. When Roman law formulated the concept of legal personhood and denied certain physical subjects acknowledgement as legal subjects, those who were deprived of their own legal existence were also deprived of their own name in the legal sense. In Roman constitutional law, slaves could not be given a name, as they were not permitted to function as independent personalities. 45 In other ways, too, the unity and uniqueness of the name not only marks the unity and uniqueness of the person but also constitutes it. It is what first transforms the human being into an individual. Where this isolation does not exist, the borders of individuality also begin to blur. Among the Algonquins, someone with the same name as another is held to be that 118 person's other self, his alter ego. 46 If, according to a widespread custom, the grandson receives the name of his grandfather, this expresses the belief that the grandfather is resurrected in the grandson, that he is reincarnated anew in him. As soon as a child is born, it must be determined, above all, which of his deceased ancestors has reappeared. Only when this has been established by the priest can the act of naming take place, by virtue of which the child is named for this ancestor. 47 And, furthermore, for basic mythical intuition, the individuality of the human being is not essentially constant and invariable, rather with each admission into a new, decisive phase of life, the human being acquires another being and another self, a change manifested above all in a change of name. The boy receives another name when he comes of age, because through the magic customs that accompany his initiation, he has ceased to exist as boy and is born again as another, as a man, in whom a forefather is reincarnated. 48 In other cases, the change of name can be used to protect the human being from threatening violent powers. He escapes these violent powers in that, with the new name, he, so to speak, dresses himself in another self, and thus cloaked becomes unrecognizable. Among the youths, a name is given, especially to children whose earlier siblings have prematurely died, that suggests something repulsive in itself or that confers upon them a non-human nature. The youths believe that death will be frightened or deceived by the name so that it will pass them by as though they were not human. 49 Likewise, the name of a sick or blood-guilty person will often be altered for the same reason, so that death will not find him. Even in Greek culture, this custom of altering names and its mythic 119 motivation was maintained. 50 In general, the existence and life of the human being is so tightly linked with his name that, so long as the latter exists and is pronounced, the human being is still immediately thought of as present and felt as effective. The dead can, at any moment be, invoked in the literal sense, whenever those who survive them speak their name. As is known, with many primitive peoples, not only does the fear of such a return lead them to avoid mentioning the dead, which is scorned through certain taboos, but even the pronunciation of words or syllables that are similar to the name of a deceased is carefully avoided. Often, for example, a type of animal, after which the dead person was named, must receive another linguistic designation so that in the use of the animal's name the dead person is not summoned at the same time. 51 In many cases, the whole type of a language is decisively influenced and its vocabulary more or less altered through processes of this kind, whose motivation falls exclusively within the mythical sphere. 52 And the further the power of a being extends, the more mythical effectiveness and signification it holds together, the further, too, does the signification of its name extend. The command of secrecy, therefore, applied first and foremost to the name of the god, for with its pronunciation, all the violent powers inherent in the god himself would be released. 53 Here, again, 120 we stand before one of the basic and originary motives that, rooted in the deepest stratums of mythical thought and feeling, maintains itself even in the highest configurations of religion. Giesebrecht has pursued the origin, the extent, and the development of this motive throughout the Old Testament in his work Names of God in the Old Testament. However, early Christianity, too, remained entirely under the spell of this intuition. Dieterich writes in his Mitra's liturgy, how the name enters as proxy for person, how the name named is tantamount to calling a person into existence, that a name is feared because it is a real force, that knowledge of it is sought because being able to speak it bestows control of that power on the knower. All these facts indicate clearly what the early Christians were still feeling and wanted to express when they said in God's name instead of in God, or in Christ's name instead of in Christ. We can now understand such expressions as beta alpha pi tau zeta epsilon iota nu epsilon tau nu omicron mu chi rho iota sigma tau omicron instead of beta alpha pi tau zeta epsilon iota nu epsilon chi rho iota sigma tau nu. The name is spoken over the water, and thereby takes possession of the water and pervades it, so that the person being baptized is quite literally immersed in the name of the Lord. The congregation, whose liturgy begins with the words, "In the name of God," was thought at the time to be within the domain of the effect of the name, no matter how figuratively and formally the phrase is taken. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, epsilon tau mu nu nu omicron mu alpha, there am I in the midst of them, Matthew 18:20, means simply, where they pronounce my name in their assembly, there I am really present. Gamma iota alpha sigma theta tau omega tau nu omicron mu sigma omicron upsilon had a much more concrete signification than one would ever suspect from the hermeneutics of the various churches and their doctrines. 54. The special God, too, is and works only in the very particular circle to which his name assigns him and within which it holds him. Whoever wants to assure themselves of their protection and help must be careful that they are really integrated into the circle and that they address him by his right name. This care explains the changes that prayer and religious speech go through, particularly in Greece and Rome, changes in which the God's name is constantly varied in order to escape the danger 121 of missing the correct and crucial designation. With respect to the Greeks, this custom with prayer is demonstrated by a well-known passage in Plato's Critylus, 55. In Rome, it led to a standing formula in which the various terms of invocation, corresponding to several aspects of the God's nature and will, are strung together by either or. Subvessive 56. This formulaic type of invocation must be repeated every time, for each performance offered to the God, each desire directed toward him, will be accepted by him only insofar as he is addressed by his proper name in each case. Accordingly, the art of the proper invocation has virtually developed in Rome into its own priestly technology, which produced the indigitamenta under the trust of the Pontifices. 57. We must stop here, however, for it is not our intention to accumulate religio-historical and ethnological material but, rather, to clarify and define the problem that this material brings to light. Such an interweaving, such being in one another as has been established here between the word of language and the different basic configurations of the mythico-religious consciousness can be no accident, but must be grounded in the essential features of language and myth themselves. In order to explain this interconnection, one has, from time to time, referred to the suggestive force of words, the spoken command, to which the primitive human being is particularly subject, and it has been thought that the magical and violent demonic power that all linguistic utterance has for mythic thought seems, for them, to be nothing more than an objectification of this grounding experience. We may not, however, locate the actual and genuine originary phenomena of linguistic and mythical consciousness on such a narrow empirical pragmatic basis, on such details of individual or social experience. On the contrary, the question of whether their content relations, which have been demonstrated between the formations of language and those of myth, are not also understood 122 here from the form of the forming itself, whether they have not been understood from the conditions that linguistic expression as well as mythical configuration are already subject to in their first unconscious beginnings, imposes itself more and more. We have found these conditions in a type and direction of spiritual apprehension that is opposed to that of theoretical, discursive thought. If the latter tends toward expansion, connection, and systematic coherence, then linguistic and mythical apprehension strives inversely toward thickening, concentration, and isolation. There, individual intuition is seen in relation to the totality of being and events, and it is joined to this totality with finer and tighter threads. Here, it is taken not for that which it signifies in a mediated fashion but as what it directly appears to be. It is grasped and embodied in its pure presence. One comprehends that from this type of embodiment there must emerge another basic view of the word, of its content and its force, that holds for discursive thinking. For the latter, the word is essentially the vehicle for the basic task that theoretical thought sets for itself, i.e., for the production of a relation between the particular, currently present content of intuition and other contents that resemble or correspond to it in some way, that are connected with it by a certain law of correlation. Its sense lies in the production and expression of such relations. Grasped thus, the word appears as something essentially ideal, as a sign or symbol whose content shows itself not in its own substantial existence but, rather, in the intellectual relations that it sets into itself. The word emerges, as it were, as a formation of another order, another spiritual dimension, between the particular contents of intuition, as they impose themselves in the immediate here and now of consciousness, and it is precisely to this mediating position, this remoteness from the sphere of immediate existence, that it owes the freedom and ease with which it moves, with which it can link one content with another. However, this free identity, in which is found the core of its logical achievement, must necessarily remain foreign to the mythical view of the world. For only that which exhibits itself in real presence has for myth being and a meaning. Here, there is no mere indicating or signifying, rather, every content toward which consciousness is drawn and directed immediately transforms itself into the form of existence and the form of effective action. Consciousness does 123 not stand over against the content in free reflection in order to clarify it in its structure and its lawful interconnections, in order to dismantle it into its individual parts and conditions. Rather, it is captured by this content in its immediate totality. It does not unfold the individual content, it does not go forward and backward in order to observe it according to the aspect of its grounds or its consequences, rather it rests in its simple, consistent existence. When Kant defines the concept of reality such that every content of empirical intuition, provided that it is determined according to general laws and is classified by it into the uniform context of experience, is to be described as actual, he has exhaustively described the concept of reality of discursive thought. Mythical and primitive linguistic thought, however, knows no such context of experience. For its achievement exists, as we saw, much more in the breaking away, the almost violent withdrawal and isolation. Only when this isolation is successful, when intuition is concentrated into a single point and, so to speak, reduced to it, do mythical or linguistic formations come about, do the words of language or the mythical momentary gods spring forth. And this form of genesis determines, at the same time, the content in which both belong. For here, where the process of spiritual grasping is directed not toward the expansion, broadening, and extensification of content but rather toward its highest intensification, this, too, must express itself in its reaction on consciousness. All other existence or events are for consciousness, henceforth, as if they have been absorbed. All bridges that connect the content of concrete intuition with the totality of experience as a cohesive system are as if they have been broken off. Only that which mythical or linguistic apprehension singles out fills the whole of consciousness. So it must now rule this whole with almost unlimited violent power. There is nothing, near or far, with which it could be compared or measured, rather, its simple presence, its simple present, seizes the whole sum of being in itself. Here, therefore, the word does not express the content of intuition as a merely conventional symbol, rather it coalesces with it into an insoluble unity. The content of intuition not only in some way contracts into the word, rather it is completely absorbed by it. Whatever is 124 once fixed in a word or name appears not only as something actual but literally as the actual itself. The tension between the mere sign and the signified no longer exists. In place of a more or less appropriate expression, there emerges a relationship of identity, a total convergence between image and thing, between the name and the object. And the substantial solidification that the word is granted here can be illuminated and rendered intelligible from another side as well. For we also meet the same consolidation, the same transubstantiation, in other domains of spiritual creation. It seems to constitute the basic rule of virtually all unconscious creation. Every work of culture, whether it is technically or purely intellectually oriented, takes place such that there gradually emerges a mediated relationship that replaces the immediate relationship in which the human being stands to things. If, in the beginning, the sensory drive and its satisfaction immediately and instantaneously follow one from the other, as culture progresses, more and more mediating links insert themselves between the will and its object. The will must seemingly distance itself from its goal in order to reach it, instead of appearing to move the object into its circle through a simple, almost reflexive sort of action. The will must differentiate its doing, distribute it to a larger sphere of objects in order to realize through the union of all acts, through the application of diverse means, the purpose that it sets before itself. In the technical sphere, this growing intercession expresses itself in the invention and use of tools. However, here, too, it may be observed that, as soon as the human being employs the tool, it is no longer a mere product in which he knows and recognizes himself as its creator. He sees in it not a mere artifact but an independent being, something that possesses its own powers. Instead of ruling it with his will, he turns it into a god or daemon on whose will he depends and to which he feels himself subjugated and which he religiously and ritually venerates. In particular, It seems to have been the axe and the hammer that carried such religious signification in earliest times. 58 However, even today, among primitive peoples, the cults of certain 125 implements and arms, the cult of the hoe or the fishhook, of the spear or the sword, are still alive. Among the Jews, the smith's hammer, Zeu, is regarded as a mighty deity to whom they pray and offer sacrifices. 59 And, even in Greek religion and classical Greek literature, the sensations that underlie this cult often still suddenly break through. As an example of this, Usner has drawn attention to a passage in 7 Against Thebes by Aeschylus, in which Parthenopeos swears an oath on his spear, which he honors more than God and higher than the eyes, to destroy and plunder the Thebans. Lives and victory depend upon the direction and force, so to speak, from the goodwill of the weapon. This sentiment uncontrollably boils in the crucial moment of the battle. The prayer does not evoke a god from afar to guide the weapon itself is the helping, rescuing God. 60 So the tool is never regarded as something merely manufactured, as something devised and produced according to capriciousness, but as a gift from above. Its origin goes back not to the human being himself but to a savior, be it divine or animal. This affiliation of all cultural goods to a savior is so pervasive that from time to time some have even believed it possible to locate in it the core and origin of the notion of God. 61 Again, we grasp here an essential feature of mythical thought, which distinguishes it in the sharpest way from the direction of discursive, theoretical reflection. This is characterized by the fact that, even in the apparently immediately given, theoretical reflection recognizes and singles out a share of the productivity of spirit. Even in pure matters of fact, it reveals moments of spiritual configuration. Even in the data of the sensuous sensations and intuition, it tracks down the participation of the spontaneity of thought. However, if, in this way, the tendency of reflection is to sublate all receptivity into spontaneity, for mythical apprehension it is the inverse, namely, everything spontaneous is sublated into something merely receptive. Everything generated with the participation of the human being becomes 126 something that is simply received. And this holds true for the technical tools of culture as well as for its intellectual tools. For, in the beginning, there exists no sharp limit between them, only a fluid one. Even purely mental contents and products, such as the words of language, are initially thought of as the conditions of the physical existence and physical preservation of the human being. Bruce reports that the Kora Indians and the Atoto believe that the originary Father created human beings and things, but that, since completing this creation, he no longer intervenes directly in events. Rather, he gave human beings words, which constitute the cult and religious ceremonies that help them to master nature and attain whatever is necessary for the survival and flourishing of the human race. Without words, without the sacred sayings that were given to him from the beginning, the human being would feel completely helpless, for nature yields nothing in return for his mere work. 62 Among the Cherokees, too, it is an accepted belief that the tracking down and killing of wild things either by hunting or fishing is accomplished chiefly by the use of certain words, certain magic formulas. 63 It is a longer course that human intellectual development must traverse in order to progress from the belief in the physico-magic force that is summed up in the word, to consciousness of its intellectual force. In fact, it is the word, it is language that actually first opens for the human being the world that stands even nearer than the physical existence of objects, and that even more directly affects his welfare and his woes. Through it alone does existence and life in the community become possible, and in it, in the community, in the relation to a you does its own I, its subjectivity, first assume a determined figure. However, here, again, we see not only that this creative performance in which it takes place is grasped as such, but that all the energy of spiritual activity is transformed into the result of this activity, which seems bound up in the object from which it seems to radiate back as reflection. Thus, here too, as with the tool, all 127 spontaneity is interpreted as receptivity, all creation as being, everything that is the product of subjectivity is interpreted as substantiality. And yet, This mythical hypostatization of the word holds decisive significance for the development of the human spirit. For it signifies the first form in which, in general, the spiritual force of the word and language can be grasped. As such, the word must be understood in the mythical sense as a substantial being and a substantial force before it can be understood in the ideal sense as an organ of spirit, as a basic function for the construction and organization of the spiritual reality. 5. Usner considers the formation of those figures that he calls momentary gods suddenly stepping forward, creatures born out of the urgency of the moment or from a very determined momentary affect, creatures that originate from the capacity to stimulate mythico-religious fantasy and in which their complete original mobility and volatility is evident as the earliest stratum of religious formation of concepts that we can follow. Meanwhile, it appears as if the results that ethnology and the comparative history of religion have produced in the 3 decades since the appearance of Usner's work place us in a position to step back even further. The work of the English missionary Codrington appeared a few years before Usner's main work. With the appearance of the Melanesians, Studies in Their Anthropology and Folklore, 1891, the general history of religion was enriched with a new and important concept. Codrington locates the root of all of the Melanesians' religious representations in the belief in a supernatural force that penetrates all being and events, that is present and effective at one moment in mere things, at another in persons or spirits, but is never bound exclusively to any determined individual object or individual subject as its bearer, and may be passed from place to place, from thing to thing, from one person to another. The existence of things and the activity of the human being appears in this intuition, so to speak, to be embedded in a mythical force field, in an atmosphere of effective action that penetrates everything in order to thicken itself into extraordinary objects beyond the 128 sphere of everyday life, in individual persons possessing powers, as in outstanding warriors or chieftains, wizards, or priests. The core of this intuition, of the mana idea, as Codrington describes it among the Melanesians, does not constitute, however, so much the idea of an individual particularization of power as simply the completely undetermined, in itself still fully undifferentiated representation of a power in general, which manifests itself now in this form, now in that, now in one object, now in another, and which is venerated because of its sacredness and feared because of the perils it contains within itself. For that which is contained in a positive sense in the concept of the mana also corresponds to the negative aspect in the concept of the taboo. Each revelation of power, whether it shows itself in persons or things, as animate or inanimate, leaves the sphere of the habitual and joins a particular region of existence separated from the area of the everyday and profane by fixed borders, through certain measures of defense and protection. Since Codrington's first findings, ethnological research has gone on to trace the diffusion of this basic idea across the whole earth. Not only among the South Sea Islanders but also among a large number of the tribes of Native Americans, as well as among indigenous peoples in Australia and Africa, terms that correspond precisely to those of the mana have been discovered. The same representation of a universal, initially in itself undifferentiated power can be demonstrated in the Manitou of the Algonquins, the Wakanda of the Sioux, the Orenda of the Iroquois, as well as in various African religions. On the basis of these observations, modern ethnology and the history of religion have often gone so far as to see here not only a universal phenomenon but the characteristic category of mythico-religious consciousness. The taboo mana formula has been declared as the minimum definition of religion, that is, as the expression of a differentiation that constitutes, in general, one of the essential, indispensable conditions of religious life and that exhibits the lowest and 129 most accessible originary vision that we know of. 64. Admittedly, in present-day ethnography, general agreement over the interpretation of this formula and over the exact meaning of the mana concept and similar or corresponding concepts has as yet not been reached. Rather, different interpretations and attempts at explanation immediately stand over against each other. Pre-animistic views and explanations alternate with animistic ones. Substantial interpretations that see in the mana something essentially material stand opposed to others that emphasize its energetic nature, that attempt to grasp it in a purely dynamic meaning. 65 Perhaps this contradiction, however, can be used to lead us closer to the proper meaning of the mana concept. For it shows that this concept is completely indifferent to the wealth of distinctions that our theoretical observation of being and events and advanced religious consciousness make, that it acts toward them, so to speak, neutrally. An overview of the available material appears to show us that it is precisely this indifference that constitutes the essential characteristic of the mana concept. The more closely one attempts to determine it, that is, to fix it according to the sense of categorical differentiations and contrasts familiar to us, the further we necessarily remove ourselves from it. A first, obvious determination was tried by Codrington, who characterized the mana not only as a miraculous or magic power but also as spiritual power. 66 The problematic nature of this characterization, however, already emerges in the examples he himself gives. For, in them, it becomes clear that the content and scope of the mana concept in no way agrees with our concept of spiritual existence, whether one introduces into the latter the determination of a personal being, or whether one contents oneself with the determination of life in contrast to the inanimate. 67 For not everything living and animate befits 130 mana, only that to which for some reason is ascribed the extraordinary ability of effective action, just as mere things are also suitable, provided they distinguish themselves as some uncommon form that excites mythical fantasy and thereby rise out of the sphere of the habitual. From this, it turns out that what is described in the mana concept, and in its corresponding concepts, is not a determined group of things animate or inanimate, physical or spiritual but, rather, a certain character that can be enclosed in the most diverse contents of being and events, provided they awaken mythical astonishment, provided they raise themselves up from the well-known, the accustomed, and average. As Soderblom says in summarizing the result of his detailed and exact analysis of the concept, the relevant words, mana, manitou, orenda, etc., have varying significations and are translated in different ways. For example, remarkable, very strong, very big, very old, dangerous, magically powerful, magically informed, supernatural, divine, or in the substantive, power, magic, sorcery, luck, success, deity, pleasure. 68 A unity can be obtained out of such, for us, completely disparate significations only if we no longer seek this unity in a determined content but in a determined type of apprehension. Not the what but the how is decisive here. It comes not from the nature of the noticed but from the nature of the noticing, from its direction and property. Mana and its corresponding concepts do not express a determined and fixed predicate, however, in them, a particular, consistent form of predication can be recognized. And this predication can, in fact, be designated as the originary mythico-religious predication, insofar as through it the great separation, the spiritual crisis through which the sacred emerges out of the profane, through which the outstanding emerges out of the sphere of the equally valid in the religious sense, is carried out. The object of religious consciousness is, so to speak, first constituted in this process of separation, the sphere in which it is at 131 home is delimited. However, we can now grasp the decisive element for our general problem. For, our purpose, set out from the beginning, is to grasp language and myth as spiritual functions, which do not presuppose a world of given objects divided according to fixed and finished characteristics but actually produce this organization and make this positing of characteristics possible. The mana concept and its corresponding negative concept of taboo have shown us how this organization originally comes to be. However, from the fact that here we are moving on a level where the mythical and religious worlds do not yet confront us in a fixed coincidence and forming, but where we still see it before us, as it were, in statu nascendi, the sharp polysemy of the mana words and corresponding concepts also become comprehensible. It is characteristic that even the determination of the class of words to which the word mana belongs always seems to run up against new difficulties. According to our habits of thinking and speaking, the word can be grasped simply as a noun substantive. Looked at in this way, mana becomes a sort of substance that exhibits the embodiment and combination of all the magic forces contained in individual things. It forms a self-existing unity that can, however, distribute itself over several beings or objects. And because this unity was thought of not only as that which exists but also as animate and personified, our basic representation of spirit was taken directly for the mana concept, as many have frequently seen in the Manitou of the Algonquins or in the Wakanda of the Sioux nothing other than the designation of the Big Spirit, which they assumed, was worshipped as the creator of the world. A more precise analysis of the words and their signification, however, has nowhere confirmed this interpretation. It shows that, quite apart from the category of personal existence, which is never really strictly applicable here, even the concept of thing, the independent substantial being, proved to be too rigid to bring together the mobile and fleeting representation that has to be grasped here. Thus, McGee remarks that the reports of missionaries, according to which the Wakanda of the Sioux was said to be an expression for Big Spirit, for the representation of a personal, originary being, have, without exception, been refuted by more precise linguistic studies. Among these tribes the creation and control of the world and the things thereof are ascribed to Wakanda, the term varying somewhat 132 from tribe to tribe, just as among the Algonquian tribes omnipotence was assigned to Ma-en-Idu, Manitou the Mighty of Hiawatha, yet inquiry shows that Wakanda assumes various forms, and is rather a quality than a definite entity. Thus, among many of the tribes the sun is Wakanda, not the Wakanda, but simply Wakanda, and among the same tribes the moon is Wakanda, and so is thunder, lightning, the stars, the winds, the cedar, and various other things. Even a man, especially a shaman, might be Wakanda or a Wakanda. In like manner many natural objects and places of striking character were considered Wakanda. Thus, the term was applied to all sorts of entities and ideas, and was used, with or without inflectional variations, indiscriminately as substantive and adjective, and with slight modification as verb and adverb. Manifestly a term so protean is not susceptible of translation into our more highly differentiated languages. Manifestly, too, the idea expressed by the term is indefinite, and cannot justly be rendered into spirit, much less into great spirit, though it is easy to understand how the superficial inquirer, dominated by definite spiritual concept, handicapped by unfamiliarity with the Indian tongue, misled by ignorance of the vague prescriptorial ideation, and perhaps deceived by crafty native informants or mischievous interpreters, came to adopt and perpetuate the erroneous interpretation. The term may be translated into mystery perhaps more satisfactorily than into any other single English word, yet this rendering is at the same time much too limited and much too definite. Indeed, no English sentence of reasonable length can do justice to the aboriginal idea expressed by the term Wakanda. 69. According to the accounts of linguists and ethnologists, much the same thing is apparently true for the name of the god, and the fundamental religious intuition it embodies, in the Bantu languages. Here, we can employ another linguistic criterion in order to appreciate correctly the character of this fundamental intuition, for the Bantu languages distinguish all nouns according to determined classes, and in this way 133 they clearly separate the class of persons from the class of things so that, from subsumption of the name of the god under one of these classes, a certain conclusion can immediately be made as to the underlying representation. Indeed, for example, in the East Bantu language, the word Mulungu, which has been chosen by the missionaries as the translation for our word God, is characteristically assigned not to the class of persons but to the class of things, and, according to its prefix and nominal character, it is seen as belonging to it. Now, admittedly, this fact leaves room for a double consideration. We can essentially see in it a phenomenon of decay, a decline of a previously higher stage of divine reverence. The representation of God as a personal being, remarks Roll in his grammar of the Shambhala language, has been practically lost among the Shambhalas. They speak of God as an impersonal spirit, immanent in the whole of creation. The Mulungu lives in the forests, in individual trees, in cliffs, in caves, in wild animals, lions, snakes, cats, in birds, in locusts, and so on. For such a mulungu as something absolutely impersonal there is no place in Class 1, the class of persons. 70 The opposite interpretation has been given by Meinhof, who summarizes the results of an exact analysis, from a religious and linguistic perspective, of the mulungu concept to the effect that the word initially denotes the place of the ancestral spirits and then the power that is effective from this place. However, this power remains ghostly, it is not personified, it is also not grammatically treated as a person, except where a 134 foreign religion has brought this comparison to its essence. 71 examples of this type are instructive because they show us that the level of mythical formation of concepts that we find here corresponds to a level of linguistic formation of concepts into which we may not properly insert our grammatical categories, our distinctions of more keenly distinguished classes of words. If we want to show any linguistic analog to the mythical concepts that are in question here, we must, it would appear, return to the originary stratum of linguistic interjections. 72 The Manitou of the Algonquins, like the mulungu of the Bantu, is used in this way as an exclamation that describes not so much a thing as a certain impression, and that is used to refer to anything uncommon, astonishing, admirable, or terrifying. 73 We now recognize to what extent this level of consciousness, to which these mythical and linguistic formations belong, still precedes the stage in which the formation of the momentary God takes place. For the momentary God, with all of its fleetingness, always remains an individual, a personal figure, whereas here, the sacred, the divine, that which overcomes the human being with a sudden movement of terror or reverence, has a thoroughly impersonal, anonymous character. In this very 135 namelessness, however, only the background is given, from which determined demonic and divine figures with determined names gradually detach themselves. If the momentary God is the first actual formation in which the mythico-religious consciousness asserts itself in a lively and creative way, then the general potentiality of the mythical religious sentiment underlies this reality. 74 The separation of a sacred world from a profane world as such is the first presupposition for the formation of individually determined, created divine figures. The I now feels itself as immersed in a mythico-religious atmosphere, which surrounds it constantly and in which it exists and lives. It takes only a spark, a particular opportunity, for the god or demonic to emerge out of it. The outlines of such demonic figures may at first be undetermined. 75 Nevertheless, they designate the first step along a new path. Now, myth moves from its initial, as it were, anonymous stage to the exact opposite, to the stage of polyonymy. Every personal god unites in itself a wealth of attributes, which originally belonged to the special gods that experienced their combination in them. However, not only the attributes but also the names of these gods not as proper names, but as appellatives are transferred to the new god, for the name of the god and its essence are one. Thus, the polyonymy of the personal gods really constitutes a necessary feature of their nature and disposition. For religious sentiment, the predominance of God expresses itself in the fullness of surnames. 136 Polyonymy, pi omicron lambda upsilon omega nu upsilon mu alpha, appears to be a demand and presupposition for a higher personal God. 76 In Egyptian writings, Isis appears as the thousand-named, even 10,000-named, the Myrionyma 77 just as Allah's power is, in the Quran, pronounced in his 100 names. This wealth of names for the god is also evident in the religions of the American native, especially in the Mexican religions. 78 Thus, the representation of the god first receives, so to speak, its concrete embodiment and its inner fullness through language, through the word. As it enters into the bright light of language, it ceases to be silhouette and shadow. However, a counter-instinct, which is no less grounded in the nature of language, also comes to life again. For just as language tends toward individuation, regulation, and determination, it also tends toward generalization. So, guided by language, mythico-religious thinking is brought to a point where it is no longer content with the manifold, the difference, the concrete fullness of divine attributes and divine names, where the unity of the word becomes the means through which it attempts to penetrate to the unity of the God concept. This thinking, however, now pushes even further beyond this level, to a being that, as it is no longer limited in individuals, is no longer named by any name. The cycle of mythico-religious consciousness has, in this way, come full circle, for as in the beginning, consciousness of the divine now stands over against the nameless. However, the beginning and the end do not resemble each other, for we have only here entered into the sphere of genuine generality from the sphere of mere indeterminateness. Instead of being integrated into the infinite multiplicity of qualities and proper names, instead of being integrated into the colorful world of appearances, the divine separates itself 137 from this world as being without qualities, for every mere property would limit its pure essence, omnis determinatio est negatio. It is, above all, the mysticism of all times and all peoples that must, again and again, wrestle with this twofold intellectual task, with the task of grasping the divine in its totality, in its most concrete innerness and contentfulness, and yet, at the same time, of keeping it safe from every particularity of name and image. Thus, all mysticism aims at a world beyond language, a world of silence. God is, as Meister Eckhart has called him, the simple ground, the still, silent desert, the simple still silence, for that is his nature, that he is without nature. 79. The spiritual force and depth of language, however, now shows itself in that it prepares the ground for this last step, in that it first clears the way for the goal of its own overcoming. Two basic concepts of language that, perhaps, present the most characteristic and most difficult spiritual achievement are the concept of being and the concept of the I. In their pure manifestation, both would appear to belong to relatively late stages of the development of language. Both clearly exhibit in their configuration the difficulties before which linguistic expression was placed here and which it was able to overcome only step by step. With regard to the concept of being, a glance at the development and basic etymological signification of the copula in most languages shows how linguistic thought was only very gradually able to move toward obtaining the expression of pure being from that of being a certain way. The is of the copula goes back almost without exception to a sensuously concrete, fundamental signification. Instead of a simple existence or a general comporting itself, it originally indicated an individual, determined mode and form of existence, especially a being at this or that place, at a certain position in space. 80 When, however, language arrives at freeing the thought and the expression of being from this constraint to a particular form of existence, then a new vehicle, a new mental tool, has been created for mythico-religious thought. Admittedly, critical, discursive thought finally arrives at a point in its progress where the expression of being presents itself as the expression of a pure relation, and thus, where, 138 to speak with Kant, being no longer appears as the possible predicate of a thing and, consequently, not even as the predicate of God. However, for mythico-religious consciousness, which knows no such critical separation, which proceeds rather more objectively to its highest formations, being becomes not only a predicate but at a certain stage in its development, the predicate of predicates. It becomes the expression that allows one to subsume all individual attributes, all the characteristics of God, under a single condensed seizing. Wherever in the history of religious thought the demand for the unity of the divine arises, there it clings to and finds its surest support in the linguistic expression of being. This direction of religious thought can be found even in the history of Greek philosophy. In Xenophanes, the unity of the divine is deduced and proven from the unity of being. However, this interconnection is not restricted to philosophical speculation, rather, it extends back to the earliest known, originary records in the history of religion. Already in the early Egyptian texts, in the midst of all of the individual figures of the gods and animals of the Egyptian pantheon, we encounter the idea of the hidden God, who is described in the inscriptions as the one whose figure no one knows, for whose image no one has searched. He is a secret for his creature, he is a secret name for his children. There is only one designation that can be given to this God as the creator of the world, as the one who forms men and gods, simply, being. he begets and is not begotten, he bears and is not born, he is being, he himself, the constant in all, the permanent of all. Thus, he is from the beginning, from the outset, everything that is, came after he was. 81 Here, all the separate, concrete, and individual names of the gods are taken up into the one name of being. The divine excludes all particular attributes from itself, it can no longer be designated by anything else, and can be predicated only of itself. From here, only a single step is needed to arrive at the basic idea of 139 pure monotheism. This fundamental idea is reached as soon as the unity that is grasped and pronounced here from the perspective of the object is turned into that of the subject, as soon as the signification and meaning of the divine, instead of being sought in the being of things, is sought in the being of the person, in the being of the I. The same is equally valid, in the linguistic sense, for the expression of the I as for the expression of being. It, too, must be found through the long and difficult detour of language, and intellectually worked out, step by step, from concrete sensuous beginnings. 82 As soon as it is coined, however, a new category of religious consciousness develops with it at the same time. Again, it is religious speech which quickly seizes upon this expression, which, so to speak, uses it as a step ladder to climb upward to a new spiritual height. The form of the I predication, the form of the self-revelation of God, in which he reveals, through a repeated I am, the different sides of his uniform nature, originates in Egypt and Babylon, and afterward, in later stages, it develops into a typical stylistic form of religious expression. 83 This form first stands before us, however, in a perfect figure once it suppress all others, when the only name of the deity that remains is the I. When God reveals himself to Moses, Moses asks what name he should give to the Israelites if they desire to know which God has sent him, and he receives the answer, I am, that I am. So, shalt you say to them, I am has sent me unto you. Only with this transformation of objective existence into personal being is the divine truly raised to the sphere of the unconditioned, to a domain that cannot be described through any analogy to things or the names of things. For its designation there remains, from all the means of language, only the personal expression, the personal pronoun, I am he, I am the first, the last, as it is written in the prophetic books. 84. Finally, both ways of consideration, the way through being and the way through the I, are brought together into a unity in Indian religious 140 speculation. It, too, takes its departure from the sacred word, from the Brahma. In the Vedic books, all being, even God, is subject to the force of this sacred word. The word regulates and guides the course of nature. Through knowledge and mastery of the word, the informed are bestowed with the power to rule over the whole world. At first, the word is grasped entirely as an individual, which is subordinated to a specific individual being. In its application, in its use by the priest, the most scrupulous precision is necessary. Any deviation in a single syllable, any change in rhythm or meter would render the force of the prayer ineffective. However, the progress of the Veda to the Upanishads shows us how, more and more, the word is removed from this narrowness of magic, how it was configured into a universal intellectual potency. From the essence of particular things, thought, as it is expressed in its individual, concrete designations, strives toward the unity in which it encloses and brings these things together. The force of particular words is thickened, as it were, into the originary and basic force of the Brahman, the essential word. 85 In this, all particular being, everything that seems to have an essence of its own, is taken into account. However, with this, at the same time, it is sublated as a particular. In order to express this relationship, religious speculation again reaches for the concept of being, which, in order to grasp its pure content, now appears in a sort of heightened intensification in the Upanishads. As Plato contrasted the nu tau alpha, the world of empirical things, with the nu tau omega nu, the pure being of the idea, so we find in the Upanishads the individual and particular existence opposed to the Brahman as the existing being, Satya Siya Satyam. 86 And with this development, the one now meets and interpenetrates the other, which takes its departure from the opposite pole, an intellectual progression that treats, not 141 being, but the I, as the center of religious reflection. Both directions arrive at the same goal, for being and I, Brahman and Atman, are separated only in expression, not in content. Only the self that does not age and wither, that is unchangeable and immortal, is the true absolute. However, with this last step, with the identity of Brahma and Atman, religious consciousness and religious speculation have again broken their initial limits, the limits of the word. For the words of language are no longer able to grasp this unity of subject and object. Language steps between the subject and the object, it constantly moves from this to that, and from that back to this, but while constantly joining them, it must nevertheless look upon them as always separate. In that religious speculation sublates this separation, it tears itself away from the power of the word and the leadership of language, however, it thereby arrives at the essentially transcendent, which remains, for the word as well as for the concept, unapproachable. The only name, the only designation that remains for this all-one is the expression of negation. The being of the Atman, which is called here no beyond this, thus it is not, there is nothing higher. Thus, this attempt at liberation, which cuts the bond between language and mythico-religious consciousness, also confirms yet again how strong and solid this bond is as myth and religion strive beyond the limits of the linguistic. With this striving they at the same time reach the limit of their own possibilities of configuration. When, in the year 1878, Max Muller published his lectures on the origin and development of religion, he leaned on the first reports that he received by letter from Codrington concerning the mana of the Melanesians, using them to support his basic philosophical thesis of religion, namely, that all religion establishes itself on the ability of the human spirit to grasp the infinite. He remarks, "What I hold is that with every finite perception there is a concomitant perception, or, if that word should seem too strong, a concomitant sentiment or presentiment of the infinite. 87 That from the very first act of touch, or hearing, or sight, we are brought into contact, not only with the visible, but at the same time with an invisible world." 142 And in the word mana, which he interpreted as a Polynesian name for the infinite, he saw one of the earliest and clumsiest expressions for that which may have been the first stage of the grasping of the infinite. 88 The increasing acquaintance with the sphere of mythico-religious representations from which the concept and expression of mana originated, however, seems to have thoroughly destroyed this halo of the infinite and transcendent that the word envelopes here. It has shown how thoroughly the religion of the mana is bound up not only in sensory intuitions but also in sensory drives, in absolutely finite practical purposes. 89 Indeed, Muller's interpretation was only possible because, as he expressly explained, he equated the infinite with the indefinite, the eternal with the indeterminate. 90 However, the fluidity of the mana representation, which renders it so difficult to fix in our intuition and for which it has been so difficult to find an adequate expression in our linguistic concepts, has nothing to do with the philosophical and religious idea of the infinite. If the latter is beyond the possibility of linguistic determination, so the former still stands before this determination. Language moves into the middle realm between the undetermined and the infinite, it transforms the undetermined into the determined and holds onto it in the sphere of finite determination. So, there is, within the mythico-religious intuition, a different nameless order that constitutes the lower and upper limits of linguistic expression. However, between these two limits, through the hidden limits of its own form, language can now move freely, can demonstrate the entire direction and the concrete wealth of its power of configuration. Here, too, a type of consciousness beyond its basic relationship to language can be made out in myth, even though, in accordance with this particularity, it can bring its own type of consciousness to expression. Not 143 In abstract concepts of reflection but only in images. It transforms the ideal process of coming to light, which in language takes place in something objective, and presents it as a cosmogonic process. Thus Jean-Paul once said, "It seems to me that, just as the speechless animals that drift through the outer world as though in a dark, deadening, and undulating sea, the human being would be lost in the starry vastness of external intuition if he were not able to divide that vague brightness into constellations through language, and thus resolve the whole into its parts for consciousness. 91 Within its sphere and in its own language of images, myth presents this emergence from the dull fullness of being into a world of clear, linguistically tangible configurations through the opposition between chaos and creation. 4. Once again, the word constitutes here the means, it is speech that constructs the bridge from the figureless, originary ground to the form of being, to its inner organization. Thus, the Babylonian-Assyrian history of creation portrays chaos as the state in which the heavens were still unnamed and where, under them on the earth, no one yet knew the names for anything. In Egypt, too, the time before creation is called the time in which no God yet existed, and in which no one knew the names of anything. 92 An originary determination worked itself out of this indeterminateness when the Creator God first pronounced his own name, and by virtue of the violent power dwelling in that word, called himself into life. Thinking that this God is nothing other than his own ground, a kausasui, the mythical expresses itself in the idea that the God brings himself forth by virtue of his name. Before him, there was no other God, nor is there another God beside him, there was for him no mother who made his name for him, nor a father who pronounced him in that he said, I have begotten him. 93 In the Book of the Dead, the Sun God Ra is described as his own creator because he names himself, that is to say, he has even given himself his essential natures and his forces. 94 And from this originary force of speech, which dwells in the demiurge, arises everything that has existence. 144. That has a determined existence, when he speaks, he signifies the birth of the gods and of peoples. 95 The same motive appears, in another turn and in a new depth, in the biblical account of creation. Here, too, it is the word of God that divides the light from the darkness, that lets heaven as well as earth emerge from himself. The names of the earthly creatures, however, are no longer directly given by the Creator himself but are assigned only by man. After God has formed all the animals of the field and all the birds of the heavens, he brings them before man to see how he will name them, then as man names them, so shall they be called. Genesis 2:19. In this act of naming, the human being takes possession of the world, as it were, physically and mentally. Through this naming, it submits to his knowledge and rule. Thus, in this individual feature is revealed the general, basic nature and the ideal achievement of pure monotheism that Goethe described by saying that the belief in the unique God always has a spiritually uplifting effect, in that it brings the human being back to his own inner unity. Admittedly, this unity cannot be discovered otherwise than, by virtue of language and myth, in concrete formation, by revealing, embodying itself in a world of objective figures, from which it is gradually reclaimed through progressive reflection. 6. The preceding considerations have made us understand, above all, the close interweaving of mythical and linguistic thought. They have shown how the construction of the mythical and linguistic worlds is determined and ruled for a long time by the same spiritual motives. However, a basic motive, in which, as it appears, this relation not only actually shows itself but from which it can also be understood in its ultimate ground and origin, has so far remained unnoticed. That myth and language are subordinated to the same or analogous spiritual laws of development. 145 can, in the end, be truly comprehended only if we succeed in demonstrating a common root from which both spring. The commonality in their achievements, in their configurations, also clearly points here to an ultimate commonality in the function of configuring itself. In order to make out this function as such, and to present it purely for itself, we must pursue the ways that the development of myth and language have undergone. Not forward but backward. We must return to the point from which the two lines diverge. And this indeed seems to be demonstrable, for however much the contents of myth and language can be distinguished, one and the same form of spiritual apprehension is effective in both. It is this form that we can describe as the form of metaphorical thought. It appears that we must return to the essence and meaning of the metaphor if we want to grasp the unity, on the one hand, and the difference, on the other hand, of the mythical and linguistic worlds. It is frequently emphasized that it is the metaphor that ties the spiritual bond between language and myth. In the precise determination of this process and the direction that it follows, however, theories differ greatly from each other. In one, the real origin of the metaphor is sought first in linguistic formation, in another it is sought in mythical fantasy. Sometimes it is the word that begets the mythical metaphor through its originally metaphoric character, and it must constantly supply the metaphor with new nourishment. Sometimes, on the contrary, it is the metaphoric character of words that is regarded as an indirect result, as an inheritance, that language receives from myth and that it holds in fee from it. Herder, for example, has emphasized this primary mythical character of all verbal and linguistic concepts in his excellent essay on the origin of language. Given that the whole of nature resounds, nothing is more natural for a sensory human being than that it lives, speaks, and acts. The savage sees the high tree with its splendid summit and admires the summit rustled. That is a stirring deity. The savage falls down and prays. See, here, how the history of the sensory human being, the dark bond, comes out of the verbis nomina and with it the easiest step toward abstraction. For the savages of North America, for example, everything is still animated, every object has its genius, its spirit, and that this has also been so with the Greeks and the East may be seen from their oldest dictionaries 146 and grammars. They are, as the whole of nature was to their inventor, a pantheon. An empire of animate, acting beings. The raging storm and the sweet zephyr, the clear spring and the mighty ocean, their whole mythology lies in the treasure troves, in the verbis and nominibus of the old languages, and the oldest dictionary was such a sounding pantheon. 96. Romanticism has pursued Herder's fundamental intuition further. Schelling, too, sees in language a faded mythology that preserves in abstract and formal differences what mythology grasped as living and concrete differences. 97. Comparative mythology, especially as practiced by Adalbert Kuhn and Max Müller, took up precisely the opposite approach of explanation when it attempted to substantiate itself in the second half of the 19th century. They methodically based mythical comparison on the results of linguistic comparison. The conclusion regarding content seemed to result from the primacy of the linguistic formation of concepts over the mythical formation of concepts. Consequently, mythology became a product of language. The radical metaphor that underlies the formation of all myths was interpreted and understood in its necessity as an essentially linguistic formation. The identity or harmony of linguistic designation initially cleared and pointed the way to the mythical fantasy. The human being, whether he wanted to or not, was forced to speak metaphorically, not because he could not curb his poetic fantasy, but rather because he had to exert it on the most outward in order to find expression for the increasingly growing demands of his spirit. Under metaphor, one should no longer simply understand the carefully considered activity of a poet, the conscious transference of one word for an object to another. This is the modern, individual metaphor that generates from the fantasy, whereas the old metaphor was much more frequently a matter of necessity, and in most cases, was less the transfer of one word for a concept onto another than the creation or closer determination of a new concept by means of one of the old names. What we commonly call mythology is, thus, only a small remnant of a general level in the development of our thought, a faint living on of what once formed a complete empire of thought and language. 147. We will never gain an understanding of mythology before we have learned that what we call anthropomorphism, personification, or animation is absolutely necessary for the growth of language and reason. It was entirely impossible to grasp and to hold onto, to know and to understand, to comprehend and to name the external world without this fundamental metaphor, this universal mythology, this bubble of our own spirit in the chaos of objects and recreating according to our image. The beginning of this second creation of spirit was the Word, and we can add, in truth, that everything was done through this Word, that is to say, everything was named and known, and that, without it, nothing of what has been done would have been done. 98. Before we can attempt, in this multiplicity of contradictory theories, to take a position in the debate over the status of the temporal and spiritual priority of language over mythology or myth over language, it is essential to delimit and sharpen the basic idea of metaphor itself. We can take this concept in the limited sense as being restricted to the conscious substitution of the designation of the content of one representation by the name of another content that is in some features similar or that offers some indirect analogies to it. In this case, metaphor is a genuine transference. The two contents, between which it goes back and forth, have been fixed as self-determined and independent significations, and between them, as fixed beginning and end points, as a given terminus a quo and terminus ad quem, the movement of the representation that leads from the one to the other takes place, and the one, in accordance with the expression, is substituted for the other. Any attempt to penetrate the phenomenal causes of this substitution of representation and expression and to explain its extraordinarily rich and manifold use, in particular the use that primitive forms of thought and language have made of this type of metaphor, of the deliberate identification of two contents that are 148 understood and known to be different in themselves, leads us back to a foundational layer of mythical thought and feeling. Werner, in his study in developmental psychology on the origins of the metaphor, has most likely shown that certain motives arising from the magical view of the world, and in particular, certain kinds of names and linguistic taboos, play an important role in this type of metaphor. In the transcription of one expression by another. 99 This use of the metaphor, however, obviously assumes the sensory content of individual formations, as well as their linguistic correlates, as already given, as fixed quantities. Only after these elements have been linguistically determined and fixed as such can they be exchanged for one another. This transposition and exchange, which already exchanges the vocabulary of language with its material, must be distinguished from the genuine radical metaphor, which is a condition of the formation of language as well as the mythical formation of concepts itself. Indeed, the most primitive linguistic articulation already necessitates the transposition of a determined content of intuition or feeling into sound, thus into a content that is itself a foreign, even disparate medium, just as the simplest mythical figure only originates by virtue of a transformation through which a determined impression of the sphere of the ordinary, the everyday, and the profane is relieved and moved to the sphere of the sacred, the mythico-religiously significant. What takes place here is not simply a transfer, rather, it is a genuine mu epsilon tau beta alpha iota epsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma nu omicron. It is not simply a transition from one already existing genus to another but the very creation of the genus itself to which the transition proceeds. If we now ask ourselves, however, which of these two forms of metaphor evokes the other, whether the ultimate ground of the metaphorical expression of language lies in the mythical attitude, or inversely, whether this attitude itself could only have taken shape and developed from language, the preceding considerations have shown us that this question is essentially invalid. For, here, it obviously cannot be about empirically establishing a temporal earlier or later, rather, it is concerned only about the ideal relationship in which the linguistic form stands vis-a-vis the mythical form, with the way the one intervenes in, and, in its content, conditions the other. This conditioning, however, can itself be 149 grasped only as absolutely reciprocal. Language and myth originally stand in an insoluble correlation, from which they only gradually resolve into independent members. They are different shoots of one and the same drive of symbolic forming, which emerges from the same basic act of spiritual elaboration, the concentration and increase of simple sense intuition. In the sound of language as in primary mythical configurations, the same inner process finds its conclusion. Both are the resolution of an inner tension, the presentation of psychic stirrings and arousals in certain objective formations and structures. As Usner emphasized, the naming of things is not established through an arbitrary act. One does not constitute just any sound complex in order to adopt it as the sign of a certain thing as one would for a coin. The mental excitement that is evoked by a being that is confronted in the outside world is simultaneously the stimulus to and the means of naming. Sense impressions are what the eye receives from its collision with a not eye, and the liveliest of these push forward by themselves to phonetic explication, they are the basis of individual namings, which speaking people attempt. p3. And this genesis of naming corresponds, feature for feature, as we have seen, to the genesis of the momentary gods. Thus, the meaning of the linguistic and the mythical metaphor will only reveal itself, and the spiritual force that lies in both can only be completely understood if we trace them back to this common origin, if we seek them in every particular combination, in every intensification of sense intuition, which lies at the base of all linguistic as well as all mythico-religious forming. If we again assume as our starting point the opposition presented to us by the formation of theoretical or discursive concepts, then, indeed, it would appear that the different direction in which the formation of logical discursive concepts and the formation of linguistic mythical concepts move come to clear expression in their results. The former begins with an individual particular intuition in order constantly to widen it, in order to go beyond its initial limits to ever new relations that we discover in it. The intellectual process that plays itself out here is a process of synthetic supplementation, uniting and completing individuals into the whole. 150. In this relation with the whole, however, the individual does not give up its concrete determination or its limitation. It fits into the whole, into the totality of phenomena, but at the same time it stands over against this totality as something independent and unique. The ever narrower connection that the individual intuition gains in relation to others does not mean that it disappears into these others. The individual exemplar of a species is contained in this species, the species is subsumed under a higher genus. At the same time, however, they remain separated, they do not coincide. This basic relationship expresses itself in the simplest and most meaningful way in the well-known schema that logic conventionally uses for the presentation of this hierarchy of concepts, this superordination and subordination of species and genus. Here, the logical determination is presented geometrically. Every concept has a determined sphere through which it distinguishes itself from other concept spheres. These spheres are able to interlock in numerous ways, mutually covering and intersecting with one another. Nevertheless, there belongs to each a fixed, delimited place in the sphere of concepts. In it, the concept also maintains itself in its synthetic extension and continuation. The new relations it enters into lead not to its boundaries being blurred but to their being more sharply grasped and recognized as such. If we compare this form of the logical concepts of species and genera with the originary form of linguistic and mythical concepts, it immediately appears that they each belong to a quite different tendency of thought. If, in the one case, there occurs a concentric expansion over ever wider spheres of intuitions and concepts, in the case of linguistic and mythical concepts, the very opposite movement of the spirit emerges. Intuition is not widened but compressed, it is, so to speak, concentrated into a single point. In this compression, only one element, on which the accent of signification is placed, is found and singled out. All light is thus gathered here into one point, the focal point of signification, while everything that lies outside this focal point of linguistic and mythical apprehension remains essentially invisible. It remains unremarkable because and insofar as it remains without any linguistic or mythical marker. In the conceptual sphere of logic, a more diffuse light prevails, and the 151 further that logical analysis progresses, the more this even light and clarity extend. In the intuitional space of myth and language, however, next to positions from which the most intensive luminosity radiates, others, which appear wrapped in darkness, are always found. While individual contents of intuition become centers of linguistic mythical force, centers of significance, there are others that remain, so to speak, below the threshold of signification. And the fact that primary mythical and the primary linguistic concepts constitute such punctual unities accounts for the fact that they leave no room for further quantitative differentiations. With each relation of concepts, logical contemplation must pay careful attention to the scope of relationship of concepts, and classic syllogistic logic is ultimately nothing other than a systematic directive by which concepts of different scope can be connected and super and subordinated to each other. Mythical and linguistic concepts, however, must be taken not in extension but in intention, not quantitatively but qualitatively. Quantity is reduced to a merely accidental element, to a relatively indifferent and meaningless difference. If two logical concepts are studied under a next higher genus as their genus proximum, their specific difference is nevertheless carefully observed in this connection. In linguistic and, above all, mythical thought, the opposite tendency, without exception, prevails. Here, a law that one might call the law of leveling down, the obliteration of specific differences prevails. Each part of a whole appears to be equivalent to the whole itself, each exemplar of a species or genus appears to be equivalent to the genus as such. The part not only represents the whole but is the whole, the individual or the species not only represents the genus but is the genus, they each not only present both part and whole for immediate reflection but immediately grasp the force, signification, and reality of the whole in itself. Here, we are reminded, above all, of that principle that can be designated as the original fundamental principle of linguistic as well as mythical metaphor, the principle customarily expressed as pars pro toto. As is well known, all magic thought is ruled and 152 permeated by this principle. Whoever takes hold of any part of the whole attains with it, in the magical sense, violent power over the whole. What significance this part possesses for the structure and coherence of the whole, what function it fulfills within this structure, is relatively unimportant here. It is enough that it belongs or has ever belonged to the whole, that it is, however loosely, linked to it in order for it to secure its full magical force and significance. For example, in order to procure magic mastery over the body of another person, it is enough to attain possession of his nail clippings or a lock of hair, his saliva or excrement. Even the shadow, reflection, or footprint of the person achieves the same purpose. Among the Pythagoreans, there existed a directive to smooth the bedding as soon as one rose so that the imprint of the body could not be used to harm the person. 100 Most forms of so-called analogy magic also originate from this basic intuition. However, in this way, they show that it is a question not of a simple analogy but of a real identity. If, for example, in rain magic the rain is lured through the sprinkling of water or is driven away by pouring water onto red-hot stones that suck up the water by hissing. 101 Both ceremonies receive their true magical meaning from the fact not only that the rain is pictorially presented but that it is felt to be really present in each drop of water. The rain as mythical force, the daemon of the rain, exists as whole and undivided in the sprinkled or evaporating water and is thus immediately accessible to the magic effect. And the same relation between the whole and its parts exists between the genus and its species, between the species and each of its exemplars. Here, too, the borders flow completely into one another. The species or genus is not only represented by the individual but exists and lives in it. If, for example, in the totemistic worldview, a group or a 153 clan structures itself along totemistic lines, and if particular individuals name themselves according to their totem animals or plants, then not only is it always a question of an arbitrary demarcation through conventional linguistic or mythical signs, it also concerns here a real community of beings. 102 In other respects, too, whenever a genus is involved at all, it always appears to be wholly present and effective. The god or daemon of vegetation works and lives in each individual sheaf in the field. Therefore, an ancient but still generally popular custom demands that the last sheaf be left when gathering the harvest, for the force of the fertility god, from which the harvest of the coming year should grow, is concentrated in it. 103 In Mexico, among the Cora Indians, every corn stalk, indeed, every grain of corn contains the deity of the corn completely and fully. The Mexican corn goddess Chicumcotla is, as a young girl, the corn stalk, as an old woman, she is the corn harvest. She is also, however, in every individual grain of corn and in every special dish. Likewise, various gods of the Cora represent certain kinds of flowers, but they are named according to the individual flower. This is also true for all demonic animals. The cicada, the cricket, the grasshopper, the armadillo are essentially treated as a unity. 104 If, therefore, the old rhetoric, as a main type of metaphor, led to the substitution of the genus for the species, the whole for the part, or vice versa, then it is obvious to what extent this form of metaphor follows directly from the spiritual nature of myth. At the same time, however, it turns out that for myth itself, this concerns something completely different and much more than a simple substitution or a linguistic rhetorical figure. That which appears to our retrospective reflection to be a mere transfer is, for myth, rather a genuine and immediate identity. 105 And from this essential 154 feature of the mythical metaphor, we can determine and understand more precisely the sense and effectiveness of what one is in the habit of calling the metaphoric function of language. Quintilian has already indicated that this function does not amount to a part of language but extends over the whole of language and characterizes this whole, peni quid loquimur figura est 106. If this is so, however, can we understand metaphor, in the general sense of the term, not as a determined direction in language, but as one of its constitutive conditions. Thus, once again, we are led back from our effort to understand metaphor to the basic form of the formation of linguistic concepts. Ultimately, it derives from that act of concentration, of compression of the intuitively given that already constitutes the indispensable presupposition for the formation of every individual linguistic concept. Let us assume that this concentration takes place with respect to different contents and in different directions, that, in two complex intuitions, the same element is grasped as essential and significant, as the giving of signification. As a result of this, the closest interconnection and cohesion between the two that language as such is able to give is created. For, as the undesignated does not exist at all for language, as it has the tendency to darken completely, so everything with the same designation must appear as essentially homogeneous. The sameness of the elements that are fixed in the word progressively withdraws from all other heterogeneity belonging to the intuitive contents, and, in the end, lets them disappear completely. Here again, the part sets itself in the place of the 155 whole, in fact, it becomes and is the whole. By virtue of the principle of equivalence, contents that, from the point of view of our immediate sensual intuition or from the point of view of our formation of logical classes, appear very different can be treated alike in language, so that each statement that holds for one is transferred and applied to the other. If the Cora, Proust remarks in a description of complex magical thought, consider the butterflies quite absurdly to be birds, then, in their eyes, everything that they distinguish as the individual characteristics of an object must belong together in a completely other way from that which we assume to be the case on the basis of our analytic scientific observations. 107 The apparent absurdity of these and other correlations immediately disappears, however, if we remember that all such formations of primary concepts come about only as they are guided by language. For instance, if we assume that, in the designation and consequently in the linguistic concept bird, the element of flight is singled out as crucial and essential, then by virtue of this element and through its intercession, the butterfly, in fact, belongs to the class of birds. Our languages, too, still create correlations that conflict with our concepts of empirical scientific classes and species, such as, for example, in the Germanic languages, in which the designation of butterfly as butterbird or butterfly, Dutch botervlieg, English, butterfly, is common. And at the same time, we understand how such linguistic metaphors act further on, and must always prove to be an ever fertile source for the formation of mythical metaphors. Every characteristic feature that once provided a starting point for the formation of qualifying concepts and for the qualifying designation can now serve to set the objects that were expressed by this designation immediately into one. If the intuitive image of lightning, in the treatment it undergoes by language, is brought together with the impression of the form of a snake, then lightning has become a snake. If the sun is called that which flies in the heavens, then it thus appears as an arrow or bird, as does, for example, the sun god of the Egyptian pantheon, which is shaped with the head of the falcon. For, here, there are no merely abstract designations, rather, each word immediately changes into a concrete mythical figure, into a god or daemon. 156 Every undetermined sense impression can, in this way, provided it is linguistically fixed, become the starting point for the formation and naming of a god. In the table of names of Lithuanian gods given by Usner, the snow god, the glimmer of Blizgulis, is located alongside the god of cattle, the roarer Bobus, but also represented here are the bee god Burbulis, the buzzer, and the god of the earthquake, the thresher Dracolis. 108 And once a roarer god was conceived, he had to be recognized as one and the same being in the most diverse phenomena. He had immediately to be heard in the voice of the lion as well as in the bellow of the storm or the thunder of the sea. Again and again, myth in this sense is revitalized and enriched by language, as is language by myth. And at the same time in this continuous combining and interpenetration, the unity of the spiritual principle, from which both originate and of which both are only different expressions, different manifestations and levels, demonstrates itself. And yet, in the progress of spirit, even this very close and apparently necessary connection also begins to work itself loose and to resolve itself. For language does not belong exclusively to the realm of myth, rather, from its beginning, another force, the power of logic, is effective in it. How this power gradually grows stronger, how it is refracted in language and by means of language cannot be pursued further here. In this development, the words of language increasingly become mere conceptual signs. And this process of separation and liberation is paralleled by another. Art, like language, also appears in its beginning to be closely bound up with myth. Myth, language, and art form a concrete and still undifferentiated unity, which only gradually resolves itself into a triad of more independent spiritual modes of configuration. The same mythical animation and hypostasis that the word undergoes are thus also accorded to the images and to every form of artistic presentation. Especially in the magical view of the world, the magical word appears everywhere alongside the magical image. 109 The image, too, achieves its purely presentative, 157 specifically aesthetic function only insofar as the magic circle in which it remains entranced in mythical consciousness is broken through, and it is recognized as a particular form of configuration instead of as a mythico-magical figure. However, if language as well as art remove themselves in this way from the Mother Earth of myth, the ideal, the spiritual unity re-establishes both at a new level. If language is to develop into the vehicle of thought, if it is to form itself into the expression of concepts or judgments, this forming can take place only through its ever greater renunciation of the fullness of immediate intuition. In the end, nothing more than the mere skeleton of the concrete content of intuitions and feeling that originally belongs to it, of its living body, appears to remain. There is one domain of spirit, however, in which the word not only preserves its original image power but within which it constantly renews it, in which, so to speak, it experiences its constant palingenesis, its simultaneously sensuous and spiritual rebirth. This regeneration takes place in that it forms itself into artistic expression. Here, it is accorded once again the fullness of life. However, this is no longer the mythical bound life but an aesthetically freed life. Of all the types and forms of poems, it is the lyric that reflects most clearly this ideal development. For, the lyric poem is not only rooted at the beginning in certain magical mythical motives but also continues to maintain the interconnection with myth in its highest and purest products. The really great lyric poets, such as Hölderlin, for example, are those in whom the mythical vision develops itself once again in full intensity and full objective force. However, this objectivity has now shed itself of all tangible compulsion. The spirit lives and prevails in the word of language as well as in the mythical image without being mastered by either. What achieves expression in poetry is no longer the mythical world of daemons and gods, nor is it the logical truth of abstract determinations and relations. The world of poesy severs itself from both as worlds of mere semblance and play. However, it is in this world of semblance that pure feeling first achieves articulation and comes to full and concrete actuality. The word and mythical image that initially confronted spirit as hard, real powers have now cast off all reality and effectiveness. They are only a light ether, 158, in which spirit freely moves without hindrance. This liberation comes about not because spirit discards the sensory cover of the word and the image, but because it uses both as organs by which it comes to understand them for what they are, in their most profound ground, as its own self-revelations. Eidos and Eidolon, The Problem of Beauty and Art in the Dialogues of Plato, 1924. If we can measure the greatness of a thinker by the vast opposition that one envelopes his thinking, forcing it into a unity, then certainly Plato belongs to a clearly unique phenomenon in the history of spirit. All the problems with which Greek philosophy had up until then wrestled are organized by Plato into a completely new tension and seen with a very different intensity. If we compare Plato's world with the image of the cosmos sketched out by pre-Socratic philosophy, we sense that the latter, in the overall manifold of its configurations, still adhered to a certain simplicity, a certain archaic naivete. It is the highest concept of being by which each of these worldviews is centered and by which each is finally stabilized. It is in Plato and the Platonic dialogues that Greek thought first becomes genuinely dialectical in the strict sense. And this objective dialectic of thought is traced back to a subjective dialectic in Plato's spirit. The highest power of the configuration of the will merges in this spirit with the clarity of a pure theoretical contemplation of the world. Mythical fantasy actualizes itself throughout in abundance, and yet, at the same time, it shows itself in this abundance to be bound by demands set by the rigorous concept of knowledge and the general methodology of knowledge. This methodology can, however, exhibit itself in no other way than as a unity of opposites. Its essential achievement consists in the perfect intellectual balance produced between the function of division and that of combination, between that of the quiet depth of pure vision and that of the highest spiritual liveliness of mediated thought. With Plato's characteristic tendency to provide justifications, he has not only realized this balance in his doctrine but has also consciously too established it as a postulate for all philosophical knowledge. All knowledge is, for him, at once analysis and synthesis, delta iota kappa rho iota sigma iota and sigma gamma kappa rho iota sigma iota of concepts. There is no genuine knowledge that does not precede the exact and artful separation of concepts. As the priest does not cut the sacrificed animal into pieces as he likes but dismantles it in accordance with the natural structure of its limbs, so too the dialectician renders visible this inner articulation and organization of structure in concepts. 1. This power of segmentation, however, must be equal to that of uniting, the delta iota alpha iota epsilon v, the tau mu v epsilon iota v kappa alpha tau epsilon delta. It knows no other goal than to bring together anew the separated elements into one unitary figure. Thus, the dialectician is not only inadvertently or subsequently a synoptist, but by virtue of his first and original endeavor, he is simultaneously a synoptist, so, only the synoptist can be the true dialectician. 2. In the connection and integration of that which has been separated with great precision, sigma upsilon v gamma epsilon iota v and sigma upsilon nu omicron rho nu epsilon nu constitute the meaning and unity of logos itself. 3. And this relationship holds as much for the construction of Plato's world of objective thought as for the whole interior of his intellectual world. In this heterogeneous, even contradictory stance, basic orientations of reflection remain very close to one another. From time to time, the attempt has been made to cope with this multiplicity of views of the Platonic spirit by separately establishing all the different aspects that rise out of it, as, for example, the famous modern account of Plato that treats in one and the same paragraph the man, the teacher, the writer, the philosopher, the theologian, and the social politician. Describing and labeling the scope of Plato's theory in this way, however, does not grasp its essential content or its original, ideal center, its personal intellectual focus point. The pure encyclopedic concept of philosophy as a theory of the whole of the world that builds itself upon the theory of its individual parts is foreign to Plato. For no other great thinker embodies in greater measure than Plato the principle that Goethe once summarized in the dictum that everything humans undertake to achieve, whether it is brought about by the act or the word, must arise from the complete unity of powers, and that, accordingly, 3. Everything that is isolated is abject. For it was given to Plato to immediately embody a unification that modern thought had sought from different avenues. Being and theory interpenetrate in him such that the question as to which of the two elements is first, which is second, which determines and has formed the other can no longer be posed. And yet there exists a vast sphere of problems for which this unity seems to have been sublated, in which a clear rupture seems to have occurred between who Plato was and what he taught. Plato the ethicist, the religious thinker, the mathematician, has created in dialectics the tool that was appropriate for him and was the adequate conceptual expression of his basic intuition. The first step in the realm of dialectics already seems, however, to exclude the artist Plato, seems to demand the conscious renouncement of everything that was animated by his artistic powers and tendencies. An ancient report recounts how the young Plato, after his first encounter with Socrates, at a time when he felt gripped by the meaning of the Socratic question, had burnt his poetry. And as a more mature man at the height of his works and thought, he had in his outline of the Republic not only demanded the expulsion of the poets but also denied art as such an intellectual right to a home in the whole of his theory. The Platonic theory of ideas has in its original conception and grounding no place for an independent aesthetics, for a science of art. For art adheres to the sensuous phenomenon of the thing by which it can never provide rigorous knowledge, only opinions and beliefs. As measured by the whole of Plato's personality, this phenomenon appears paradoxical, and this paradox is intensified even further if we consider the theory of ideas in its purely objective structure and its objective historical fate. For no philosophical theory has ever more vigorously and more fully begun from aesthetic effects than this system, which abnegates a separate, independent, and valid existence to aesthetics. It is no overstatement to say that basically every systematic aesthetics that has arisen in the history of philosophy up to now has been and has remained Platonic. Wherever, in the course of a century, a theory of art and beauty has been sought, there again our view is directed back, as under a theoretical constraint, toward the concept and term idea from which, like a later offshoot, the concept of the ideal emerges. And for not only the theoreticians of art but the great artists too are witnesses to this interconnection that has remained alive throughout the centuries. The succession that leads from Plato to Augustine, from Augustine to Marsilio Ficino, from him to Winckelmann and to Schelling, corresponds to the succession of great artists who, each in his own way and yet as if under the spell of a continuous tradition, have sought and found their way to Plato. It is enough to name here Michelangelo and Goethe in order to bring to consciousness the force and diversity of this spiritual and historical interconnection. If Platonism, however, had expressed the same force in the history of science, if, in particular, the founders of modern mathematical physics had declared themselves to be his students, they would only have taken up certain motives that are already described more clearly in Plato himself. Galileo and Kepler are steeped in the same temperament of thought that runs through Plato's late dialogues and, in particular, that found its expression in the Timaeus and in the Philebus. They fulfill the schema of exact science that was drafted here in its fundamental features with a completely new concrete content. However, in purely methodological terms, they hardly needed to add any essential feature to the schema. The development that Platonic thought experiences within the general theory of art and within art itself proves to be far more difficult and more complex. For here, a peculiar oscillation, an opposition between intellectual attraction and repulsion, governs. In attempting to ground itself in Platonism, art must always at the same time attempt to free itself from its spell. For the theoretically deepened and developed concept of form in Platonic philosophy constantly threatens to bring about the fate that it sublates in truth its own concept of form in the endeavor to generalize and purify it. Again and again, the history of aesthetic idealism stands before this antinomy, before the question of how the fundamental idea of form, as it had appeared and was determined by Plato, could be rendered fruitful for aesthetics without thereby letting the specific object of aesthetics, the particular mode and direction of artistic configuration, lapse into a merely universal, englobing abstraction. The struggle between motives that breaks out here can be clearly designated if we begin from the opposition of two concepts, which for Plato have an essentially more fundamental signification and which effectively form the two focal points around which his thinking turns. Eidos and eidolon, figure and image. This pair of concepts encompasses, as it were, the whole expanse of the Platonic world, and constitutes its two most external limits. It is a testimony to the tremendous force of Plato's language that he is successful, with a single variation, with a light coloration of expression, to fix a difference in signification that had for him no equal in systematic sharpness and pregnance. Eidos and eidolon, two terms that descend from the same linguistic root, that unfold from one basic signification of to see, delta epsilon nu, and that imply for Plato, in the specific meaning he gave to them, two essentially different directions, two qualities of seeing diametrically opposed to one another. In the one case, seeing possesses the passive character of sensible sensations, and only strives to take up and copy an external sensuous object. In the other case, it becomes free vision, the grasping of an objective figure that can, however, fulfill itself in no other way than in an intellectual act of configuration. If at first we remain with this one side of the opposition, then it can be said that the originality and depth of Platonic philosophy generally consist in raising philosophical contemplation for the first time out of the sphere of mere being into the sphere of form. Pre-Socratic philosophy also strove to conceive being as the unity of form, as being ruled by a general law of form. However, it was able to articulate this law in no other way than by repeatedly giving it the color of being. Thus, the Ionian philosophy of nature places the origins of being in an individual concrete being, no matter whether it is described as water, air, or fire. Where this substantial reflection transforms itself, however, where, instead of a nu kappa alpha tau tau nu lambda 8 nu, one seeks nu kappa alpha tau tau nu lambda gamma omicron nu, this very logos, this pure concept of being, in its articulation and configuration, is still bound to some image, to a kind of sensible substrate. With the Pythagoreans, with the Eleatics, with Heraclitus, it is no longer a question of the unity of the world stuff but a question of a unity that belongs to a completely other dimension of thought. Instead of taking the world in its simple existence, it must be understood by its principle, and the Pythagorean number, the Eleatic one, the Heraclitan logos are erected as such principles. However, just as the general idea of logos, as 6 the intuition of the universal rule of events, condensed itself for Heraclitus into the image of eternal living fire that glows and fades according to its intensity, so too Parmenides's idea of one being, in which all arising and passing away and all sensuous qualities and differences must be eradicated, can only be secured by making it rest on the intuition of the cosmos as a well-rounded and closed sphere. Only with Plato is such a sensuous schema of the pure concept of being overcome once and for all. A clear cut now separates the world of nu tau alpha from that of nu tau omega nu, the mere existence of phenomena from the content and truth of pure forms. It is not possible to arrive at the authentic and true origins, at the principle of the sensible world, so long as we search for this principle in it or think of it as in some way containing sensuous determinations. Plato establishes this fundamental unity of thought in 3 different directions of reflection. He begins from the spheres of pure will and pure knowledge. He grounds his thinking in the validity and truth of ethical norms and mathematical concepts. And from here he continues indirectly to the problems of nature. For nature, too, is no mere incarnation of material things and forces, rather, it partakes, by virtue of the eternal order that prevails in it, in the realm of pure form. It does not belong to mere existence, rather, it embodies the essence and the pure laws of essence, to the extent that such a presentation in the domain of becoming proves to be possible. Thus, for Plato, there exists in the progression from the problems of ethics to those of mathematics, and from the problems of mathematics to those of nature, a rigorous continuity of thought, as different as the contents that are grasped here are and as entangled as they become in the sphere of thought, they are all rigorously encompassed by a unitary question of thought and are mastered by it. This question, however, is inadequately formulated if, in order to designate it, we link it, as is ordinarily done, to the opposition of the universal and the particular. So long as we see the essential element of the Platonic idea and its intrinsic logical character as presenting the unity and universality of the generic concept of particular things over against their multiplicity and particularity, we have not fundamentally gone beyond the standpoint of medieval universals. In truth, however, 7. The original problem, with which Plato always begins, is not so much the problem of universals as the problem of the determined. To find an absolute over against the relative, an unconditional over and against the conditioned, a determined over and against the undetermined, this is the demand, without whose fulfillment neither true knowledge nor authentic will is possible. The students of Socrates first grasp this demand from the side of the will. As Plato understood the question of Socrates, it signified for him nothing else but the question about the concept, about the eidos of the will itself. Our activity should not dissolve into the manifoldness of individual and accidental actions, it must not be abandoned for each arbitrary external stimulus and impulse, rather it must find in itself a fixed norm, a lasting standard by virtue of which it is bound as if by iron chains. This bond is the fundamental character of everything ethical. There is an implicit order in that which is moral, an inner measure of the relationships of the will whose consistent existence and validity are to be compared to the pure relationships of mathematical measure. Through this mediating concept of order, through the concept of tau xi iota kappa alpha sigma upsilon mu mu epsilon tau rho alpha, the world of knowledge is internally joined together with that of the will. Both the order in being and the order in activity now appear as different articulations of one and the same principle by which the cosmos first constitutes itself as such. 5. With the extension of the ethical cosmos that comes to fullness itself in this analogy, however, Plato has, of course, already overstepped the Socratic sphere. The main focus of the actual foundation is now shifted from ethics to dialectics. However, this is in general the theory of the object insofar as it is grasped as the pure object of knowledge. There is no true certainty and determination of knowledge if there is no content of knowledge that is in itself persistent and changeless. Nowhere does the sensible world, the world of immediate sensation and perception, show us this constancy, this uniformity of content with itself. Moreover, one of the main features here is that all content, no sooner than it has been posited, annihilates itself. The sensuous world is a sphere of contradiction. It knows both a fixed determination and a series of determinations that alternatively sublate one another. Thus, there are in it no independent properties existing for themselves that can be clearly fixed and held onto in thought. Rather, wherever we believe to have grasped something or anything given, a tau or a pi omicron iota nu omicron nu, it immediately dissolves into a mere becoming or into an embodiment of mere relations. 6 Against this hovering and oscillation of sense perception and representation, thought has perhaps nothing else to do but withdraw in the certainty of its own nature. It would be futile to search for some persistence in the content of knowledge if it were not grounded in the persistence of the pure form of knowledge. Only if we have ascertained it ourselves are we sure that not everything dissolves into continuous motion, that everything is not drawn to and fro in the ebb and flow of our subjective phantasms, that it possesses its own nature, a consistent, logical existence. Only by means of the stable resistance of knowledge can we arrive at the stable resistance of being, for it is only when knowledge itself does not give up its nature that there is something like a knower and a known, that there is a subject and an object of knowledge. 7. This determination and uniformity of the pure form of will, as it presents itself from the perspective of the problems of ethics, and this determination of the pure form of knowledge, which for Plato manifest itself, above all, in mathematics, now stand over against both domains in which there exists no fixed and true configuration of being, but where the movement of representation and fantasy only feigns the image of such a configuration. Both the appearance of nature and the appearance of art belong to the sphere of mere images. Neither of them brings anything of its own, neither brings to expression some unchanging logos, rather, both are subjected to the rule of delta xi alpha, that is, subjective opinions and conjectures. Nature falls under Heraclitus's verdict concerning the flux of things. The changeability and fleetingness, the thorough relativity of its objects, correspond to the relativity and changeability of any knowledge that is at all possible from these objects. Heraclitus's objective thesis displaces the subjective thesis of the sophists, which has its own place in the world of perception in which each of its perceptions is true. No true knowledge may penetrate into the world of becoming, for the concept of knowledge excludes that of becoming. Right up to his last works, in which the concept of movement receives in this respect a completely other signification and evaluation, as it becomes in the concept of kappa eta sigma iota, a systematically fundamental concept of Platonic logic, Plato had steadfastly held onto this decision against a mere natural becoming. From that which itself hovers in fluctuating appearance, no rational insight about any knowledge worthy of the title of rigorous truth can be given. Point 8. Thus, none of the so-called sciences of nature shows us the way to the realm of pure forms. From the perspective of the dialectician, the grandeur and greatness with which these sciences embellish themselves reveals itself to be deceptive. This tone of thought reaches particular characteristic and pregnant expression in the passage in the Republic in which Glaucon, Socrates' interlocutor, cites astronomy among those sciences that should be called upon to bring about the conversion of the soul and to satisfy its urge for something higher. You seem to me in your thought to put a most liberal interpretation on the study of higher things, said, for apparently if anyone with thrown back head should learn something by staring at decorations on a ceiling, you would regard him as contemplating them with the higher reason and not with the eyes. Perhaps you are right and I am a simpleton. For I, for my part, am unable to suppose that any study turns the soul's gaze upward other than that which deals with being and the invisible. But if anyone tries to learn about the things of sense, whether gaping up or blinking down, I would never say that he really learns, for nothing of the kind admits of true knowledge, nor would I say that his soul looks up, but down, even though he study floating on his back on sea or land. 9. Measured by this standard, even the stars themselves are only a colorful work in the heavens in whose splendor the sensory human may be captivated, but which, for those who truly live in the world of ideas, become something completely different. For the latter never understand the stars as what they themselves expose in the sensible appearance, but rather according to what they signify for our knowledge. And their deepest signification consists in the tasks they provide spirit, in the 10 stimulus on the mathematical showing that they imply. The dialectician must learn to consider them, not as physical bodies, though they may appear sublime and monumental, but as examples and reproaches, as pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon gamma mu alpha tau alpha and pi rho omicron beta lambda mu alpha tau alpha of mathematical speculation. Then, said, we must use the blazonry of the heavens as patterns to aid in the study of those realities, just as one would do who chanced upon diagrams drawn with special care and elaboration by Daedalus or some other craftsman or painter. For anyone acquainted with geometry who says such designs would admit the beauty of the workmanship, but would think it absurd to examine them seriously in the expectation of finding in them the absolute truth with regard to equals or doubles or any other ratio. It is by means of problems then, as in the study of geometry, that we will peruse astronomy too, and we will let be the things in the heavens, if we are to have a part in the true science of astronomy, and so convert to right use from uselessness that natural indwelling intelligence of the soul. 10. Here, to take the example of nature, the opposition between the sensible figure and the ideal figure, between epsilon delta omicron and epsilon delta omega lambda omicron nu, clearly takes shape, although the opposition is not exclusive to this domain. For it, a mediation is not only possible but directly demanded. For Plato's theory of ideas is equally ruled by the thought of the separation between idea and appearance and by the thought of the connection between the two. We cannot understand the systematic meaning of separation, of chi omega rho iota sigma mu, without the meaning of participation, without mu theta epsilon xi iota. In that it is differentiated from the world of pure forms, the appearance is not condemned to complete negativity, to absolute nothingness. For simple nothingness, in which no trace of essence or truth remains, cannot as such ever appear. However, the natural appearance, the phenomenon of nature, is such that it does not simply dissolve for us into something indeterminate, rather in it a constant existence shines through. In every becoming of nature, above all in that prototype of all becoming that represents for us the movements of the heavens, the orbits of the stars, we grasp not only its pure thatness, the mere empirical fact of 11 translocation, but its how and why. In it, a constant order, a manifoldness constantly measured in itself, discloses itself. In fact, nature could never be made a problem of mathematics if, independently of our consideration, of the subjective reflection of dialecticians, an inner relation to mathematics, an inner measure and an inner figure, did not inhere in it. The more Plato entered into this thought, the more the way to a scientific construction of natural being and natural becoming freed itself. Certainly, he differentiated with great methodological foresight and rigor this way from that of pure rational knowledge. He always insisted on delimiting myth, which necessarily enters into every presentation of natural becoming, against the truth of logos. However, myth may not be arbitrary fiction, rather, it has in itself the imprint of plausibility. In this concept of plausibility, epsilon kappa alpha sigma alpha, the accent is placed equally on the opposition between pure and unmixed truth existing in itself and on the relation to which it adheres. And this latter positive element asserts itself with growing force in the progress of Plato's thought. From the Phaedo to the Republic and the Timaeus, we can follow the development of a certain problem in which the progressive reconciliation of the realm of nature with the realm of pure forms is carried out by means of mathematics. In the Phaedo, the constant mood of the flight from the world, the quest for release as quickly as possible from the chains of the living body, turn into the flight from nature. The fact that the endeavor to grasp the reason of the world has remained within the limits of nature, that instead of becoming logic and dialectics it has remained cosmology and cosmophysics, Plato feels to be the deepest methodological lacuna of all speculation, a lacuna that only appears to have been overcome by Anaxagoras' theory of nu omicron. However, the journey into the land of ideas, the delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron pi lambda omicron of the Phaedo requires another guiding principle. It occurred to me that I must guard against the same sort of risk which people run when they watch and study an eclipse of the sun. They really do sometimes injure their eyes, unless they study its reflection in water or some other medium. I conceived of something like this happening to myself, and I was afraid that by observing objects with my unprotected eyes and trying to comprehend them with each of my other senses I might blind my soul altogether. So I decided that I must have recourse to theories, and use them in trying to see the truth. 12 About things. Point 11. What is demanded here is achieved in the middle books of the Republic by virtue of the position that the science of nature takes in them. There is no science of nature for the sake of itself, with the intent to grasp and exhaust nature's concrete sensuous fullness and manifoldness. However, there is, arguably, a pure theory of nature that constitutes a particular case and special application of mathematical theory that transforms the things of nature into problems of mathematics and that thus places them under a completely new perspective of reflection. Only in this way do we arrive at a philosophy of nature as it is presented to us in its general outline in the Timaeus. Here, too, the endeavor that seeks to find the essential elements of physis in the physical itself is, from the beginning, rejected. Whoever does not stray from the domain of reason into that of mere opinion, whoever does not want to blur the limits of pi iota sigma tau mu eta and of rho theta delta xi alpha cannot look upon sensuously perceived things such as air or fire, earth, or water, as the true elements of the physical. The authentic originary elements, individuals that prove themselves as the true beginning and which, as such, stands up to our thoughtful examination, is found rather in pure mathematical constructions. The universe is no mere mixture of stuff but is configured in itself, configured according to figures and numbers. The philosophy of nature in the Timaeus hopes to demonstrate these geometrical and arithmetic structural elements. The particular stuff, which, in the ancient philosophy of nature, was simply accepted as such in its sensuous givenness and properties, sublimates here into particular figurative formations and orders. That which we designate in simple perception as fire shows itself now as determined by the form of the tetrahedron, air by the form of the octahedron, while the figure of the icosahedron and the hexahedron are, as it were, propped up and intellectually structured by the substrates of water and earth respectively. Point 12. And just as we recognize here in the polyhedron the general model and schema according to which the corporeal world is built, so also the becoming now undergoes, as it were, a new, purely mathematical elucidation. If its content is opposed to the pure being of the idea, a certain inner form nevertheless is at work in it. For all becoming fulfills itself in the unity of time, which itself does not dissipate but persists. 13. This unity has its own unchangeable measure, its periods and rhythms, in which an enduring ordering of the limits of the world is revealed in the middle of time and, as it were, in the mobile background of time. Thus, time becomes the mobile copy of eternity, an image of eternity, and the one that remains in itself, an image that is in accordance with number. Point 13. The theodicy of becoming and of nature in the Platonic system are such that in them, through the mediation of the mathematical concepts of number and time, a fixed order finally becomes visible, a necessary bond that is, if not equal to the eternal determination of the pure idea, nevertheless at least analogous to it. The awe before nature, as the merely sensuous, now wanes. As image, it has itself become the image of something purely thinkable, kappa nu tau omicron nu omicron eta tau omicron. The suddenness with which Plato the dialectician, who seems to resist imposing figures on the world of the senses, no longer stands up against the intuition of nature as a mathematical cosmos, is already asserted in the Republic in order to clear the way to the world of pure concepts. Certainly, in the Timaeus too, the contemplation of that which becomes is, in the beginning, nothing other than a rest the thinker allows himself in his vision of eternal being. Point 14. The end of the dialogue, however, goes beyond even this final reservation. It risks the image, fundamentally paradoxical in Plato's system, of the world as the perceivable God. The limit that the rigorous ideal of dialectical knowledge has erected over against sensuous reality is broken through the myth of the creation of the world and of the creator of the world ends in a pure hymn to the physis, to the world of ordered appearance. The world has received living being, mortal and immortal, and is fulfilled with them, and has become a visible living being containing the visible, the perceivable God, who is the image of pure thought, the greatest, best, fairest, most perfect, the one only begotten world. Point 15. However, once again, and in all its clarity, the conflict between the world of pure forms and the world of mere images, the conflict between epsilon delta omicron and epsilon delta omega lambda omicron nu is placed before us, no longer in the domain of nature, but in the domain of art. For art raises the claim to 14 hold up before us a second nature. However, in this a renewed breaking takes place, a doubly reflected, thoroughly mediated image of being is created. Instead of ascending toward the unconditioned, it descends even deeper into the realm of the merely derived and mediated. Subjectivity in all its power and fullness prevails in it, however, at the same time, it is purely unbounded arbitrariness. The free activity of the Creator, which does not inquire into any objective measure or rule, declares itself here to be sovereign. The force of delta xi alpha, which is clearly opposed to that of the concept, continually generates those formations that recognize no judge other than delta omicron xi zeta epsilon iota nu itself as sensuous representation and fantasy. If, in fact, the phenomena of nature were flowing and changeable but allowed in this flow an objective rhythm, a mathematically tangible regularity of becoming itself to be recognized, then the last barrier that art builds before us in the world would appear to be removed. No more limits are set for the flowing phantasms. Thus, for Plato, artists are on one and the same level as the sophists because they are both genuine masters, great virtuosos of subjectivity. Plato persistently maintains this parallelism, which begins in the Republic and finds its systematically rigorous grounding in the substantial reckoning with the sophists contained in his older work, The Sophist. If the philosophical thinker aspires to the sphere of pure forms, and if, by virtue of reason, he applies himself to the display of eternal beings, then the sophist and the artist enthrall us with colorful images of the world of appearances to which they and we hold tight. For the dialectician, the researchers of ideas, confronts both as mere image makers, as epsilon delta omega lambda omicron pi omicron omicron. The activity of the artists, like that of the sophists, is grasped under the general concept of imitation, of mu eta sigma iota, and by virtue of this generic concept is devalued. 16 There arise those threefold successive stages that are established in the famous part of the beginning of Book 10 of the Republic. One concept, one eidos, is established by the dialectician for all multiplicity that is grasped by one signification and denoted by one name. And whoever wants to fabricate it by means of craft or technology, whoever wants to actively bring forward some individual object, must necessarily look to this unity of the archetype. Thus, the cabinet maker does not create the eidos, nor 15 the essential form of beds or tables, but these serve him as previously existing patterns from which he manufactures a particular table or a particular bed as a concrete, sensible, individual thing. However, there exists another creator of the work, who is not limited to the production of an individual implement, but whose art seems to grasp the art of every other creator. Ah, but wait, and you will say so indeed, for this same handicraftsman is not only able to make all implements, he produces all plants and animals, including himself, and thereto earth and heaven and the gods and all things in heaven and in Hades under the earth. A most marvelous sophist, Glaucon said. Are you incredulous? Said I, tell me, do you deny altogether the possibility of such a craftsman? Or do you admit that in a sense there could be such a creator of all these things, and in another sense not? Or do you not perceive that you yourself would be able to make all these things in a way, and in what way, I ask you? Glaucon said. There is no difficulty, said I, but it is something that the craftsman can make everywhere and quickly. You could do it most quickly if you should choose to take a mirror and carry it about everywhere. You will speedily produce the sun and all things in the sky, and speedily the earth and yourself and the other animals and implements and plants and all the objects of which we just now spoke. Yes, Glaucon said, the appearance of them, but not the actuality and the truth. Excellent, said I, and you come to the aid of the argument opportunely. For I take it that the painter too belongs to this class of producers, does he not? Of course. However, you will say, I suppose, that his creations are not real and true. And yet, after a fashion, the painter too makes a couch, does he not? Yes, Glaucon said, the appearance of one, he 2.17. Thus, the divine creator, as author of the pure essential forms, confronts the human craftsman, the producer of actual physical individual things, and the artist, as mere imitators, as builders of appearances. 18 And what most deeply debases art is that it is most removed from the original creation, that in it the force of the original creation is as good as extinguished. For Plato, there is no sort of creation that is not conditioned and directed by a pure vision. Even the creator of the world, even the demiurge of the Timaeus, can bring forth the sensible world in space and time only insofar as he looks to the idea of nu omicron eta tau nu zeta omicron nu, as well as to the eternal model in order 16 to configure that which becomes according to this paradigm. And the technician, the artisan, must also do so insofar as he is really productive, insofar as a new formation emerges from the work of his hands, or, at least, has a mediated part in this ideal showing. The artisan who produces the loom does not imitate an individual sensible thing, rather, what stands before his eyes is the form of the loom as such, that is, for what it is determined and in what its function consists, what its proper telos is. And if the loom should break in the course of working, then he can create another, by looking not to the broken one but to that originary form according to which he formed the first. 1.19 The free art of the painter, however, seems to be created from nothing. And yet, according to Plato, the unilateral dependence on the sensuous model manifests itself in it, except here, instead of being recognized as a mere copy, it is transformed into an archetype, into a binding norm for artists. We stand, here, at a point at which the path of Plato and the path of later theories of art largely derived from Plato most clearly separate from one another. Later theory attempted to bridge the oppositions that are opened up here, to free art from the reproach of mere imitation by substituting for the rigorous Platonic concept of idea the dazzling and ambiguous concept of the ideal. As a consequence, the two concepts tend to clash in the historical presentation and interpretation of the Platonic intellectual world, and play off one another in many different ways. Not only was the aesthetics of modern philosophy, in that it began from the concept of the ideal and advanced to the midpoint, convinced it was following the Platonic path, but inversely, the attempt to derive from this late intellectual offshoot the original meaning and the systematic tendency of the Platonic idea has often also been made. Thus, Carl Juste has, in his work Aesthetic Elements in Platonic Philosophy, attempted to provide the proof that the idea gains its basic signification not so much from a logical or ethical object as from an aesthetic one, that the artist's creation is an objectivation and hypostatization of that internal intellectual models that stand before the eyes of the artist in intuitive clarity. It is thus, says Juste, precisely the element that we miss in Plato's theory of art, the presentation of the ideal and improvement of nature, that receives 17 its place here in the object of philosophy, because it found the essence of beauty there where it does not belong, it misrecognized it where it had claimed recognition. 20 This accusation of an uncritical blurring of the borders between philosophy and art, however, does not do justice to the dialectician, the dialectiker Plato. The aesthetic ideal is and remains, if we take it in its conventional signification, of a hybrid nature insofar as it is authentically indigenous neither to the world of the sensuous nor to that of the intelligible, but, to a certain extent, hovers between them in an undeterminable middle. The formation of the ideal cannot refrain from sensuous foundation, however, it does not hang on to one single formation of meaning but runs through a series of sensuous configurations in order finally to encounter in it a subjective selection. For Plato, such an apparent justification of artistic activity would have signified, rather, its clearest disavowal. For clearly, the basic systematic concept of Platonism opposes itself to this view of artistic invention, to this view of the inventio. According to Plato, the unity of the form or eidos can absolutely never be obtained by gathering it out of a sensory multiplicity. Such a gathering would directly contradict the authentic synoptic vision of the dialectician, the sigma upsilon nu omicron rho nu epsilon nu. Instead of being raised above the world of multiplicity, we are all the more strongly involved in it. Instead of penetrating to the true generality of form, we are abandoned to an endless series of numerous appearances. The true unity can absolutely never be the result and the mere sum of individuals, for unity and multiplicity belong to completely different dimensions, to different dwellings, delta rho alpha iota. The pure figure can never arise out of the flowing together of so many merely sensuous images. As in mathematics, the idea of equality is completely mistaken and misunderstood if we attempt to grasp it as an abstraction from different cases of real identity, as an abstraction from similar timbers and stones. This also holds for the ideas of the just, the good, and beauty. 21 Plato sharply draws the border between merely curious onlookers, who content themselves with the observation of many and diverse beautiful things, and those true seers who penetrate the originary 18 form of beauty itself. 22 The former reacts to the latter as those who dream to those who are awake. He, then, who respects beautiful things, but neither believes in beauty itself nor is able to follow when someone tries to guide him to the knowledge of it. Do you think that his life is a dream or a waking? Just consider. Is not the dream state, whether the man is asleep or awake, just this the mistaking of resemblance for identity? 23 Every vivid sensory appearance, no matter whether it is spun out of elements of reality or subjective fantasy, remains, in fact, for Plato, a mere oniric image that fades into the night as soon as the bright light of day, the light of dialectical knowledge and of the genuine philosophical vision of essences, falls upon it. The tension between form and image, between epsilon delta omicron and epsilon delta omega lambda omicron nu, has now reached its zenith. The opposition between them appears essentially irreconcilable. In fact, in the domain of art, the motive of mediation that we actively detect in the domain of nature also appears to fail. Certainly, we could raise the question whether the thought of the chi omega rho iota sigma mu must not also stand aside here for the thought of mu theta epsilon xi iota, that is, could not the image, essentially different as it is from the pure idea, nevertheless share in it and indicate it? In nature, This indication appears to be fulfilled. It is the phenomenon of becoming itself, by the pure relationships of number that emerge in it, by the mathematical orders into which it fits, that indicates the realm of eternal forms of being, that not only, therefore, conceals them but also equally reveals them. Are the formations that the artist creates not, in the same sense, just as much a revelation as a concealment? Would it be possible, even if art is never tantamount to the idea, even if it does not create an adequate expression of it, to nevertheless give it symbolic expression? Reconciliation through the medium of mathematics seems, in fact, to offer itself here without being forced. For there is no doubt, at least for Plato, that all beauty, whatever its individual nature and whether we think of it as the beauty of nature or the beauty of art, rests in the final analysis on the pure determinations of number and measure. We bump into the genuine ground and the most 19 quintessential imprint of beauty, for Plato is in no way willing to admit that any sensuous figure could ever be equal in beauty to that of the pure figures of mathematics and, in particular, the regular bodies of stereometry. 24 Thus, beauty and truth are joined together through the mediating concept of measure. And consequently, in the philebus, a pure pleasure is expressly recognized in the concordant, in the harmony and proportion that, as such, are of a thoroughly particular nature and incomparable to the sensation of sensuous pleasure. Authentic beauty is probably not that which the majority would like to understand by it, namely, the beauty of the living body or of certain paintings. Rather, the beauty of such surfaces and bodies is determined by rules and measures of angles. Things like that are not, like most things, beautiful in a relative sense. They are always beautiful in their nature, and they carry pleasures peculiar to themselves, omicron kappa epsilon nu alpha delta omicron nu, which are quite unlike sensuous titillation. 25 Through this concept of pure pleasure, the sphere of aesthetics seems to be admitted into and reconciled with the world of pure forms. For everywhere in Plato, this expression of kappa alpha theta alpha rho nu has systematic signification for differentiating the objective essence from the mere subjective appearance, the absolute determined and standardized in itself from the changeable, moving, and arbitrary. In this function, the concept of the pure, whose basic original signification plunged into the religious sphere, is included and used in Plato's ethics as well as in his theory of knowledge. However, it is precisely now, with true beauty having been transferred into certain objective relations of measure, that the verdict pronounced on purely imitative art is not only confirmed but reinforced. For the artist, insofar as he intends mere imitation, does not inquire into the objective measure of things, rather, he exhibits them with all their changes and vicissitudes, in all the accidental natures of their external appearance. He gives them not as they are determined in themselves but as they exhibit themselves to the observer, relative to his position and location as well as to other external circumstances, example relative to the change in light. He does not omit these subjective elements, rather, he seeks them out and deliberately stresses them. Instead of the reality of the figure, he arranges only 20 its simulacrum, marked by all sorts of alterations, shortenings, and distortions. 26 Instead of freeing us from the sensuous immediateness of impressions, the imitator seeks to capture us precisely in this immediacy, which he presents as the authentic and ultimate, as, quite simply, the being. The concept of the pure, formulated in Plato's dialectics according to different designations such as kappa alpha theta alpha rho nu and kappa rho iota beta, mu iota kappa omicron nu and epsilon lambda iota kappa rho iota nu, rises up against this attempt. All of these designations insist on a clear and precise, a truly exact separation of the spheres of being. They separate with complete rigor the essence and the appearance, the pure form and the sensuous impression. The first step of the mimetic artist, however, is to sublate this separation. His realm is the realm of illusion, of the interplay and reciprocal merging of semblance and reality. Every stimulus that the works of the imitative artist exert on us is based on a dangerous magical spell, for the arts of the poet, the painter and the sculptor are, in fact, identified by Plato not only with the sophists but also with magicians. Point 27. Whereas the dialectician teaches us to recognize the shadows on the wall of the cave as that which they are, as shadows, whereas he accomplishes the great turning of the soul toward the light. 28. The imitator is opposed to this turning around. Instead of advancing toward the truth of the pure figure and pure being, he remains in that twilight middle in which the borders of light and darkness blur together. He rests, as Goethe's Epimetheus put it, in the murky realm of possibility that melanges the figures. 29. It is, above all, this melange, this undetermined hovering between the two worlds of form and image, for which Plato reproached imitative art. The artist, too, no longer lives immediately in the world of sensuous appearances as if it were the only world that was given for him. 2. It has become a sort of phantasmagoria and silhouette. However, all his strivings are directed to breathing life into this very shadow and to cloaking it with the semblance and allure of being. And from here, what appears at first sight to be one of the strangest and most paradoxical features of the Platonic theory of art 21 can also be explained. All subsequent theories of art adhere to the correlation of art with the beautiful, which they accept almost as a self-evident assumption. For Plato, however, this correlation transforms itself into its opposite. The crucial position that Plato gives the idea of beauty is well known. The depiction of the soul's ascent toward the idea of beauty as it is given in Diotima's discourse in the Symposium and in the Third Great Discourse on Love in the Phaedrus belongs to the masterpieces of the Platonic presentation of art that have infused all subsequent centuries with their radiance and intensive intellectual brilliance. Not only did the Renaissance elaborate from this theory of art a more profound understanding of Plato, but also, later, all great epochs of artistic creation and of reflective contemplation on art returned again and again to the Platonic theory of eros as the genuine speculative authentication and justification of all artistic figures. The interconnection that history, however, has established here did not exist for Plato himself in this form. The art of love that he praises is not the art of poets and image makers but the Socratic art, the art of dialectic. The same is true of the most profound characteristics of the figure of Socrates, as Plato has portrayed him in the Symposium with immortal features, namely, as with the problem of truth, Socrates also has a specifically ambiguous, genuinely ironic relationship to the problem of beauty. He is like the Silenoi who, hidden and invisible, contains within himself a divine image. He exhibits the idea of beauty by negating it in its sensuous appearance. In this sense, its essence contains a constant appeal that at the same time signifies a constant warning. And in a more profound way, Plato always adopted this warning as his own. The more fully the Socratic question was configured for him, the more clearly the limits between the purely sensuous form and the intellectual form determined themselves. Thus, the higher the idea of beauty moved, the more deeply did the husk of imitative art peel away for it. For the consideration of the sensory figure in which the artist loses himself is certainly one of the first steps, and a point of passage, in the ascension to the world of beauty. However, it must not be more than a point of passage. Authentic eros does not stop with the sensuous corporeal figure that first sparked it, but from the beauty of the living body it drives further to the beauty of the soul, to the beauty of actions, efforts, and knowledge. Whoever has been initiated so far in the mysteries of love and has 22 viewed all these aspects of the beautiful in due succession, is at last drawing near the final revelation. And now, Socrates, there bursts upon him that wondrous vision which is the very soul of the beauty he has toiled so long for. It is an everlasting loveliness which neither comes nor goes, which neither flowers nor fades, for such beauty is the same on every hand, the same then as now, here as there, this way as that way, the same to every worshipper as it is to every other. And if man's life is ever worth the living, it is when he has attained this vision of the very soul of beauty. And once you have seen it, you will never be seduced again by the charm of gold, of dress, of comely boys, or lads just ripening to manhood. 30. Imitative art, however, knows nothing of this transcendence over all that is sensuously limited and unique. Instead of risking the ascent beyond being, pi kappa epsilon iota nu alpha tau omicron alpha, 31 The artist laboriously gropes along with the crutches of imitation, with the sensuously given. It is dialectics that first shows us the true way here, the way to the high sea of beauty. 32 Thus, we see that it is one and the same unyielding mood of thought, one and the same systematic and thoroughly structured fundamental opposition, that determines all of Plato's judgments on art and beauty. And yet, if we let the Platonic dialogues as a whole take effect, we often sense a completely other intonation that is not in accordance with this mood. It is precisely these tonal variations in the Platonic dialogues, which are entirely directed toward the presentation of determined objective thought, and which give the dialogues their allure, that never quite merge. In addition to the systematic objective of concepts, the subjective movement and vitality of the process of thought develops in the dialogues. In addition to the general content of the problem of the individual, the psychological problematic of the thinker develops itself. Neither one ever imposes itself immediately on the other, thereby arriving at a full congruence. Rather, it is often as if within this resonance of the most personal and the most individual in Plato certain subtle beats, certain faint tones of difference, are audible. And these differences, this inner tension, manifest themselves perhaps most clearly in Plato's judgments about artists and works of art. The more resolutely he warns about the deceptive and magical work of art, the more perceptible becomes the extent to which he himself is gripped by this magic and how difficult it is for him to break free from it. How deeply Greek poetry, Homer 23 in particular, have affected him becomes clear in that famous passage of the Republic in which he reduces tragic poetry, and its master Homer, to the mere image makers of phantasms and, in the name of Logos, bans them from the Republic. 33 And in the Phaedrus, which erects once again the pure concept of knowledge, the concept of dialectics over against every art of speech, against every attraction and temptation of rhetoric, here, too, he fought at the same time for the most profound rights of the theta epsilon alpha mu alpha nu alpha of artists. 34 Now, as resolutely as the transcendence of the idea was championed, a sensuous copy of the idea of the beauty is at least equally admitted. For the copies of justice and temperance and all those other prized possessions of the soul have no luster, nay, so dull are the organs wherewith men approach their images that hardly can a few behold even approximately recognize in them the nature of the archetype. However, beauty was not only resplendently to be seen when the souls enjoyed with the blessed choral the most marvelous sight and spectacle, but we still grasp it now in its light with the brightest of our senses. 35 We can follow this duality of Plato's position vis-a-vis the problem of sensuous beauty just until the unique style of the Phaedrus. For nowhere else is the realm of pure forms the colorless, figureless, untouchable being that can only be seen by reason itself proclaimed with greater energy and more vigorously differentiated from every sensuous existence of phenomena. And yet, however, in no other work than this has Plato so powerfully established the force of his sensuous plastic narration. The landscape of the shores of the Ilissos on which Socrates and Phaedrus confer clearly stands before us, graspable in all its individual features. Here, everything is not only seen in the most reliable outlines of individual figures but is at the same time painted with the most delicate and luscious colors. Here, those oppositions, which in Plato's philosophy, in his theory of ideas, must necessarily be identified and maintained, come into contact and are reconciled in Plato himself. Just as Socrates, according to the presentation in the Phaedo, immediately before his death attempts the production of poems because he has come to doubt whether he has, with his philosophy, truly and entirely fulfilled the demand of the gods to carry out the service of the Muses. 36 So Plato's Phaedo, which develops, on the one hand, the concept of dialectics 24 with the greatest clarity and sharpness, also contains, on the other hand, a kind of polynote of those judgments of disavowal by virtue of which he attempted to ban and restrict art to the sphere of mu eta sigma iota. For Plato himself discovered and practiced here, as in the Timaeus, a new art that was not merely imitative but configurative in the true sense, the art of mythical speech that, however little it claims the title of absolute truth, is thus not merely deception but the truth itself rendered visible in the images of the true semblance. And yet, From the opposite side, certain motives exert an influence that leads to a type of easing of the tension produced by the great polar opposition on which Plato's system rests. For, increasingly, it appears that even the image as such is not exclusively indigenous to the sphere of art, but that its particular achievement extends as far as the domain of pure knowledge. For mathematical knowledge, which tends toward the idea in its consistency and eternity, in its pure being in itself, can in no way do without sensuous help and support. It is able to present the nature of the universal and imageless only in the image, only in the sensuous individual case. And it is this very relation and adhesion to the image that constitutes the particular separating border between the procedures of mathematicians and those of the dialecticians. Thus, a sharp methodological cut a tau mu mu alpha, as Plato expressively calls it, not only separates the sensory from thinking but also goes straight through the middle of the realm of pure thought itself. For, in one part of the thinkable, the soul exclusively deals with the latter, grasping the pure relationships of truths as such and tracing them back to their last premiseless and imageless beginning. In the other part of the thinkable, however, the soul makes use of visible images and refers to them in its deliberations without taking into account that it does not itself make sense of these images, but of another that resembles them. 37 And even at this point, the bond of thought to images does not stop. Even the dialectician, even the philosopher, who, in pure thought and on the basis of logical conclusion, rests with the vision of eternal entities, 38 feels ensnared by the power of the image as soon as he attempts to grasp in words the result of this vision in order to teach and communicate it. For every rendering into words is 25 a thoroughly mediated presentation that remains clearly inadequate to the object itself, which it attempts to designate and express. Now, that is why in the long philosophical parenthesis of letter 7 Plato shows, for instance, that, next to the sensuous physical model, in which we sketch out the presentation of the pure concept of a circle, we also project the linguistic presentation in a certain word, and both the sensible image and the phonetic and linguistic image are, from the standpoint of pure knowledge, now subjected to the same conditions and the same limitations. Name and image, nu omicron mu alpha and epsilon delta omega lambda omicron nu, are equally far from the pure signification of the circle itself, from the alpha tau kappa kappa lambda omicron. The tragedy here is to search for something ultimate and unconditioned and yet to be bound, in the presentation of this unconditioned, to the insurmountable dependence on mediated expression. The dialectician, as well as the artist, encounters this tragedy. He too, provided he undertakes to formulate his latest knowledge linguistically, cannot move beyond the domain of mediation, and thus, beyond the domain of mu mu eta sigma iota, if one takes this concept in its widest sense. Even mediation, however, is not to be understood and valued purely negatively, rather, it signifies an indispensable preliminary stage for the highest philosophical knowledge. For only for those who have gone through it, who, in tireless work, have traversed the domain of the name and linguistic definition, the domain of sensuous intuition and perception, does the reasonable insight over everything insofar as it is granted in general to human nature finally light up. Thus, for the later Plato, the final and ultimate tension of thought leads directly to its final and most profound self-modesty, to a self-modesty that no longer spurns the medium of images because it is the specifically human expression that we are able to give to the highest spiritual things. 39. Of course, insofar as art does not rise above the domain of mere reproduction, no place is reserved for it in the construction and development of the philosophical system, for it does not yet show itself equal to the strict dictates of logos. As Plato 26 says in the Republic. But nevertheless let it be declared that, if the mimetic and dulcet poetry can show any reason to exist in a well-governed state, we would gladly admit here, since we ourselves are very conscious of her spell. However, all the same it would be impious to betray what we believe to be the truth. Yes, for great is the struggle, a far greater contest than we think it, that determines whether a man proves good or bad, so that not the lure of honor or wealth or any office, no, nor of poetry either, should incite us to be careless of righteousness and all excellence. 40. So, all the pathos of the logician and the moral philosopher goes to work against the temptations and charms of art. Plato's system knows as such no philosophy of aesthetics, it does not even know of its possibility. We can no longer follow any further the paths and the historical meditations by means of which the fundamental assumptions of aesthetics have nevertheless grown out of this system. Only one intellectual motive that already lives in Plato himself will be briefly indicated here, even though it only attains full effectiveness in Neoplatonism. The basic idea of the Platonic theory of love is that all authentic eros must be creative eros. Every true intellectual force in human beings, regardless of which direction they may go in and whether they have an effect in thinking, acting, or forming, is a generative force. True eros aims neither at the possession nor at the simple intuition of beauty but at the creation in beauty. We are all of us prolific, Socrates, in body and in soul, and when we reach a certain age our nature urges us to procreation. Nor can we be quickened by ugliness, only by the beautiful. Conception, we know, takes place when men and women come together, but there's a divinity in human propagation, an immortal something in the midst of man's mortality which is incompatible with any kind of discord. Well then, she went on, those whose procreancy is of the body turn to woman as the object of their love, and raise a family, in the blessed hope that by doing so they will keep their memory green, through time and through eternity. However, those whose procreancy is of the spirit rather than of the flesh and they are not unknown, Socrates conceive and bear the things of the spirit. And what are they, you ask? Wisdom and all her sister virtues, it is the office of every poet to beget them, and of every artist whom we may call creative, kappa alpha tau nu delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma nu omicron iota lambda gamma omicron nu tau alpha iota epsilon rho epsilon tau iota kappa omicron epsilon nu alpha iota. Point 41. In this concept of procreative 27 configuring and procreative discovering, in this concept of artistic, which is not denied to the artist, the concept of mu mu eta sigma iota already receives from Plato its first important counterweight. In art, too, mere mu mu eta sigma iota does not prevail, rather, an authentic procreative function prevails. It is not taken as essentially reproductive but as an independent form of configurative presentation. Plato takes up this motive and weaves it into his theory of intelligible beauty. When Phidias created Zeus, he did not form him according to any individual sensuous model, rather, he gave him the figure that Zeus would have given himself if he had sensuously incarnated himself. In this composition, a new, systematic esteem for art announces itself within the history of Platonism. Now, it is no longer a reproduction and copying of the configured world, rather, it returns to the principles, the basic forces of configuration. Thus the true artist joins the ranks of the divine demiurge, who produces the world of the senses from the vision of the ideas as eternal models. Through the mediations of Augustine and Marsilius Ficino, of Giordano Bruno, Shaftesbury, and Winckelmann, this basic insight increasingly became the common intellectual property of modern times. Since the Renaissance, a new form of aesthetics and theory of art has arisen, which, based upon Plato himself and constantly looking back to him, now secures for the world of art the theoretical and systematic justification that Plato had refused it and that, from the systematic presuppositions of his doctrine, he had to refuse. Point 42. The meaning of the problem of language for the emergence of modern philosophy, 1927. If we take as fixed and generally valid the traditional claim that the 274 history of modern philosophy begins with Descartes, if we see in his seminal methodological works the first characteristic expression of the modern mode of philosophical thought, then this beginning exists and indeed this mode of thought embodies itself here for the first time in a closed system. This system, as well as the fundamental philosophical theory of Descartes, stands before us without historical presuppositions or ties, arising as if from nowhere. It consciously cuts every interconnection with the past, it wants to stand on its own and to be understood on its own. Reason does not wish to be deterred from its pathway by looking back to authority and history. As Descartes' student Malebranche so sharply and poignantly formulated it, the philosopher has no need of history, he should face nature and reality as Adam faced it. And yet, Descartes' teachings are nevertheless unconsciously linked by invisible threads with the past. For, even for the self-certainty of pure thought, the autonomy of reason, which, viewed systematically, stands at the beginning of Cartesian philosophy, forms, when viewed historically, a late and mediated result. The demand of this autonomy would not have been achieved had it not been formed by that enormous spiritual struggle for freedom at the turn of the 15th century. Nearly 2 centuries were required before it was recognized and understood in its most profound and unique tendency of thought in Descartes. We 275 must return to this renaissance of thinking not only if the system of modern philosophy is to be seen as a fixed and logically closed structure, but also if we are to grasp the historical spiritual conditions and the general spiritual impulses by which it was formed. A large array of historically problematic considerations and investigations confront us. Here, however, only one specific motive is to be extracted from it. We are inquiring into the role language and the philosophy of language play in this process of freeing and renewing thought. This role is rarely taken into consideration in research into the history of philosophy and the history of spirit. Just as a new view of nature and history developed in the Renaissance, so too, artistic and religious ideas, as well as concepts of the law and state, changed and demanded new forms. All this has often been investigated in detail. Are we, however, to assume that this whole spiritual process of change was carried out without actually being connected to a comprehensive view of language and without the transformation of a new course of thinking? Whoever takes up the relationship of thought to language in the way Wilhelm von Humboldt does, whoever sees in language not only an expression and reverberation of thought but an organon of thought in language, sees a fundamental element in thought's formation that, from the outset, is bound to assume a more profound interconnection between the two. The following lecture can only demonstrate in a brief outline 1 how this conclusion 276 is confirmed, how, from the living development of language and from the conscious reflection on the particular way linguistic form constantly gave rise for thought new problems and proposals that have, in a profound and decisive way, intervened in its own configuration. This process of reciprocal influence and reconfiguration can be followed in 3 main motives. The first motive, going deeper into the world of language, arises from the new literary and social power by which the entire spiritual form of the Renaissance was initially brought to its maturity and its specific shape. The educational ideal of humanism grows out of a new fundamental view of the essence and value of language. From the outset, with all its weaknesses and one-sidedness, what raised humanism up beyond a mere scholarly movement, what lent it universal signification, was the fact that it remained preoccupied with language and with the literary monuments of antiquity, but not for their own sake. Rather, a new cosmical concept and concept of human beings arises out of its scholastic concept. Petrarch, the actual founder and original discoverer of humanism, also proceeds from here. He is the first of those who felt the internal interwovenness of spiritual content with linguistic expression, and he strongly emphasized it. It is here that his concept and ideal of eloquence is rooted, which is, for him, more than rhetorical ornamentation. It is, for him, a revelation and confirmation of the inner essence of the spiritual itself. In Cicero's style, in the style of classical Latin, he discovers the heights of antiquity, its form of life and its form of humanity. If he repeatedly returns from the new to the classical model, then it must nevertheless be at the same time more than a mere model, for each genuine form must fulfill itself with individual content if it is not to remain a mere abstract rule and external schema. In the 277 individuality of style and speech, the individuality of the human being proves and completes itself. Sua stylus quicque formandus servandusque est. Petrarch's work De sui ipsius et multorum ignorantia literally expresses the principle of humanism by emphasizing that the clarity of thought and the clarity and beauty of linguistic expression are bound together, for no art is able to extract clear speech from an unclear and dark mind. The same principle is defended more consciously, more decidedly, more pointedly, and forcefully by Lorenzo Valla. It becomes an actual weapon in his arsenal against medieval, barbarian philosophy. Does the mode of thinking of this philosophy not manifest itself directly in its form of language? Are the linguistic deformations of scholastic Latin, are coinages such as haesitas, quiditas, and so forth, not clear signs of a way of thinking whose interconnection with the living intuition, with the concrete reality of things, has been lost, instead indulging in a world of self-creative conceptual fantasies? We return to the clarity and simplicity of language, whereby this abstract logical fabrication will become invalid. Thus, on the elegance of Latin, Valla expects of his work a reconfiguration and a new formation of dialectic. Because logic and rhetoric, dialectic and stylistics, can only develop together, they are but different fruits from the same tree of knowledge that mature as well as wither together at the same time. So, true rebirth, the renaissance of the spirit and education of antiquity, can only take place through the re-establishment of the language of antiquity. This is a veritable universal power and, at the same time, reserves the lightest and the most apparent world power in the realm of spirit. This humanistic ideal of the Renaissance, however, was not able to remain standing. It contained, upon closer considerations, the motive of its own overcoming, its dialectical 278 subversion within itself. For, if it was true that each individual must speak his own language, is the proposition not also valid for the individuality of nations and historical epochs? Does the living development of thought let itself become constricted into the forms of a finished language, which, however complete it may be, would signify in this completion an end, a conclusion, and a solidification? With this question, the Renaissance's consideration of nature and its empirical science of nature stand in opposition to the requirements of humanism. The more this knowledge grows stronger, the more it also endeavors to create an independent language and to represent its own rights. From this type of effort, from the demands of technical knowledge and the mathematical knowledge of the natural sciences, develops the demand for a linguistic instrument that is mobile and flexible enough to adapt itself to every step thought takes on this new path. In classical Latin such plasticity is found wanting. It is only an expression of what has already been and not an organ of what is coming to be in thought. For this reason, empiricism, mathematics, and technology all insist clearly and impatiently on the liberation from this world domination by Latin that humanism had announced. Now they create almost exclusively for their own ideal tasks and needs the new tool of national languages. It is here that the primacy of the education and language of antiquity is first vanquished. The rights of the vulgar, the language of the people, are secured. Leon Battista Alberti, one of the leaders of this spiritual movement, already in 1441 seizes upon the plan to organize a contest around philosophical themes that should be discussed in the language of the people in order to prove its equivalence and intellectual equality to 279 classical Latin. In his History of New Linguistic Scientific Literature, Olszewski exhibited the interrelationship of these two spiritual motives, how, step by step, on the one hand, the new techno-mathematical mode of thought that begins in the 15th century was stimulated and promoted by the development of modern languages and, on the other hand, how that mode of thought constantly reacted to language. 3 Inventors of technology and artists, mathematicians, and natural scientists, men such as Brunelleschi and Alberti, Leonardo, and Galileo are involved in this process of the development of a new linguistic and scientific style. However, alongside these opposing movements that arise from humanism and from the growth of empirical science, there now stands another movement, which, in a certain sense, encompasses and unites them. Both distinct currents of humanistic education and the mathematical formation of the natural sciences had already met each other in one thinker, who embodied, like no other before him, the ideal of Renaissance knowledge in its totality and in its internal dialectical tension. In the system of this thinker, in the speculation of Nicholas of Cusa, an important place is also assigned to language. Here, language appears again not only at the center of the battle between the conflicting formational interests of the time but also at the center of its whole structure of thought. Perhaps, then, this structure, the structure of Renaissance thought, stands out nowhere more clearly today than with Nicholas of Cusa. He still seems to stand completely under the spell of scholasticism. He writes and speaks medieval Latin, as in his philosophical terminology, which he directly ties to medieval linguistic concepts. 280 At the same time, however, there stirs everywhere here a new spirit that makes itself manifest as much in the metaphysics and speculative theology as in the mathematics and cosmology. And now both parts of Nicholas of Cusa's work are brought together in a peculiar and original way by his theory of language. It forms an intellectual center and focus of his system, a focus from which rays radiate out in all directions. The teachings of Nicholas of Cusa do not possess, of course, an independent philosophy of language as an integrated part of the overall system. Only occasionally, only suggestively does Nicholas of Cusa appear to turn to the problems of language. However, just these scarce hints show everywhere the strongest intellectual pregnance. They reach to the very depths. They are not content with raising individual sides of the problem but infer a certain form of thought, a general category of language under which the whole consideration of the world is compressed. Nicholas of Cusa proceeds from the same problem that had occupied Christian medieval thought for centuries. It asked the basic question concerning the relationship between God and the world. Two solutions to this question seem to present themselves, one from the viewpoint of substantiality and the other from the viewpoint of causality. The first seeks to ground a common essence between God and the world, the other situates between them, if it is necessary to do so, an accidental causal relation. In the one case, the being of the world is enclosed and originally determined in the being of God; in the other case, it comes about through emanation or through a free act of creation. Nicholas of Cusa's speculation is not far from both viewpoints, as he has been described in the History of Philosophy, for whomever it suits best, a theist, a pantheist, or a panentheist. However, all these determinations do not correspond with the actual new moment that gives its stamp to Nicholas of Cusa's theory of God. 281 The relation between God and the world, between God and the human spirit can, strictly speaking, be grasped, according to Nicholas of Cusa, neither as a whole to its part nor as a cause to its effect. Here prevails another relationship that Nicholas of Cusa designates in terms of the relation between presentation and the presented, between a linguistic mental symbol and its signification. Is the sound of speech a part of the meaning that embodies itself in it? Does it constitute a substantial element of this meaning, which stands next to another elemental part and which is ordered to it? Certainly not, for how would it be able to fulfill its task, which consists in nothing other than bringing to expression the whole and unbroken meaning, if there is no difference to be found between them? Does this expression, however, imply that no congruence or identity exists between the sound of speech and what it means? Rather, must not meaning and sound, in order to refer to one another, remain strictly divorced from each other? Must they not belong to very separate spheres? The connection that produces itself between them does not sublate this principal difference, it demands it. The sound is an image, a presentation, a representative of meaning; however, it is only able to fulfill this function because it is not the meaning itself but is in some way fundamentally other than it. And, according to Nicholas of Cusa, we must assume the same relation, the same coincidence of unity and alterity, in the relationship between God and the world. No proposition that is valid about God is in the same sense valid about the world, and vice versa. If we begin from the world to rise to God, the only way that remains open to us is that of negative theology. For each predicate we attribute, we must negate another. The distance between both poles is and remains infinite, so that it can be reduced by no effort of discursive thinking, by no process of logical mediation. According to Nicholas of Cusa, 282 however, it is just the concept of symbols that, to a certain extent, bridges this infinite distance. Human knowledge never grasps the divine other than symbolically, but it does so in the manifold of symbolic expressions that shapes this knowledge. There are different ranks and degrees of adequation. There are dark and cloudy effigies as well as sharp and precise effigies. Nicholas of CUSA finds the latter exclusively in the domain of mathematics. From his earliest writings he turns to mathematics in order to deepen and enrich it further by important positive insights that will continue its intellectual development. And yet, in no way is mathematics an end in itself, nor does he exclusively need it as a vehicle and tool for exact knowledge of nature. Rather, he insists on its symbolic, its purely allegorical character. The mathematically infinite becomes the mirror image of the metaphysical infinite. The mirror image no more reaches the archetype than it purely and genuinely reflects it, for the precision of mathematics and its unshakable certainty impresses the seal of perfection on mathematical signs. Point 4. And from here on, from the basic relationship that is revealed to us in language, both in science and everyday life, we obtain an insight into the structure of being, into basic ontological determinations. We may like to designate God as a cause of being or as an absolute substance. This thought always requires, if it is to be taken with any real sharpness and removed from all its ambiguities, closer determination. And Nicholas of CUSA achieves this by considering God as the meaning of being. Between word and meaning there can never exist an identity, never any kind of substantial agreement. And yet, despite this fundamental 283 alterity, the word points to its meaning and fulfills itself in its meaning. In the same way, all finite being aims at the infinite, all conditioned being finds in the absolute its fulfillment and its truth. Now, we can recognize the signification Nicholas of CUSA's philosophy of language possesses for the whole of his system. It takes nothing less than the decisive category to form this system in accordance with it. Where Nicholas of CUSA seeks to make clear the relation between the sensible world and the intelligible world, he falls back upon the originary phenomena of language and understanding in which, according to him, this relation becomes directly illuminated. There are three ways in which we can think of how the sensory and intellectual are linked with one another. We can be turned toward the sensory appearance in such a way that we grasp nothing other than what makes itself known to immediate demonstration. We take up this position when we hear the word of a foreign language. We take up this word as a certain determined quality and strength of sound, but we understand nothing else in it, nothing beyond the mere phonetic phenomenon. In a different way, however, if we understand the word, if it signifies something to us, then the sensing of the sound serves us only as the medium by which and by means of which we grasp a certain rational content. And, finally, we are able to think an insight that is no longer dependent upon such sensory mediation, but whose intellectual being and intellectual signification is conceived purely in itself. Of course, the human mind is not capable of direct intuition, it remains subjected to the nature that stands above it in the hierarchy of spirits. Point 5. According to his nature and 284 his being, the human being is referred to a spiritual middle point. He has everything intellectual only so long as he visualizes it in signs and symbols. It is this capacity that determines his position in the universe. If he shares sensible sensation and imagination with animals, he rises above the animal world through his ability to form signs and to understand signs as such. And, finally, he creates signs that are of a purely abstract nature, which, however, represent only ideal significations and relations but not concrete tangible objects. Solus vero homo signum querit ab omni materiali connotationi absolutum penitusque formalum, simplicem formam rei, qui dat esse representans. Quod quidem signum sicut est remotissimum, quo ad residential sensibiles est tamen propinquissimum quo, ad intellectuals. Point 6. In this way, Nicholas of CUSA, while maintaining his view on the phenomenon of language and the human activity of speaking, penetrates from here to the real center of his philosophy. All knowledge, the mathematical science of nature as well as metaphysical knowledge, becomes for him, in the end, language. Because the world is nothing else but a book God has written with his finger, its meaning has to be interpreted and appropriated by the human mind. He can only advance in this interpretation step by step and must understand how to spell it out, character by character, in order to solve gradually the signification of the individual sentences. However, the meaning, which has to be searched for in this toilsome work of spelling out, stands before him as a whole, for the whole, which he presupposes in the recognition of the parts, can prove and demonstrate itself only in the act, only by the constant progress of discovery. Thus, what is assumed in every investigation is the light that leads us to the object after which we inquire. We cannot pursue here 285 how all these thoughts about the modern philosophy of religion, modern epistemology, and the modern theory of science have been elaborated. 7 It might, however, already have become clear in this quick overview how tightly and insolubly the principal questions of the philosophy of language are interconnected to that very general philosophical Weltanschauung, and how the direction in which they are to be answered rests upon the basic direction and figure of systematic philosophy. The problem of the symbol and its place in the system of philosophy, 1927. In Philosophical Essays written for the occasion of Edward Zellers's 50th doctoral anniversary about 40 years ago, Friedrich Theodor Vischer focused attention on the concept of the symbol, which he had previously treated extensively in his Aesthetics. On that occasion, he described this concept as a mutating proteus, difficult to come to grips with and confine. In fact, there is probably no other concept in aesthetics that has proven to be so rich, so fruitful, and to have had so many applications as this one. There is, however, also almost no other that is so difficult to contain within the limits of a fixed definitional determination, so unequivocally restrictive in its use and signification. And this difficulty increases and intensifies if, as is the case in these considerations, we grasp the problem of symbolism so broadly that it does not belong exclusively to any single domain of spirit but rather becomes a systematic focal point toward which all of the basic disciplines of philosophy are directed, logic no less than aesthetics, the philosophy of language as well as the philosophy of religion. It is not difficult to show the signification of the concept and problem of the symbol for the internal development of thought in these domains. We need only turn to the historical progress of their basic problems to see it stand out clearly and distinctly. However, with every transition to a new sphere of the problem, there appears an enrichment as well as a new displacement of the problem, a true mu epsilon beta alpha iota epsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma nu omicron arises with consequences. When we look from the philosophy of religion to the philosophy of art, and from there to logic and the theory of science, and we find the problem of the symbol as an active and significant concern in all of them, the universality of this significance must unmistakably be too paid for with a constant change of signification. It becomes something else depending upon the new spiritual atmosphere in which it stands. In the religious sphere, in which the concept of the symbolic is originally rooted, it appears above all to be taken in a purely thing-like and thoroughly objective sense. Here, the symbol does not resemble a merely mediated comparison, of a metaphor or emblem, it stands before us as an immediate actuality because it stands before us as an immediate effect. In early Christianity, according to Harnack, symbolism was not thought of as the opposite of the objective or real but rather as the mysterious and sacred, the mysterious to which the natural, clear, and profane was opposed. 1 However, symbolism immediately appears in another light as soon as we leave the sphere of religious meaning and look at aesthetic meaning. Here, its actuality and tangible reality now seem in another light progressively to fade away, but a new, genuinely ideal element now appears all the more distinctly. In the whole of speculative aesthetics from Plotinus to Hegel, the concept and problem of the symbolic arise precisely at that point where the relationship of the sensible world to the intelligible world, the relationship between the appearance and the idea, is to be determined. The beautiful is essentially and necessarily a symbol because, and to the extent that, it is split within itself, because it is always and everywhere unity and double. In this splitting, in its adherence to and its transcendence of the sensory, the tension that pervades the world of our consciousness is not only expressed but it is also revealed in the original and fundamental polarity of being itself, in the dialectic that exists between the finite and the infinite, between the absolute idea and its presentation and embodiment within the world of particular empirical existence. Yet, another relationship confronts us within the sphere of purely logical problems. Here, too, the three construction and development of these problems show that the coherence of the logical world of form cannot be adequately grasped or exactly presented unless we use certain concrete, sensible signs for this presentation. Through them, as representatives of logical meaning, its inner structure is truly opened up to us for the first time. In modern philosophy, it was Leibniz, above all, who first realized this fundamental relationship and pursued it in every direction. It is well known how this, his basic view, like his demand for a universal characteristic that should always accompany logic, proved itself in his work and showed its productive capacity in the creation of the algorithm of infinitesimal calculus. It has, however, been effective far beyond these quarters. In fact, it is no exaggeration to maintain that the entire scientific configuration of logic and mathematics, as it was carried out in the 19th century, stood under its influence. The constant and continuous formation of Leibniz's guiding idea has, on the one hand, given rise to Hermann Grassmann's geometrical characterization and his theory of expansion and, on the other hand, provided the basis for the foundation of symbolic logic by Boole, Peano, and Russell. And today, a thinker such as Hilbert, the Princeps Mathematicarum, sees the sole salvation of mathematics, along these lines. His only hope for securing its foundations and a consistent proof of the absence of contradictions stems from a general formalization of mathematics that will be carried out to full completion. This tendency is so strong and dominant that, under its influence, a complete transformation in the view of the objects of mathematics has begun to assert itself. For the proper object of mathematics is henceforth no longer numbers or magnitudes but rather the sensibly intuitive signs themselves. Because I assume this standpoint, Hilbert emphasizes, the objects of the theory of numbers are for me, in direct opposition to Freya and Dedekind, the signs themselves. Herein lies the firm philosophical view which I hold to be requisite for the grounding of pure mathematics as well as all scientific thinking, understanding, and communication. In the beginning we must say was the sign. Too certainly, we must not overlook or ignore the fact that this radical conclusion is still quite contested in mathematical circles today. A dangerous opponent to Hilbert's attempt to reduce all mathematics to a theory of signs has arisen in the intuitionist mathematics represented by Brouwer and Weyl. The attempt, however, to fit the entire contents of mathematics into a theory of signs in this way is characteristic of a typical and fundamental direction of modern mathematical thought. And we need only indicate briefly how much this way of thinking has affected the framing of the concepts of the natural sciences and their epistemological foundations. As early as Helmholtz, the concept of the sign becomes central to the epistemology of the natural sciences. It is responsible for the unique form of his entire theory of perception and his construction of physiological optics. In addition, Heinrich Hertz has not only pursued this direction of thought further but also given it precise and explicit formulation in his Principles of Mechanics. According to Hertz, all natural scientific thought and all concept and theory formation in physics consists in a fundamental symbolic act. We form for ourselves inner images or symbols of external objects, and the form that we give them is such that the necessary consequence of the images are always the images of the necessary consequence of the things pictured. 3. We must now ask ourselves, however, whether the very abundance of applications to which the concept of the symbol lends itself has not progressively eroded and destroyed its clear and determined content. Do we still have a basic, unified, systematic problem to deal with here, a problem that extends to all areas of knowledge and all domains of spirit? Or do we not, on the contrary, have a question possessing merely an apparent unity that dissolves into a mere word as soon as we try to grasp and define it more closely? Does the term symbol, as it is used today in the philosophy of religion, aesthetics, logic, and the theory of science, conceal some kind of unified content? Does it refer to an all-embracing function of spirit that remains the same in its basic characteristics even though it takes on a new and unique figure in each of its outgrowths? However, if this is so, where do we find the unifying bond that connects the fullness and manifold of significations that the concept of the symbol has gradually assumed in its imminent development? In the closely measured time that is available to me here, I cannot answer this question with any real exactitude and precision, let alone attempt to give a truly systematic foundation for the answer that I have in mind. I can only try to present a few guidelines that should serve more to suggest the course of investigation than provide you with any positive findings. Permit me, then, to begin with a simple concrete example that should place us at the center of the question. We start with a particular perceptual lived experience, with a drawing that we see before us, which we take in some way as an optical structure and as a coherent whole. Here, we can be directed to the purely sensory impression of this drawing. We grasp it, for example, as a simple drawn line that differs and stands out from others through certain visible qualities and basic traits of its spatial form. We do not need to concern ourselves for the time being with whether spatial configuration is already included and imparted in this simple sensory impression or if this organization itself only results through the cooperation of higher mental functions. Nor need it concern us now if, perhaps, what we usually refer to as the immediate perception of space already embraces definite intellectual processes such as unconscious inferences. The lived experience of perception itself as a purely phenomenal givenness, in any case, exhibits no such separation. It is only first introduced after 6 subsequent psychological or epistemological analysis. However, while devoting myself to the impression of this simple lived experience of perception, while I follow the individual lines of the drawing in their visible relationship, in their lightness and darkness, in their contrast against the background, and their upward and downward design, the drawn line suddenly begins, as it were, to animate itself from within as a whole. The spatial formation becomes an aesthetic formation. In it, I grasp the character of a particular ornament that combines, for me, a certain artistic meaning with a particular artistic significance. I can be engrossed in the pure contemplation of this ornament, I can place it before myself, so to speak, as something timeless, or instead I grasp in and through it something else. It presents itself to me as an excerpt and expression of an artistic language in which I recognize the language of a particular time and the style of a historical epoch. As Mr. Frankel most sensibly observed yesterday, the style, the time's characteristic will to art, stands all at once pregnant with meaning and alive before me in the concrete lived experience of the line drawing. Once again, the form of consideration can change so that what at first presented itself to me as a pure ornament discloses itself as the bearer of mythic religious signification. In the instant in which, with reflection, I not only grasp from the outside this signification but also am seized inwardly by it so that I live and am in it, the figure that I see before me is as though saturated and impregnated with a new meaning. It is beset by a tinge of magical enchantment. It no longer acts as a mere aesthetic form but is like a primeval revelation from another world, from the world of the sacred. Here, in the middle of sensory lived experience, it overwhelms whoever is open to it with mystery and awe. Finally, we can deliberately draw a sharp contrast between this form of apprehension and inner appropriation, and another one that is diametrically opposed to it. Where the aesthetic observer and connoisseur devotes himself to the intuition of pure form, and where the form reveals a mystical seven meaning to the religiously moved, the formation that is visible to the eye can also offer itself to thought as an example of a coherent purely logical conceptual structure. As Plato said, the constellations themselves signify nothing to the calculating astronomer, but serve him only as paradigms through which he becomes conscious of the purely mathematical nature of movement and the timeless ideal essence of faster and slower. Thus, for the mathematical mind, the line drawing becomes nothing but a visible graphic representation of a certain functional process. In its immediately given figure, it grasps something that is completely beyond intuition as such. It sees in it the image of a law, a form of ideal correlation, which is the ultimate foundation of all mathematical thought. And here, too, it is the whole of the intuitive figure, not merely a part or fragment of it, which is configured from this specific point of view and is accordingly imbued with a certain content of meaning. Where aesthetic direction of contemplation perhaps sees a beautiful line in the style of Hogarth, the view of the mathematician sees the image of a certain trigonometric function, such as the image of a sine curve, while the mathematical physicist perhaps recognizes in this same curve the law of a certain natural process, such as the law of periodic oscillation. We attempt to express this systematic interconnection by considering the fundamental sensory lived experience with which we are dealing, in this case, as received into, determined by, and configured through various symbolic forms. This way of speaking, however, must not be understood as though we were dealing here with a mere separation or temporal succession of form and matter. If we may distinguish, by employing Husserl's terminology, between the sensory material and animating acts, between the sensual lambda and intentional mu omicron rho phi, this abstract distinction can never mean that these may be separated in the phenomenon or that in itself formless matter, which is gradually taken up into 8 various forms of bestowing meaning and subsequently configured by them, is given. Whoever in this way converts the Kantian dualism of form and matter, which is a difference of signification and transcendental validity, into a divergence and juxtaposition of things in real existence, has thereby already missed the decisive point of view needed for the profound understanding of this difference. For us, in any case, it is certain that pure phenomenological sensation and sense-bearing are only given as an indivisible unity. We can never completely separate the sensory as such, as some naked raw material of sensation, from the whole complex of meaning. Yet, we can indicate the different ways it configures itself and how it means and says differently, according to the characteristic perspective of meaning, the focal point under which it comes. Philosophy must not permit itself to be content to fix itself to one of these focal points, no matter how comprehensive it may appear to be. Rather, it must attempt to encompass them all in a higher synopsis and to understand each of them in their constitutive principles, for it is precisely the totality of these principles that constitutes the objective unity and totality of spirit. A strictly critical philosophy cannot direct its attention toward schematically simplifying the richness and fullness that is offered in the various basic orientations of cultural consciousness by trying to force them together into a general form. We must try to grasp in Cassirer too the particular manner in which the sensory becomes the bearer of meaning within each of these domains, and attempt to show in their resoluteness the fundamental laws under which all of these various processes of forming stand. Here, we can see in all of these particular worlds of form, no matter how much they differ in principle and structure, that there is nonetheless a certain direction of construction in their order and a certain manner in which they develop from elementary figures to more complex figures. By trying briefly and, therefore, of course, only in an abstract and schematic way to indicate the guidelines of this development, we can introduce a very broad relational system of thought, according to which we can describe and ascertain the orientation of each symbolic form. Just as we can completely render the figure of a spatial curve by introducing 3 vertical axes one after another, measuring the distance of every point of the curve from these axes, so it is permissible to distinguish 3 different dimensions of symbolic forming. The simplest and, in a certain sense, the most original and primitive type of this relation confronts us wherever some sensory lived experience becomes imbued for us with a certain meaning content to which a characteristic expressive value adheres and appears saturated by it. Even here, we are essentially beyond the abstraction of a mere sensible sensation, as dogmatic sensationalism understands it. This is because the sensible content stands before us, to speak with Spinoza, not as a mute image on a tablet but, rather, immediately in its objective existence and its being a certain way through which it communicates to us from its inner life. This transparency of the sensory is as such inherent in every aesthetic intuition as such, however, it is by no means restricted to the domain of the aesthetic. Rather, it can be recognized in every sound of language and in every elementary figure of myth. We are not inquiring here into the possibility of this interconnection, nor are we attempting to know whether it is grounded in either the metaphysical or the basic psychological determinations that possess an external and sensory power to express some internal being in this way, immediately revealing it to us. The answers that have been proposed to this question either misinterpret the problem that we are dealing with here, by substituting a foreign fact for it, such as the logical fact of an analogical inference, or, at best, merely create another designation for the phenomenon by speaking of a symbolic empathy of the internal with the external. Yet, the more problematic that all theories of the originary phenomenon of expression prove themselves to be, the more clearly and definitely it stands before us as a ten phenomenon. However, on the other hand, a look at language, and especially the linguistic sentence, which can be identified more rightly than the word as the proper structural element of language, shows that language does not remain in this first sphere, the sphere of expression. Rather, it must necessarily transcend it in order to fulfill its particular task. For in every sentence there is always a certain positing that aims at an objective fact that language seeks to contain and describe in some way. Here, it is no longer the mere conditioned state spoken of that is mediated through speech. Rather, a relation in being is expressed that is supposed to persist in itself and is thought to be accessible and ascertainable in its consistence by every sensitive, intuitive, and thinking subject. The copula is the purest and most pregnant imprint of this new dimension of language, which can be signified with the term that Buhler introduced with reference to Husserl as the function of presentation. However, another, third sphere now rises above this function of presentation, which we will designate as pure signification. It is separated from the sphere of presentation in that it has freed itself from the ground of intuitional configuration in which presentation is rooted and out of which it continuously draws its strength. It is suspended, so to speak, in the free ether of pure thought. The sign, in the sense of the sign of pure signification, neither expresses nor presents. It is a sign in the sense of a mere abstract correlation. It maintains a reciprocal relation and correspondence that is grasped as a general law. We must, however, refrain from thinking of the elements that enter into this relation as an autonomous consistence and content that exist and signify something beyond this relation. This relationship is perhaps most clearly expressed in the modern foundations of geometry introduced by Pasch and brought to completion by Hilbert. In their system, 11 points, lines, and planes, which, according to older interpretations, we are accustomed to viewing as intuitive formations, do not lose all of their presentative meaning. They only serve as signs for a certain content of signification for that mathematical meaning content that is expressed in the axioms of geometry. Whatever fulfills these axioms can be chosen as representative of this meaning content, for in every genuine geometric proposition there is the constitutive law of this content, not the intuitive determination of the elements themselves. Thus, the points and straight lines in this abstract geometry can be replaced in a certain manner by structures of a completely different intuitive nature without these different intuitive interpretations changing anything of the character of the logical content of the particular geometry in question, because this is based solely upon the pure form of the axioms themselves, that is, on general principles of correlation and not on particular figures and formations. If we take this general differentiation of the functions of expression, presentation, and signification as our basis, which I can, of course, no more than sketch for you, then we possess a general plan of ideal orientation within which we can now indicate to a certain extent the position of each symbolic form. Of course, this position cannot be fixed once and for all such that it could be referred to within the basic plan by a fixed point. On the contrary, it is characteristic for each form that, in the various phases of its development and in the different stages of its spiritual construction, it has a different relationship to the three basic poles that we have tried to distinguish here. It shifts from place to place in this development, and by virtue of this movement it is able to attain its own area of being and meaning. It reaches its completion and internal limits. Let us try to make this clear once more with the example of language. There can be no doubt how very much and how strongly language, from its most primitive configurations to its highest stages, is founded on and 12 rooted in the purely expressive. As one-sided and insufficient as it is to attempt to understand language merely as expressive movement, as did Wundt, and to attempt to determine its spiritual nature from that perspective, there can be no doubt that a certain expressive or physiognomic character still adheres in the words of our highly developed language. The modern psychology of expression has called direct attention to these features of language. Heinz Werner has recently undertaken experiments in the Hamburg Psychological Laboratory to try to shed light on this physiognomic side of the lived experiences of language. On the other hand, there is no question that only a single motive and, as it were, single dimension of linguistic expression is concerned, and that language as a whole is truly constituted and perfected only when it goes beyond this motive. In order to make the nature and continuity of this process clear to us, we need only observe the procedure that is usually employed in language to coin the first designation for spatial relationships. Language has a new task wherever such relationships are signified linguistically, where here is distinguished from there, where the location of the speaker is distinguished from that of the one spoken to, or where greater nearness or distance is rendered by various indicative particles. Here, the merely subjective sensation and stimulus are transformed into an objective intuition. Natural sounds of pure feeling give way to the sounds of presentation. However, the continuity of development that is manifested here consists in the fact that the new form to which language is now elevated still uses the older material means. The components of pure emotive expression are not discarded but are preserved, though, at the same time, they change their figure, they are given a new meaning and, as it were, a new life. This two-sided relationship, or bipolar character, is clearly recognizable in basic indicative words, the demonstrative pronouns of primitive 13 languages. They come from a purely physiognomic determination, shading and coloration of the vowel. In this sensory coloration of tone, however, they contain certain basic determinations of objective intuition. The sharper vowel, for instance, designates nearness to the speaker, whereas the duller, greater distance, and in a similar manner, the direction from I to you, that is, the centrifugal direction, is distinguished from the opposite centripetal direction. Temporal distinctions can also be differentiated solely by tone in this way. In the Somali languages, for example, the vowel a serves as a suffix to a noun in order to designate it as temporally present, whereas the vowel o designates the temporally absent, the past, or the future. Thus, language proceeds from expressive meaning to pure presentative meaning, and from this it is constantly directed toward the third realm, the realm of pure signification. Language is not confined to the sphere of the intuitive and tangible but attempts to grasp what is ultimate and highest in the realm of thought. However, of course, the limits of language become visible in this attempt. For even where language is elevated to the expression of pure relations, the sensory coloration still adheres to the expression. Language repeatedly attempts to grasp expression of purely logical determinations and relations in images, which it takes from the immediately intuitable sphere. This is perhaps most clearly seen in the most universal expression of relation, the copula of the predicative sentence. The pure is of predicative statements is designated in the majority of languages, including highly developed and refined ones, in such a way that a clearer auxiliary meaning adheres to it, so that logical being is replaced by the spatial being there and being over there. The validity of a relation is, therefore, replaced by an existential statement, a proposition about a particular existence, and the character of this existence. A basic characteristic of language shows itself in this kind of substitution, which it cannot abandon without forfeiting its own nature. Philosophical sensationalism frequently like to refer to this fact in order to conclude, on the basis of language's inability to break through the sphere of sensory intuition, that the same inability holds for 14 thought. Locke made use of the theory of language as one of the foremost pieces of evidence for his theory of knowledge. However, the most essential element is thereby overlooked because, although pure knowledge can in no way dispense with language as a genuine organon of thought, it changes this instrument in its very employment. It is not bound to the limits of phonetics and the words of language but extends beyond them by making them serviceable for its own ends. Here, as already foreseen by Descartes and Leibniz, a general universal language or lingua universalis is generated as a necessary organ for the progress of scientific thought. Only today, in modern mathematics and symbolic logic, which serve as its foundation, has it reached its proper development and structural perfection. In it, language has completely left the domain in which it is originally rooted. It has, once and for all, cast aside everything that is merely the concern of expression. Nothing adheres to the signs of the symbolic language of mathematics and logic that in any way includes a relation to the subject or to the individual world of feeling and sensation. They serve exclusively the representation of the most general, objective, and necessary facts. However, the world of intuition, to which the function of presentation of language is always directed, now progressively begins to recede until it finally disappears completely in the new world that now emerges here and imposes and asserts its own rights ever more clearly and consciously. In a well-known, humorous definition of pure mathematics, Russell says that it is a domain in which one never knows about what one is speaking or if that which one says is true. Naturally, this definition seeks in no way to deny the specific significance of pure mathematics or, what, for Russell, is synonymous with it, pure logic. It does deny, however, that this signification requires any intuitive substrate or intuitive object. Here, the final radical step has been taken. The realm of pure relations and signification has become self-supporting 15 and has absolved itself from every bond to an intuitively accessible existence. The specific nature and tendency of this separation is particularly prominent where it is not confined to the sphere of pure mathematics as a theory of abstract formal relations but extends to the knowledge of reality and defines it in accordance with this new ideal. It can be said that it is precisely this new methodological approach and revision of the basic view of the meaning and means at the disposal of the knowledge of nature that is responsible for the crisis in modern mathematical physics. What principally differentiates the worldview of classical mechanics from the worldview of the general theory of relativity is the different roles and importance they assign to intuition in the construction and constitution of the object of the natural sciences, the object of experience. Of course, the classical Newtonian system is also based upon concepts that are principally of a non-intuitive nature. Newton's absolute space and time, which flow evenly according to their own nature and separately from all relations to an external object, have no intuitive content. When, however, we consider their structure more closely, it turns out that they refer to the field of intuitional being and that they are derived from it by a continual process of progressive idealization. They merely follow through to the end the path that intuition points out. They subjugate physical being to a fixed geometric intuitional schema within which all natural processes are to be ordered. Space and time appear here, at least, as analogies of empirical intuitive objects. Even in their absoluteness, they are still understood as thing-like, concrete formations. The concept of mass in Newtonian physics also has this concrete, substantial character. A piece of matter can be fixed as a self-identical thing and be recognized in various locations in space as being one and the same. It can, to an extent, be followed by our gaze in all phases of its movement. The infinite number of positions it can occupy in space at different times form, nonetheless, a readily comprehensible whole insofar as they 16 steadily emerge from one another and are all bound to the same given, intuited substratum. However, it is precisely the substantiality of space, time, and mass that has been progressively abandoned by modern physics. Maxwell's theory of light and electricity forms, here, an important and methodologically essential beginning. The mechanical theory of light had to attempt to explain optical phenomena by thinking of them as the image of a determined movement that was configured on the pattern of the movement of solid bodies. Even after it had progressed from emission theory to wave theory, light waves were still considered as something concrete, as a movement of particles, which propagated themselves in the medium of ether in the same manner that a wave spreads out in water or the vibration of an elastic string spreads through the air. Maxwell's theory, on the other hand, broke through this manner of explanation. In place of this kind of description of physical processes, which is like a transcription into known intuitive accessible relationships, he gives a purely mathematical determination. Every unique position of the ether is associated with a determinate state, and the periodic changes of these states, as expressed by determinate equations, replace the metaphorical figurative expression of the light wave. The character of the ether is restricted to the fact that, for every one of its points, two directed magnitudes, the magnetic and the electrical vector, are given. It is well known how modern theory has progressed in this direction to become pure field physics. It could only complete this transformation, however, by increasingly freeing itself from the conditions of clarity upon which the older theory was based. In his Leiden lecture on ether and relativity theory, Einstein maintained that general relativity did not need to abandon the concept of ether, it only had to deny that it lay in a determined state of movement. However, such an ether, about which we can say neither that it rests nor that it circulates with a determinate velocity, it is, of course, no longer a physical thing, is configured analogically to a thing given to intuition, it has become a pure symbol of order. And it is also symbols of order of this kind that we have before us in the concepts of time and space in the general theory of relativity. For, on the one hand, the interchangeability of space and time that is maintained here must appear for intuition as unattainable. On the other hand, the time and the space as such cease to be something objectively independent, something measurable. Space no longer has a fixed structure as such that we might determine as Euclidean or non-Euclidean. Rather, for each position there is a particular determination of mass, which depends upon the form of certain physical magnitudes, on the magnitudes that determine the gravitational field for the place in question. I do not need to enter any further into all of these interconnections, here they should only serve as a confirmation of how the symbols with which the modern physicist describes the processes of nature have, in fact, taken the last decisive step and left the area of intuition and presentation for the domain of pure signification. Recent mathematics and physics have not gone this way by means of a shortcut, rather, they have been led to it, with factual necessity, by the peculiar character of their methods and their objects. Of this there can be no serious doubt. The kind of symbolic forming of thought that is effected here, however, now stands out all the more sharply from the basic attitudes of other spiritual domains. In this context and before this audience, I do not need to enter into the particularity of aesthetic forming. One thing is immediately clear, the aesthetic object is rooted in the world of perception and its conditions in a wholly other and far deeper sense than is the case with the empirical physical object. No matter how far or how high aesthetic presentation reaches beyond the sensory givenness of appearances, or how much it strives toward the ideal, the domain of nu omicron eta tau nu kappa lambda lambda omicron, it is and remains restricted to intuitional being, and 18 must closely cling to it. It appears to have become more difficult for aesthetic theory to understand the relations maintained within aesthetic apprehension and configuration, between the world of pure expression and the world of pure presentation. The attempt has been made, not infrequently, to relate the aesthetic exclusively or, at least, chiefly to one of these two poles, thereby giving it a foundation. There are aesthetic systems that try so much to restrict art to the emotional and have it so fully absorbed by the pure lived experiences of expression that, as a result, that which is characteristic of the aesthetic object is almost lost. There are others, however, that try to separate the aesthetic in the strict and proper sense from its roots in subjective feeling so that, for them, it becomes nothing but a definite, basic form of objective comprehension and knowledge, which, as such, stands on the same level as the theoretical knowledge of nature. It is unmistakable, however, that through this isolation and abstract juxtaposition of the subjective and the objective elements, the specific form of the aesthetic is destroyed rather than recognized. For what is unique about the nature and the basic character of the aesthetic form of meaning is that, in it, these two motives, which prove to be separable and relatively independent of each other in other forms of meaning, are no longer separated, and stand instead in a purely correlative and mutually determining kind of relationship. Here, we can no longer ask which of these two elements, the element of expression or the element of presentation, is the pi rho tau epsilon rho omicron nu tau phi sigma epsilon iota, what is, by nature, earlier and later. For the nature of the aesthetic itself excludes every such relationship of earlier and later, every relation of one-sided and univocal dependence, dependence of the one on the other. It is the merging of the one into the other, the ideal balance that presents itself between them, that constitutes aesthetic comportment as well as the aesthetic object. Here I would like to appeal to what Mr. Prinzern presented yesterday on the problem of rhythm. The gist of his characterization of rhythm 19 was precisely that it is the equilibrium of the polar tension between expression and presentation. If we look back once more to language, we see that the language of poetry is different in nature from that of ordinary life and that of science in that, for it, there is no opposition and separation of presentative meaning from expressive meaning. It seeks in expression, and by virtue of it, pure presentation, as in pure presentation it seeks pure expression. Every perfect poem by Goethe, for instance, presents us with both an indissoluble unity and whole. It is completely submerged in and saturated with a particular mood in every tone and in its entire rhythmical movement. It is precisely in this melodic rhythmic expressive content, however, that a new figure of the world, which then appears before us in pure objectivity, is constructed for us. The various art forms, poetry, music, and the spatial arts, including painting and sculpture, may attain this unity in various ways and by different means, but it is absent in none of them because it belongs to the essence of artistic forming as such. I cannot enter more closely into the host of interesting specific questions that a treatment of the theme demands. I have only attempted here to sketch a general outline of the problem. I only wanted to create a framework for a treatment of the problem of the symbol, realizing that I cannot fill it out in any fashion. Filling out this framework must be left to the individual lectures, each of which will illuminate the problem from a particular angle. By way of conclusion, I may at least say a few words about a very general, basic question that arises with the analysis of every symbolic form. We cannot even use the term in a symbol without raising the general question that we may designate as the truth question. A symbol would not be a symbol if it did not lay claim to a kind of truth. A mere sign that is detached from every relation to something that is to be signified or to a signification that it grasps and brings to expression would thereby no longer be a sign. It would be reduced to a mere existence in which the characteristic sign function was extinguished. The difference, therefore, between our idealistic conception of symbolic forms and a realistic view does not lie in any denial of the objective certainty of these forms. On the contrary, the attempt here is to establish this certainty and to understand it by means of a general principle. Kant saw the basic character of Platonic idealism in the fact that Plato did not stop with the copy view of the physical world order but elevated himself instead to an intuition of its architectonic connection. In this sense, the standpoint of the mere copy view must be exchanged for that of the architectonic connection in every sphere of objectivity, no matter of what kind or type. Such a sphere cannot, by the simple imitation and rendering of some pre-given being, evidence the truth and objectivity that characteristically belongs to it. Rather, it accomplishes this in the meaningful order of the construction that it carries out by virtue of an original principle of giving form. It is well known how this basic thought has proven itself in the Copernican turn that Kant executed in his attempt to lay the foundations of knowledge. The object of knowledge, i.e., nature, stands under the pure laws of the understanding because it is there alone that we are able and allowed to spell out appearances as experiences, that is, so that we can combine them into objective unities. However, we also have to realize that, beyond this purely theoretical domain, the respective form of combination, the synopsis, does not imitate the object seen in the synopsis but constitutes it. To be sure, aesthetics, like the critique of knowledge, has also taken centuries to learn to grasp and determine the concept of natural truth in this sense. Again and again, it was forgotten that nature, as beautiful nature, is neither given nor set before the sculptor or painter as the goal of imitation but rather is the mode and direction of artistic configuration out of which the individual art's intuition of nature grows. Thus, the law of style and, hence, the law of inner truth under which every individual art 21 stands cannot be extracted from some fixed nature of things. It is, rather, the independent originality and autonomy of this law that itself determines this truth. The agreement with this inner norm, which is a norm of forming, gives the formed its stable order. In this sense, the aesthetic of the 18th century, the aesthetics of Mendelssohn and Lessing, already pronounced this thought by asserting that we must begin with the kind of signs that each art uses in order to reach a certain demarcation of its domain and possibilities. The determination of an art lies in what it is capable of by virtue of its specific signs, not in what the other arts are just as much or more capable of accomplishing. In the end, this principle of Lessing informs us that it is none other than the style of each art that is decisive in determining its immanent truth and its objectivity, not the other way around. If we conceive this basic thought in general terms, then we are thereby required, as in the case of the individual arts, to inquire into the law of forming in all domains of spirit as such, and into the understanding of the objective structures that become visible in them. Let us recall, once again, our example of the line drawing that could first be taken as an aesthetic ornament, then as a magical mythical insignia, and then again as a mathematical curve that served as the designation of a functional process. And in each of these versions, a thoroughly different objective imprint was attained. Thus, in this way, it now becomes clear how that which we call the object is to be understood not in the manner of a fixed and rigid forma substantialis but as a functional form. At the same time, it can be seen how the richness of being originally unfolds out of the richness of meaning, and how the manifold character of the significations of being does not stand in contradiction to the demand for the unity of being, rather, it is just the proper fulfillment of this demand that is exhibited. Form and Technology, 1930. 1. 39. If we judge the signification of the individual subdomains of human culture primarily by their actual effectiveness, if we determine the value of these domains according to the magnitude of their direct accomplishments, there can hardly be any doubt that by this measure technology claims first place in the construction of our contemporary culture. Likewise, no matter whether we reproach or praise, exalt or damn this primacy of technology, its pure factuality seems to be beyond question. All the forces of configuration in contemporary culture are increasingly concentrated on this one point. Even the strongest counterforces to technology, even those spiritual potencies that are most distant from technology in their content and meaning, seem able to actualize themselves only insofar as they become conjoined with technology and, through this alliance, become imperceptibly subjected to it. Today, many consider this subjugation the ultimate goal of modern culture, and its inevitable fate. However, even if we think it impossible to constrain or stop this course of things, a final question remains. The essence and basic determination of spirit does not tolerate any external determination. Even where it entrusts itself to a foreign power and sees its progress determined by it, spirit must at least attempt to penetrate the core and meaning of this determination. Spirit thereby reconciles itself with its fate and becomes free. Even if spirit is not able to repel and conquer the power to which it is subjected, it nevertheless demands to know this power and to see it for what it is. If this demand is made in earnest, it does not possess a merely ideal signification 40 and is not limited to the realm of pure thought. From the clarity and certainty of seeing follows a new force of effective action, a force with which spirit strikes back against every external determination, against the mere fatality of matter and the effects of things. Insofar as spirit is mindful of the powers that seem to determine it externally, this mindfulness already contains a characteristic turning back and turning inward. Instead of grasping outwardly at the world of things, it now turns back onto itself. Instead of exploring the depths of effects, it returns to itself and, by means of this concentration, achieves a new strength and depth. Admittedly, we are still far away from fulfilling this ideal demand today, particularly in the domain of technology. A gulf that separates thought and activity, knowledge and effective action repeatedly emerges. If Hegel is correct when he states that the philosophy of an age is nothing more than that very age grasped in thought, and if this philosophy, understood as the idea of the world, only appears after reality has completed this process of formation and so finished itself, then we would have to expect that the incomparable development of technology over the course of the past century corresponds to a change in the way of thinking. If, however, we look at philosophy's present situation, this expectation has been only partially fulfilled. Admittedly, from approximately the middle of the 19th century onward, problems that had their origins in the realm of technology have increasingly made their way into abstract philosophical examinations, thereby giving them a new goal and direction. Neither the theory of science nor the theory of value has escaped this influence. The theory of knowledge, the philosophy of culture, and metaphysics all attest to technology's breadth and growing power. This interconnection exhibits itself most clearly in certain currents of the modern theory of knowledge, which attempt to transform the traditional relationship between theory and praxis into its opposite. 41 Defining theoretical truth merely as a special case of utility. Beyond these properly pragmatic trains of thought, however, the growing influence of technical concepts and questions on philosophy as a whole is unmistakable. Even modern Lebensphilosophy is often subject to it, though Lebensphilosophy believes it takes the most vigorous stand against it. It, too, is not free from the chains that it mocks. However, all of these inevitable points of contact between the domains of technology and philosophy in no way prove that an inner communality is being initiated and built up between the two. Such a community can never result from a mere sum of external influences, however manifold and strong we may think them. While philosophy and technology have jointly entered into the systems of positivism and empiricism, we need only think of Mach's principle of economy as the basis of a theory of knowledge. This bond must not produce the semblance of a true unification of the two. Such unification would be reached only if philosophy succeeded in fulfilling, on this point, the general function that it has increasingly fulfilled with ever greater clarity for other domains of culture. Since the days of the Renaissance, philosophy has brought all the powers of modern thought before its forum, questioning them about their meaning and right, their origin and validity. This question of the ground of validity, the quid juris as Kant calls it, is directed to all of the formal principles of spirit. In posing this question, the grounds of their specific characteristics are first uncovered, their own proper meaning and value discovered and assured. Philosophy has achieved such assurance, such critical mindfulness and justification, for mathematics, the theoretical knowledge of nature, the historical world, and the human sciences. Although new problems constantly arise here, although the work of critique will never come to an end, the direction of this work has been set since the days of Kant and his founding of transcendental philosophy. Technology, however, has not yet been seriously integrated within the circle of philosophical 42 self-reflection. Technology still seems to retain a singularly peripheral character. Genuine knowledge of technology, insight into its spiritual essence, has not kept pace with the growth in its scope. A fundamental motive for the inner tension and antagonism found in the formative tendencies of our epoch lies precisely in this disparity, in this impotence of abstract thought to be able to penetrate into the core of the technological world. A resolution of this tension can never be hoped for or sought by adjusting the extreme points of the tension or by effecting a mere compromise between them. Rather, their possible unity requires the insight and clear and frank acknowledgement that this particular case involves more than a mere difference, it is a genuine polarity. This fact determines the task that philosophy has to fulfill with respect to the current development of technology. This task cannot be limited to assigning technology a predetermined place in the whole of culture and, therefore, in the whole of a systematic philosophy that aims to be the intellectual expression of culture. Technology cannot simply be placed next to other areas and formations, such as economics and the state, morality and law, art and religion. For in the realm of spirit, separate domains never stand simply together or next to one another. Here, the community is never spatially static but possesses a dynamic character. One element is found with the other only to the extent that both assert themselves in opposition to each other, thereby mutually setting each other into opposition. Thus, every introduction of a new element not only widens the scope of the spiritual horizon in which this confrontation takes place but also alters the very mode of seeing. This process of configuration not only expands outwardly, it also experiences in itself an intensification and heightening so that a simultaneous qualitative transformation, a specific metamorphosis, occurs. It is not enough for modern philosophy simply to find a space for technology in the edifice of its doctrine. A space that is created in this way will always remain an aggregate space and 43 never become truly systematic. If philosophy wants to remain loyal to its mission, if it wants to maintain its privilege, so to speak, of representing the logical conscience of culture, it must also inquire into the conditions of possibility of technical effective action and technical configuration, just as it inquires into the conditions of possibility of theoretical knowledge, language, and art. Here, too, philosophy will be able to ask the questions of being and validity only when it has clarified the question of meaning. This clarification, however, cannot succeed so long as one's considerations are limited to the sphere of the works of technology in the domain of the affected and created. The world of technology remains mute as long as we look at it and investigate it from this single point of view. It begins to open up and to divulge its secret only if we return from the forma formata to the forma formans, from that which has become to the very principle of becoming. Today, the urgency to return to this principle is felt much more by those who work in technological fields and are engaged in its productive labor than by those who work in systematic philosophy. In technology, the power of materialistic ways of thinking and questioning has been given up. The search for the purpose and legitimacy of technology requires posing this question ever more clearly and ever more consciously in reference to the idea it embodies and the essential spiritual determination that is fulfilled in it. The origin of technology, as expressed in one of the newest works in the philosophy of technology, lies in the idea. Another author formulates the task as follows. We will examine technology as the organic partial appearance of a larger phenomenon, the development of culture as such. We will attempt to understand it as the corporal expression, as the historical fulfillment of a basic idea required for a system of cultural ideas where the tangible material of technological creations comes to be inwardly mastered, regardless of how varied the articulation of the idea is in the battle of motives and tendencies among those engaged in these activities. It is essential to see the transpersonal, above the lower sphere of interests of mediating subjects, as an overall ideal commonality in the history that determines human actions not as a kind of blind law, but as something they freely take up, in order to become historical reality. 3. Whatever the answer, the question itself is transferred to the level where all genuine historical decisions belong. The question also leads the problem back to its initial historical origin and is linked to it in a remarkable and surprising way. Just as a modern thinker standing in the midst of the concrete existence and life of technology comes to see the crux of the problem, so too the discoverer of the idea and the world of ideas conceived it more than 2,000 years ago. When Plato develops the relationship between idea and appearance and seeks to justify it systematically, he seeks to ground it not in the figures of nature but in the works and formations of tau kainueta. The art of the craftsman, the demiurge, provides him with one of the great examples and models with which he exhibits the meaning and signification of the idea. According to Plato, this art is no mere reproduction of something that is objectively present and existing, rather, art is possible only on the basis of a prototype and archetype to which the artist looks in his creative work. The artist who first invented the loom did not initially find it as something given in the sensible world, rather, he introduced it into the sensible world by looking toward the form and purpose, toward the eidos and telos of the tool itself. Today, the constructor of the loom still looks to that form. For instance, 45 if a loom is broken and a new one must be constructed, the broken loom is not used as a model and pattern, rather, what gives direction to his labor is his gaze upon the original form as exhibited in the spirit of the first inventors. This general form, however, and not an individual thing existing in the sensible world, grounds and constitutes the true and proper being of the loom. 4 Is it a coincidence, then, that this basic motive of Platonism is also increasingly asserting itself in contemporary reflections on the meaning and essence of technology? Dessauer, for example, remarks. From a higher sphere of power and reality, through the spirit and hands of the technician and worker, an immense stream of experience and power descends into earthly existence. A spiritual stream pours into the chaotic material world, and everyone, from the creator to the final worker, takes part, all are recipients. Similarly, Maxith writes, technology is everything that gives the human will a corporeal form. Here, human willing coincides with the human spirit, which contains an unending number of externalizations and possibilities of life. Thus, technology, despite being bound to the material world, also received something of the boundlessness of the pure life of the mind. 5. Such remarks clearly illustrate that the modern mindfulness of the ground and essence of technology is no longer satisfied with viewing it merely as an applied natural science that is somehow harnessed and captured in the concepts and categories of the thinking of the natural sciences. What is sought, rather, is technology's relation to cultural life in its totality and universality. This relation, however, is to be found and established only when we focus on the concept of form rather than on the concept of being. 46 of natural science, and when we reflect on its ground and origin, its content and meaning. For it is only by the concept of form that the expanse of spirit first becomes accessible and that its scope and its horizons are first determined for us. 6 If, instead of beginning from the existence of technological works, we were to begin from the form of the effective action of technology and shift our gaze from the mere product to the mode and type of production and to the lawfulness revealed in it, then technology would lose the narrow, limited, and fragmentary character that otherwise seems to adhere to it. Technology adapts itself not directly in its end result, but with a view to its task and problematic into a comprehensive sphere of inquiry within which its specific meaning and original spiritual tendency can be determined. In order to penetrate the sphere and truly grasp its core, another fundamental and purely methodological mindfulness is needed. The particular character of the question of meaning that confronts us here repeatedly threatens to become obscure, its borders repeatedly threaten to become blurred because of other motives that not only join it but also gradually and imperceptibly lead to its displacement. Such a displacement has already occurred if we believe that the question of meaning can be equated with the question of value, and that such a starting point can bring about a genuine solution to the question. In this identification of meaning and value, a deferral of the problem has already taken place. Admittedly, this logical lacuna continues to be largely unnoticed because it not only belongs to the problem being investigated here but also extends to the whole expanse of the philosophy of culture and spans all of its tasks. So often in the history of thought, the transcendental question is posed about the possibility of culture, its conditions and principles. 47 But rarely has this question been held onto and explored with great acuity, especially concerning its pure essence. It constantly slid away in two different directions. The question concerning cultural achievement has been subordinated to the question concerning its content. We could understand the measure of this achievement from the viewpoint of the most different spiritual dimensions, but no matter how high or how low we might estimate it, this would not rectify the mistake committed in the first statement of the problem. This state of affairs already emerges with the first real critic of modern culture, Rousseau. When Rousseau placed the whole of the intellectual and spiritual formation of his time before the real questions of conscience and destiny, the framing of his question was dictated by external sources, that is, the competition sponsored by the Academy of Dijon in 1750. The question was whether the rebirth of the arts and sciences had contributed to the ethical perfection of humanity, si l'établissement des sciences et des arts a contribué à épurer les mœurs. 7 According to Rousseau, who typified the basic orientation of Enlightenment ethics, this perfection was reached by fulfilling desire and enjoying a standard of happiness won through humankind's transition from the state of nature to that of culture. Happiness and perfection are the two dimensions within which he sought the answer to his problem. They provide the standards by which his responses are to be adjudicated. It was not until German idealism that a crucial turn was brought about. German idealism was the first to pose the question of essence with great acuity and clarity, disengaging it from the accessory questions of happiness and moral perfection. Thus, for instance, in the critique of judgment, the realm of the beautiful could be philosophically grounded through the autonomy, the self-legislation, and the self-signification of the beautiful, which is discovered and guaranteed in opposition to the feelings of pleasure and displeasure as well as to the norms and rules of the ethical ought. If we turn to the realm of technology and to the 48 ever-intensifying struggle that goes on within it in order to grasp its specific meaning and content, we discover that the struggle remains for the most part at a preliminary stage, a stage through which the other domains of spiritual culture have long since passed. We may bless technology or curse it, we may admire it as one of the greatest possessions of the age or lament its necessity and depravity in judgments such as these. A measure that does not originate from it is applied to it. Consciously or unconsciously, purposes are ascribed to it that are foreign to the pure creative will and pure creative power of technology. And yet, an authentic judgment can come only from within technology itself, that is, only from insight into its own inherent, immanent law. The philosophy of technology, at least, is tied to this demand. Admittedly, philosophy confronts the contents of spiritual culture not only by observing and testing them but also by judging them. It does not want merely to know them but wants also to approve and reject, assess and evaluate, adjudicate and pass judgment upon. This philosophy can and must do. Its intellectual conscience, however, forbids it to make a judgment before it has penetrated into the essence of that which is being judged, grasping it on its own terms. This freedom of the philosophical gaze, however, is rarely found in modern apologias for technology or in the attacks and accusations directed against it. Again, we are tempted to employ the maxim that Spinoza formulated in his political philosophy for the accused as well as the plaintiff: non ridere, non lugere, nec dexteri, sed intelligere. 8 The determination of being and being a certain way, the intuition of what technology is, must precede the judgment of its value. Here arises a new dilemma: the being of technology permits itself to be grasped and exhibited in no way other than in its activity. It appears only in its function. It exists neither in its external appearance nor 49 in what it externalizes, rather, it exists in the manner and direction of the externalization itself, in the impulse and process of configuration to which this externalization is subjected. Thus, being can become visible only in becoming, work can become visible only in energy, but this particular difficulty clears the way and indicates the direction for further consideration. For here, at this point, the affinity and internal relation between technology and the pure form and principle of other basic powers of culture, no matter how different they may be with respect to their content, become clear. What Humboldt has proven for language is also valid for these other powers: the genuine conceptual determination, the only true definition that can be given for these powers, is a genetic one. They cannot and must not be understood as dead products, but as a way and basic direction of production. It is from this intellectual tendency that we should inquire into the essence of technology. Goethe says that when a human being acts meaningfully, he always and simultaneously acts as a lawmaker. It belongs to the essential task of philosophy to penetrate into this human lawgiving, to measure and penetrate its unity and internal differences, its universality and particularity. Only through such a comprehensive endeavor can we secure a basis for a detailed judgment. What is hoped for is the determination of a norm above all merely subjective expressions of praise and reprimand, favor and displeasure, seizing instead the authentically objective form of the perceived object in its nature and necessity. 2. Maxith, one of the most enthusiastic and eloquent pioneers of the spiritual sovereignty of technology, begins his lecture Poetry and Technology from the known relationship between the function of technology and the function of language. 50. Two things essentially distinguish animals from human beings, understood from the perspective of their external appearance: the word and the tool. The ability to create words and tools has made the human being out of the animal. How these abilities have come into the world will undoubtedly remain an eternal puzzle that no theory of evolution will be capable of solving, because they originate in a spiritual wellspring from which no animal has ever drunk. Both abilities were imperative for the survival of the human being in a hostile world in which he, physically more helpless, weaker, and less resistant than most animals, would undoubtedly have quickly perished. What saved him? In the sphere of knowledge was language, in the sphere of ability, the tool. The power that turned the mere defenseless human being into the sovereign over every living thing on earth rests on knowledge and ability, on the word and the tool. In prehistoric times, far from the beginnings of culture, the tool undoubtedly played the primary role in the configuration of human existence. Later, a decisive alteration in the relationship between word and tool emerged. Language, just because it can speak, knew how to create for itself a superior, one might say improper meaning. In the sensibility of human beings, the mute tool was increasingly relegated to the background. Knowledge was master and ability served. This relationship continued to intensify and has continued to be accepted until now. Today we stand amid a fierce struggle that is endeavoring, if not to alter, then to return the relationship of the two to its proper foundation. In its growing domination, language exalted its improper claim to be the only tool of the spirit. In general, language believes this still today. Concerning the tool of the spirit, language forgets the spirit of the tool. Both word and tool are a product of the same originary spiritual force that has made the animal Homo into the human being, Homo sapiens, as it is 51 called by the scholars who, of course, allude only to the human being's knowledge and forget the skill that has rendered all his knowledge possible. 9. I have singled out these sentences by a technician and a thinker of technology because a real philosophical problem is hidden in the parallel asserted here between language and tools. It is not merely wit, or an external analogy, that brings together language and tools and attempts to understand them by one spiritual principle. The idea of such an essential relation was not foreign to the first philosophers of language within European thought. They did not primarily preconceive the word and language as the mere means of presentation, as the means for the description of external reality. Rather, they saw in language a means for the mastery of reality. For them, language became a weapon and a tool that human beings employed in order to compete in the struggle with nature and with their peers in social and political conflict. 10 Logos itself, as the expression of the particular intellectuality of the human being, appears here to have a theoretical as well as an instrumental signification. Yet, implicitly contained in this is the counter-thesis that the power of Logos also rests in every simple material tool, in every application of a material thing that serves human will. Thus, the determination of essence, the definition of the human being, develops in this twofold direction. The human being is a rational being in the sense that reason comes from language and is insolubly bound to it. Ratio and oratio, thinking and speaking, become interchangeable concepts. 11 However, at the same time, and no less originally, man appears as a technical, a tool-forming being, a tool-making animal. 12 To employ Benjamin Franklin's words, the power with which man asserts 52 himself against external reality, and by virtue of which he first gains a mental image of this reality, is determined by these two sides of his essence. All spiritual handling of reality is bound to this double act of grasping, of conceiving reality in linguistic theoretical thought and comprehending through the medium of effective action the intellectual and technological giving of form. In both cases, it is essential to guard against a misunderstanding in order to penetrate into the actual meaning of this giving of form. The form of the world, whether in thinking or doing, whether in speech or in effective action, is not simply received and accepted by the human being, rather, it must be formed by him. In this respect, thinking and doing are originally united, they both stem from this common root of forming figures, gradually unfolding and branching off from it. Wilhelm von Humboldt 13 has shown this basic relationship in language. He demonstrates how the act of speaking is never a mere receiving of the object, a reception of the existing form of the object in the eye. Rather, it contains in itself a real act of world creation, the raising up of the world to form. The idea that different languages only denote the same mass, independent of the objects and concepts available to them, is, for Humboldt, truly pernicious for the study of language. This view masks that which constitutes language's genuine meaning and value. It conceals language's creative role in the laying out, production, and securing of the intuitive worldview. The difference among languages is not a difference between sounds and signs, rather it is a difference of worldviews. 14 Correctly understood, what is said here about the use of language also holds for each use of the material tool, however elementary and primitive. Here, too, that which is crucial is never found in the material goods that are 53 gained through it, in the quantitative expansion of the sphere of influence through which, little by little, one part of external reality after another is submitted to the will of the human being. The will that initially seemed limited by its proximity to the lived human body, to the movement of its own limbs, gradually explodes and breaks through all spatial and temporal barriers. In the end, this overcoming would be fruitless if spirit only contained and dragged along with it new world matter. Here, a more genuine and greater profit lies in the gaining of form, in the fact that the expansion of effective action changes along with its qualitative meaning, creating the possibility of a new aspect of the world. Effective action, in its continuous increase, in its expansion and intensification, would finally have to be recognized as powerless, as internally aimless and weak, if an inner transformation, an ideal turn in its meaning, were not simultaneously being prepared and constantly carried out. What philosophy is able to achieve for technology, for its understanding and legitimacy in thought, is the demonstration of this turn in meaning. To do this, however, philosophy must reach deep into the past. It must seek to penetrate back to when the secret of the form first opened itself to the human being, when it began to rise up in thought and accomplishment in order, admittedly, to cloak itself just as much as to reveal itself so as to exhibit itself only as in a puzzling mist, in the twilight of the idols of the magical mythical worldview. If we compare the worldviews of various civilized peoples to those of primitive peoples, the deep opposition between them reveals itself perhaps no more sharply than in the direction the human will adopts in order to become master over nature and gradually to take possession of it. A type of a technological will and accomplishment confronts the type of magical will and accomplishment. Attempts have been made to derive this originary opposition from the totality of differences that exists between the worlds of civilized peoples and those of primitive peoples. Humans from an earlier stage are distinguished from those of a 54 later stage, just as magic is distinguished from technology. The former may be designated as Homo divinans and the latter as Homo faber. The whole development of humanity presents itself, then, as a completed process, containing innumerable intermediary forms through which the human being moves from the initial stage of Homo divinans to the stage of Homo faber. If we accept this distinction, as Danzel has forcefully maintained in his Culture and Religion of Primitive Man 15, then we have not reached a solution to the problem, rather, we have only acquired a perspective, a formulation of the problem. For it would only be an assertion and extrapolation if ethnology, from which this distinction originates, attempted to explain it by attributing to the comportment of magical man a predominance of subjective determinations and motives more than purely objective ones. The worldview of Homo divinans is supposed to come about through the projection of his own states onto reality. He sees in the external world what is going on within himself. Inner processes that take place entirely within the psyche are transferred to the outside. Drives and stirrings of volition are interpreted as forces that intervene directly into events, steering and altering them. However, from a purely logical perspective, this explanation is marred by a petitio principii. It confuses that which is to be explained with the ground of explanation. When we reproach primitive peoples for confusing the objective and subjective, for letting the borders of both areas flow into one another, we are speaking from the standpoint of our theoretical observation of the world founded on the principle of reasons, on the category of causality as the condition of experience and the objects of experience. For these borders are not in themselves objectively before us, rather, they must first be set down and secured, they must first be erected by the labor of spirit. The manner of setting these borders takes place differently according 55 to the overall attitude in which spirit exists and according to the direction in which it moves. Each transition from one comportment and direction into another always ends in a new orientation, a new relationship between the I and reality. This relation is not set down as unique and unambiguous from the beginning, rather, it first comes to be because of the manifold ideal processes of setting into opposition as in myth and religion, language and art, science and the different basic forms of theoretical comportment in general. For human beings, a fixed representation of subject and object according to which they comport themselves does not exist from the beginning, rather, in the entirety of these comportments, in the entirety of his lived bodily and his psycho-spiritual activities, there first arises knowledge of both subject and object. The horizon of the I first separates itself from that of reality. 16 There is no fixed, static relationship between them from the outset, rather there is, as it were, a fluctuating back and forth movement. From this movement, a form gradually crystallizes in which the human being first grasps his own being as well as the being of objects. If we apply this general insight to the problem presented here, we see that, for the human being, in his magical as well as in his technological comportment, the world does not already have a determined form, rather, he must search for this form and must find it in various ways. The way in which he finds it depends on the dynamic principle that the general movement of spirit follows. If we assume that the principle of causality and the question concerning the reasons of being and the causes of events already prevail in the magical apprehension of nature, then the barrier between magic and science falls away. In his work The Magic Art, J.G. Fraser, one of the best specialists on 56 magical phenomena, expressly draws this conclusion in his attempt to lay out completely the factual sphere of the magical arts. At the same time, he links a certain theory about the meaning and origin of magic to his description of this factual sphere. On Fraser's account, magic amounts to nothing more and nothing less than the beginnings of experimental physics. In magic, the human first acquires an intuition of objective being and events, which are ordered according to fixed rules. The course of things now presents itself to him as a closed nexus, a chain of causes and effects in which no supernatural power can arbitrarily intervene. According to Fraser, it is here that the world of magic is clearly separated from the religious world. In religious intuition, the human is subjected to foreign violent powers to which he entrusts the whole of his being. Here, there is still no fixed natural course, for as yet the world does not have its own figure and its own power, rather, it is a plaything in the hands of superior transcendent forces. It is, however, just this basic view against which the magical view of the world protests. It grasps nature as a strictly determined sequence of events and seeks to penetrate into the essence of this determination. It knows no coincidence, rather, it rises to the intuition of a strict uniformity of events. And, in this way, it achieves, in contrast to religion, the first stage of scientific knowledge of the world. Admittedly, magic differs from science in its result, but not in its principle and its problem. This is the case because the principle, like causes, like effects, governs it as well, giving it its imprint. That it is not able to employ this principle in the same sense as the theoretical science of nature is due, according to Fraser, not to a logical reason but only to a factual one. It is primitive not in its form of thought but in the measure and the security of its knowledge content. The circle of observation is too narrow, the nature of observation too fluctuating and uncertain, for it to be able to erect truly durable empirical laws. The consciousness of lawfulness as such, however, has been awakened in it and is tightly and 57 steadfastly held onto by it. Thus, in the end, Fraser sees in both fundamental forms of magic nothing other than the application and variation of the scientific principle of causality, which he understands and expounds here in accordance with the views of English empiricism. Sympathetic magic and homeopathic or imitative magic are both founded on the fundamental laws of ideal association that rule over all causal thinking. In the case of the former, it results in the law of association by similarity, and in the case of the latter, it results in the law of association by contact and becomes the guiding principle of theoretical and practical comportment. 17. The flaw in Fraser's theory, upon which a large number of ethnologists have remarked, can be stated as follows: it awards magical comportment a signification that vindicates it as an achievement that is reserved for technological comportment. Magic may differ from religion insofar as the human being is able to escape the merely passive relationship to nature, that is, he no longer receives the world as the mere gift of a superior divine power but wants to take possession of it and stamp it with a determined form. The manner of this appropriation, however, is entirely different from the appropriation carried out by the effective action of technology and in the thinking of the natural sciences. The magical human being, the Homo divinans, believes, in a certain sense, in the omnipotence of the I. This omnipotence expresses itself, however, only in the force of a desire. In its highest intensification and potency, reality is not able in the end to elude desire. It is connected and subjected to it. The outcome is linked to a particular activity in the following way: the goal of the activity is precisely anticipated in the representation, and the image of this goal is worked on and held to with great intensity. All real actions, if they are to be successful, need such magical preparation. 58 And anticipation. Warring or raiding, fishing or hunting can succeed only if every individual phase is magically anticipated and at the same time rehearsed in the right way. 18 Already in the magical view of the world, the human being tears himself away from the immediate presence of things and builds his own empire, with which he reaches out into the future. However, if, in a certain sense, he is freed from the power of immediate sensation, he has only exchanged it for the immediacy of desire. In this immediacy, he believes he is able to seize reality directly and to conquer it. The totality of magical practices is, so to speak, only the interpretative laying out, the progressive unfolding of the desired image that the spirit carries within itself to the goal. The simple, ever more intense repetition of this goal is already regarded as the way that must inevitably lead to it. Herein originate the two originary forms of magic, word magic and image magic. Word and image, then, are the two ways in which the human being embraces a non-present thing as present, by which he, as it were, places something desired and longed for before himself, in order, in this very act of representing, to enjoy and make it his own. That which is spatially remote and temporally distant is called forth in speech or is imagined and prefigured. Already here, the regnum hominis is sought after, but it immediately escapes the human being and dissolves into a mere idol. Undoubtedly, magic is not simply a mode of the apprehension of the world, rather within it is found the real seeds of the configuration of the world. The medium in which it moves, however, does not let these seeds develop. For experienceable reality is still not seen in its orders and rules, rather, it is enveloped more densely in a simple, wishful dream that conceals its own form. Moreover, this accomplishment of subjectivity is not to be assessed in an exclusively negative fashion, for it is already a first and, in a 59 certain sense, crucial step when the human being does not simply abandon and submit himself to the impressions of things, to their mere givenness, but instead changes them, generating a world out of himself. When he is no longer satisfied by mere existence but demands being a certain way and being otherwise. However, this first active direction in which the world of being faces the world of doing still lacks the means of actuation. Because the will jumps directly toward its goal in the magical identification of I and world, no true setting into opposition between them occurs. For every such confrontation calls for proximity as well as distance, empowerment as well as relinquishment, the force of grasping but also the force of distantiation. It is precisely this double process that is revealed in technological comportment, which specifically differentiates it from magical comportment. Here, the power of the will replaces the power of mere desire. This will reveal itself not only in the force of the forward driving impulse but also in the way in which this impulse is led and mastered. It reveals itself not only in the ability to seize its goal but also in the particular ability to distance itself from the goal and to leave it at this distance, letting it stand there. It is only this letting stand of the goal that makes an objective intuition possible, an intuition of the world as a world of objects. For the will, the object is just as much the guiding principle and thread that first gives it its determination and its solidity as it is the limit of the will, its counterpart, and its resistance. The strength of the will first grows and becomes stronger on the strength of this limit. The will can never succeed in its implementation simply by making itself stronger, rather, success demands that the will intervene in an originally foreign order and that it know and recognize this order as such. This knowing is at the same time a mode of recognition. Nature is not, as in magic, merely 60 repressed by desiring and believing, rather, its own independent being is acknowledged. And the true victory of thought is only achieved in this self-modesty. Natura non vincitur nisi parendu 19 Victory over nature is only achieved through obedience to it. By means of this obedience, which lets the forces of nature prevail and no longer seeks to captivate and subjugate it magically, a new figure in a purely theoretical sense of the world emerges. Human beings no longer attempt to make reality amenable to their desires with various methods of magic and enchantment, rather they take it as an independent and characteristic structure. In this way, nature has ceased to be an amorphous material that yields to every metamorphosis and, in the end, allows itself to be forced into any figure through the power of magical words and images. In place of magical compulsion emerges the discovery of nature, which is contained in all technological comportment, no matter how simple and primitive the application of the tool may be. This discovery is a disclosure, it is the grasping and the making one's own of an essential and necessary interconnection that previously lay hidden. Thus, only here are the fullness and the limitless changes of the figures of the magical mythical world traced back to a fixed norm, a determined measure. And yet, reality does not become a rigid existence through a reduction to its inner relationship of measure, rather, its inner mobility has been preserved. It has lost nothing of its plasticity. However, this plasticity, this formability, is now set as if in a fixed intellectual framework that is limited by certain rules of the possible. This objective possibility now appears as the border where the omnipotence of desire and affective fantasy are placed. In place of merely libidinous desire, there first emerges a genuine, conscious relationship of the will, a relationship in which ruling and serving, demanding and obeying, victory and submission are united. In such a mutual determination, a new meaning of the I and a new meaning of the world are grasped. The arbitrariness, self-will, and obstinacy of the I withdraw, and, insofar as this happens, the proper meaning of existence 61 and events, reality as cosmos as order and form stands out. To make this clear, we need not look at the complete unfolding and present configuration of technology, rather, a fundamental comportment presents itself in the most ordinary and inconspicuous phenomena, in the first and simplest beginnings of tool use, more clearly than in almost all the marvels of modern technology. Already, here, we penetrate, from a purely philosophical perspective, to the core and heart of the problem. Although the distance between the most cumbersome and imperfect tools and the results and achievements of technological execution appears vast, at least with respect to their content, if we focus on the principle of action, we find that the gap is much smaller than the gulf that separates the first invention and application of the crudest tool from mere animal behavior. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the transition to the first tool not only contains the seeds of a new mastery of the world but also marks a turning point in knowledge. The mode of action established here grounds and steadies, for the first time, a type of mediacy that belongs to the essence of thought. All thought in its pure logical form is mediated. It is directed to the discovery and extraction of a mediating structure that joins the opening sentence and the ending sentence of a communicative chain. The tool fulfills the same function, presented here in the logical sphere, in the objective sphere. It is grasped, as it were, in objective intuition, it is not merely the terminus medius of thinking. It sets itself between the first position taken by the will and its goal. Only in this in-between position is it permitted to separate them and set them at a proper distance. So long as the human being makes use only of his limbs, his bodily organs, in order to achieve his goals, such distancing is not yet reached. Admittedly, he effectively acts on his environment. However, there is a great distance between this effective activity and the knowledge 62 of this effective activity. Whereas all human doing is absorbed in apprehending the world, human beings cannot yet comprehend it, because they do not yet conceive of it as an objective figure, as a world of objects. The elementary taking possession of, immediate physical grasping, is not a constructive comprehending. It does not lead to a construction in the region of pure looking or in the region of thinking. In the tool and its use, however, the goal sought after is, for the first time, moved off into the distance. Instead of looking spellbound at this goal, the human being learns to foresee it. It is initially this foreseeing that becomes both a means and a condition of attaining the goal. This form of seeing is all that distinguishes human intentional doing from animal instinct. This foreseeing establishes foresight. It establishes the possibility of directing attention to a goal, towards something spatially absent and temporally remote, rather than acting on an immediately given sensuous stimulus. It is not so much because animals are inferior to the human in bodily skill, but because this line of sight is denied to animals, that there is no genuine tool use in animal existence. Point 20. And it is also from this line of sight that there first arises the thought of causal connection in the strict and genuine sense of the word. If one takes the concept of causality so casually and loosely that it can be present wherever spatial and temporal coextension occurs through mere association, then the origin of this concept must be considered to be much earlier. There is no doubt that association is present in the mythical world and that the pure magical affective action is filled by the pervaded association. Fraser follows this view of causality when he subordinates the world of magic to the principle of causality, when he sees in magic the true beginning of experimental physics. 21. However, another picture and judgment of 63. The spiritual interconnections and spiritual differences between the basic forms of the apprehension of the world emerges if we take the concept of causality in the sharper and stricter sense Kant gave to it in his criticism of Hume's theory of causality. The main focus of this critique lies in the proof that it is in no way the merely habitual combination but the thought of a necessary connection that determines the nucleus of the concept of causality as a category of pure understanding. And the correctness of this concept is to be proven by showing that, without it, the relation of our representations to an object would not be possible. The concept of causality belongs to the originary forms of synthesis through which alone it is possible to give representation an object. It is, as the condition of possibility of experience, the condition of possibility of the objects of experience. The mythical magical world knows nothing about a sense of causality that both constructs and renders possible the sphere of objects, making them accessible to thought. For the mythical magical world, the whole of nature dissolves into a play of forces, into actions and reactions. These forces, however, are essentially of the sort that the human being lives with and experiences in his immediate drives. They are personal, demonic divine powers which direct and determine events, and whose participation human beings must secure in order to influence these events. With the creation of the tool and by means of its regular use, the limits of this type of representation were first breached. Here we encounter the twilight of the gods of the magical mythical 64 world. Only here does the thought of causality emerge from the limitations of inner experience, from being bound to the subjective feelings of the will. The tool becomes a bond that joins pure objective determinations together and sets down a fixed rule for their mutual dependence. The tool no longer belongs immediately, like the lived body and its limbs, to the human being. It signifies something detached from its immediate existence, something that has itself consistence, a consistent existence that can far outlast the life of the individual human being. This determined tangibility and actuality does not, however, now stand alone, rather, it is truly actual only in the effect it exerts on other beings. This effect is not simply joined to the tool externally, rather, it belongs to its determined essence. The intuition of a certain tool, for instance, the intuition of an axe or a hammer, never exhausts itself in the intuition of a thing with particular characteristics, of materials with certain qualities. Here, its use, its authentic function becomes apparent in its very stuff. The form of its activity comes to be in matter. They are not separated from one another but are apprehended and comprehended as an insoluble unity. The object is determined as something only insofar as it is for something. This is because in the world of tools there are no mere things with properties, rather, there are only, to use a mathematical expression, ensembles of vector magnitudes. Although every being is determined here in itself, it is, At the same time, the expression of a certain performance, and in the intuition of this performance, a fundamentally new direction of seeing opens up for the human being, the apprehension of objective causality. Of course, when we consider the achievement facilitated here, we should bear in mind that the gap between the two different aspects of the world confronting one another cannot be leaped over all at once. The distance between the two poles continues to exist and can be traversed only step by step. Long after the human spirit has produced, in both 65 language and tools, the most important means of its liberation, these means still appear enveloped in the magical mythical atmosphere that it is supposed to overcome in its final and highest development. 22 The world of language, like that of tools, is in no way immediately conceived as the creation of the human spirit but is conceived as the efficacy of foreign and superior forces. The demonic character that belongs to the mythical view as such also includes these two worlds and at first threatens to draw them completely under its spell. The whole of the word and the whole of the tool appear as a kind of pandemonium. Originally, language is not the means of a matter-of-fact presentation, a medium of mere communication that serves to bring about reciprocal understanding in the logical sense of the word. The more we attempt to return to the origins of language, the more its purely thing-like character is lost. Herder says that the oldest dictionary and grammar of humanity were nothing more than a pantheon of tones, a realm consisting less of things and their names than of animate, acting beings. The same held for the first and most primitive tools. They, too, are regarded as given from above, as gifts from a god or savior. They are worshipped as divine. The Yu tribe in southern Togo still regard the blacksmith's hammer 66 as a mighty deity, to which they pray and offer sacrifice. The traces of this sentiment and intuition can be seen in the great cultural religions. 23 This awe, however, subsides. The mythical darkness that surrounds the tool gradually begins to clear to the degree that it is not only used but also, through this very use, continually transformed. So the human becomes increasingly conscious of being a free sovereign in the realm of tools. Through the power of the tool user comes, at the same time, to a new intuition of himself, now as the administrator and producer of the tool. The human being experiences and enjoys nothing, says Goethe, without at the same time being productive. This is the innermost quality of human nature. We can even say without exaggeration that it is human nature itself. 24 This fundamental force of the human being reveals itself perhaps nowhere as clearly as in the sphere of the tool. The human works with it only insofar as he, in some way, even if initially with only modest results, works on it. It is not merely his means for reconfiguring the world of objects, rather, in this process of the metamorphosis of the objective, the tool experiences in itself a transformation and moves from place to place. And in this change, the human now experiences a progressive intensification, a particular strengthening, of his self-consciousness. A new world attitude and a new world mood now announce themselves over and against the mythical religious view of the world. The human being now stands at that great turning point in his destiny and self-knowledge that Greek myth embodied in the figure of Prometheus. Titanic pride and consciousness of freedom confront fear and reverence for daemons and gods. The divine fire is wrested from the seat of the immortals and placed in the sphere of the human being, in his home and hearth. The world of desire and dreams in which Magic 67 had enveloped the human being is destroyed. Man sees himself led into a new reality that receives him with a seriousness, severity, and necessity that obliterate all of his desires. However, if he cannot escape this necessity, and he is no longer able to control the world according to his desires, he now learns to master it increasingly with his will. He no longer attempts to control its course, he falls into line with the iron law of nature. This law does not, however, enclose him like the walls of a prison, rather, by means of this law he tests and wins a new freedom. For reality shows itself, regardless of its strict and irrevocable lawfulness, not as an essentially rigid existence, but rather as a modifiable, malleable material. Its figure is not finished and complete. Rather, it offers human will and activity enormous latitude. and it is by moving about in this latitude, in the whole of that which is achieved through his labor, and through which his labor first becomes possible, that the human progressively builds up his world, his horizon of objects, and his intuition of his own essence. He now sees himself expelled from that magical realm of immediate wish fulfillment that magic had enticingly placed before him. He is expelled onto a limitless path of creative work that promises him no essential goal, no more final stop or resting point. In lieu of all this, however, a new determination of value and meaning is now established for his consciousness. The genuine meaning of doing is no longer measured by what it brings about and finally achieves, rather, it is the pure form of doing, the type and direction of the constitutive force as such, that determines this meaning. 3. The indispensable participation of technological creation in the conquest, securing, and consolidation of the world of objective intuition has become clearer through the preceding considerations. It has also 68 become increasingly clear that a certain misgiving not only threatens to problematize the value of technological achievements but also to turn them directly into their opposite. Is not what was regarded here as the authentic achievement of technology nothing other than the basic evil from which it suffers? Does not this exploitation of the world of objects at the same time necessarily result in the estrangement of human beings from their own essence, from what they originally are and feel? With the first step into the world of facts that technological labor secures and constructs for him, the human being also appears to be subjected to the law, to the brute force of factual matters. And is this brutality not the strongest enemy of the inner life enclosed in his eye, in the being of his soul? All technology is a creation of spirit. Spirit can only ground its own mastery in this way because it conquers all the forces that find themselves enclosed within it, despotically holding them down. To become master, it must not only restrict the free realm of the soul but also deny and destroy it. No compromise is possible in this conflict. Spirit, whose goal and power emerge in technology, is the irreconcilable opponent of the soul. And as it progressively estranges the human being from his own center of life, the same thing occurs concerning the human relationship to the whole of nature, insofar as this is not taken in one of the senses already distorted by technology, insofar as it is not thought of as a mere mechanism obeying general laws, but is felt in its organic peculiarity and fullness of life. The more the power of technology grew within the spheres of modern culture, the more passionately and inexorably did philosophy levy this complaint and accusation against it. As Ludwig Clausius, the most eloquent and radical proponent of this fundamental idea, writes, "Whereas all living creatures except for human beings beat with the rhythm of cosmic life, the human being has severed the law of spirit from this. What appears to him, the bearer of I-consciousness, in light of the superiority of anticipatory thinking over the world, appears to metaphysicians, when they penetrate deeply enough, in 69 light of the enslavement of life under the servitude of concepts. Has himself fallen out with the planets that bore and nurtured him, even with the cycle of change of all heavenly bodies, because he is possessed by this vampiric and soul-destroying power. 25. We miss the actual meaning of these accusations, if we believe ourselves able to moderate or overcome them by simply remaining here with the observation of appearances, with the bare effects. Here, it does not suffice to compare the pernicious effects of the rational technical spirit, which are perfectly clear, with other pleasant and beneficial consequences, drawing an acceptable or favorable balance out of this comparison by a hedonistic calculus. For the question is directed not to the consequences but to the ground, not to the events but to the functions. It is from such functional considerations and analysis that the critique of a determined cultural content and cultural domain must begin. At the center of this critique must always stand the question about the human being himself, about his signification and determination. In this sense, Schiller, standing at the apex of a determined epoch of aesthetic humanist culture, poses the question about the signification and value of the aesthetic. And he answers this question by saying that art is no mere human possession, just as little as it exhibits a mere achievement or feat of the human being, rather, it must be understood as a necessary path toward becoming human and as a particular phase along this path. It is not the human being who, as mere natural being, as a physical organic being, becomes the creator of art, rather, it is art that proves to be the creator of humanity, that first constitutes and makes possible the specific mode of being of the human. The ludic drive upon which Schiller grounds the region of beauty does not simply enter alongside the mere natural drive such that it would be a broadening of their scope, rather, this drive transforms their specific content, first opening up and conquering the proper sphere of humanity. The 70 human only plays where he exists in the genuine meaning of the word human, and he is completely human only when he plays 26. This totality of humanity appears to have been realized in the same sense and to the same measure in no other function as in art. We could easily trace how in German intellectual history this purely aesthetically composed and grounded humanism gradually grew, and how another spiritual power locates itself, independently and equally, next to art. For Herder and Humboldt, it is language that shares with art the role of creator and seems to be the basic motive for the real anthropogeny. The domain of effective activity of technology seems, however, to be denied any such acknowledgement. For this effective activity appears to be completely subjected by the mastery of those drives that Schiller characterizes as the sentient impulse or as the material drive. The urge toward the outside, that typically centrifugal impulse, manifests itself in it. It brings one piece of the world after another under the dominion of the human will. However, this spread, this expansion of the periphery of being, thereby leads further and further away from the center of the person and personal existence. Thus it seems that every advance in width must be bought at the cost of a loss in depth. Can it in any way be said of such a function, even if we turn to the most indirect sense of the word that Schiller has stamped on art, that it is not only a creation of the human being, it is also his second creator? Certainly, a general consideration arises against the view that wants to see technology as an endeavor directed only toward an outside. Here, Goethe's claim that nature has neither core nor shell rightly applies to the totality of spiritual activities and energies. Here, there is no separation, no absolute barrier between the outer and inner. Each new figure of the world opened up by these energies is likewise always a new opening out of inner being. It does not obscure this being but makes 71 it visible from a new perspective. We always have before us a manifestation from the inner to the outer and from the outer to the inner, and in this double movement, in this particular oscillation, the contours of the inner and the outer world and their two-sided borders are determined. This is also true for the effective activity of technology, because it is in no way directed toward the seizing of a mere outside, rather, it encloses in itself a particular turn inward and backward. Here, too, it is not about breaking free of one pole from another but about both being determined through each other in a new sense. If we move from this determination, then it would appear at first that knowledge of the I is tied in a very particular sense to the form of technical doing. The border that separates purely organic effective activity from this technological doing is likewise a sharp and clear line of demarcation within the development of I-consciousness and authentic self-knowledge. From the purely physical side, this exhibits itself in the fact that a determined and clear consciousness of his own lived body, both a consciousness of his corporeal figure and his corporeal functions, first grows in the human being after he turns both of these toward the outside and, so to speak, regains both from the reflection of the external world. In his philosophy of technology, Ernst sought to think through the idea that the human being is granted knowledge of his organs only by a detour through organ projection. By organ projection, he understands the fact that an individual limb of the human body does not simply work outward but creates in the external existence, so to speak, an image of itself. Every primitive work tool is just such an image of the lived body. It is a contrary playing out and reflection of the form and relationships of the lived body in a determined material formation of the external world. Likewise, every hand tool appears in this sense as a further positing and reformation, as an exteriorization, of the hand itself. In all of its conceivable positions and movements, the hand has provided the organic originary form after 72 which the human being has unconsciously formed his first necessary pieces of equipment. Hammers and axes, chisels and drills, scissors and tongs are projections of the hand. In their organization, the parts of the hand, the palm, thumb, and fingers, the open, hollow, finger spreading, turning, grasping and clenched hand are, either alone or simultaneously with the stretched or bent forearm, the common mother of the hand tool named after it. From this Cap draws the conclusion that the human being was only able to gain insight into the composition of his body, into his physiological structure, through the artificial counterimage, through the world of artifacts he himself created. Only insofar as he learned to produce certain physical technical apparatuses did he truly come to know, in and through them, the structure of his organs. The eye, for example, was the model for all optical apparatuses. The properties and function of the eye, however, have only been understood through these apparatuses. Only as the sight organ had projected itself into a number of mechanical tasks, thus preparing their relation back to its anatomical structure, could this physiological puzzle be solved. From the instrument unconsciously formed according to the organic tool of seeing, the human being has, in a conscious manner, transferred the name to the actual focus of the reflection of light in the eye, the crystal lens. Point 27. We cannot closely follow the metaphysical content of this thesis or the metaphysical foundation that Cap has given for it. Insofar as this foundation is based upon essentially speculative assumptions, including Schopenhauer's theory of the will and Eduard von Hardman's philosophy of the unconscious, it is justly disputed and sharply criticized. Point 28. This criticism, however, does not destroy Cap's essential perspective and insight that technological effective action, when directed outward, always exhibits a self-revelation and, through this, a means of self-knowledge of 73. The human being. Point 29. Admittedly, if we assume this view, a radical consequence cannot be avoided, namely, that with this first enjoyment of the fruit from the tree of knowledge, the human being has cast himself forever from the paradise of pure organic existence and life. We may still, with Cap, attempt to understand and interpret the first human tools as mere continuations of this existence. We may rediscover in the shape of the hammer, axe, chisel, drill, and tongs nothing other than the being and structure of the hand itself. If we go one step further, however, and enter into the sphere of advanced technology, this analogy immediately breaks down. For this sphere is governed by a law that Karl Marx called the law of the emancipation of the organic barrier. What separates the instruments of fully developed technology from primitive tools is that they have, so to speak, detached and dissociated themselves from the model that nature is able immediately to offer them. What these instruments have to say and accomplish, their independent sense and their autonomous function, completely comes to light only because of this dissociating. As to the basic principle that rules over the entire development of modern mechanical engineering, it has been pointed out that the general situation of machines is such that they no longer seek to imitate the work of the hand or nature, but instead seek to carry out tasks with their own authentic means, which are often completely different from natural means. Point 30. Technology first attained its own ability to speak for itself by means of this principle and its ever sharper implementation. It now erects a new order that is grounded not on contact with nature but rather, not infrequently, in conscious opposition to it. The discovery of new tools exhibits a transformation, a revolution of the previous types of effective activity and the mode of labor itself. Thus, as we have emphasized, with the advent of the sewing machine comes 74 a new way of sewing, with the steel mill a new way of smithying. Witness the problem of flight, which could only finally be solved once technological thought freed itself from the model of bird flight and abandoned the principle of the moving wing. 31 Once again, a penetrating and surprising analogy appears here between the technical and the linguistic function, between the spirit of the tool and the tool of the spirit. For language, in its beginning, still seeks to hold fast to the proximity with nature. It devotes itself to the direct sense impression of the thing, and then strives to hold on to its sound and, as much as possible, to its sound image, and, in a sense, to exhaust itself in it. The further it progresses on its way, however, the more it dissociates itself from this immediate constraint. It abandons the path of onomatopoeic expression, it wrestles itself free from the mere metaphor of sound in order to turn into the pure symbol. And with this it has found and established its own spiritual figure, the power dormant in it has arrived at a true breakthrough. 32. Thus, here, too, the march of technology is mastered by a universal norm that rules the whole of cultural development. However, the transition to this norm cannot, of course, take place here, as in the other domains, without struggle and the sharpest opposition. The human being faces the risk of absolving himself from the guardianship of nature, standing purely on his own and on his own wanting and thinking. He has herewith renounced all the benefit that is contained in his immediate proximity to nature. And once the bond that binds him to nature is cut, it can never again be tied in the old way. The moment the human being devotes himself to the hard law of technological labor, the abundance of immediate and unbiased happiness that organic existence and pure organic activity had given him fades away forever. From the first and most 75 primitive levels, it appears as if a close interconnection still existed between the two forms of effective action, as if there occurred between them a constant, almost unremarkable transition. Karl Bucher, in his book Work and Rhythm, explains how the simplest works accomplished by humanity are still closely connected and related to certain originary forms of the rhythmic movement of one's own body. 33 They appear as the simple continuation of these movements, they are not so much directed by a determined representation of an external goal as they are inwardly motivated and determined. What is represented in these works, and what directs and regulates them, is not a goal-conscious will but a pure expressive impulse and a naive joy of expression. Even today, this interconnection can be directly detected in the widespread customs of native peoples. It is reported that in many indigenous tribes, dance and work are designated by the same word, for both are, for them, phenomena so immediately related and so insolubly bound together that they cannot linguistically or intellectually be distinguished from one another. In the case of his tribe, the success of agricultural labor depends not only upon certain external technical performances but also upon the correct execution of their cultural chants and dances. It is the one and the same rhythmic movement that both forms of activity enclose, bringing them together into the unity of a singular, unbroken feeling of life. 34 This unity appears immediately endangered and threatened as soon as activity acquires a mediated form, as soon as the tool comes between the human being and his work. For the tool obeys its own law, a law which belongs to the world of things, and which, accordingly, breaks into the free rhythm of natural movements with a foreign dimension. 76 And norm. The organic corporeal activity asserts itself over and against this disturbance and inhibition insofar as it manages to include the tool itself in the cycle of natural existence. This inclusion appears to succeed without difficulty at the relatively early stages of technological activity. Organic unity and coherence reinstate and reproduce themselves insofar as the human being continues to grow together with the tool he uses, so long as he does not look upon the tool as merely stuff, a mere thing composed of matter, but instead, relocates the tool to the center of its function and, by virtue of this shifting of focus, feels a kind of solidarity with it. It is this feeling of solidarity that animates the genuine craftsman. In the particular individual work created by his hands he has no mere thing before him, rather, in it, he sees both himself and his own personal activity. The further the technology progresses and the more the law of emancipation from the organic barrier affects it, the more this original unity slackens until it finally breaks up completely. The interconnection of labor and work ceases in any way to be an experienceable interconnection, because the end of working, its proper telos, is now entrusted to the machine, while the human being essentially becomes, in the whole of the work process, something dependent, a section or part that is increasingly converted into a mere fragment. Simmel sees the essential reason for what he calls the tragedy of modern culture 35 in the fact that all creative cultures increasingly set out certain orders of things for themselves that confront the world of the I in their objective being and in their being a certain way. The I, the free subjectivity, has created these orders of things, but it no longer knows how to grasp, how to penetrate them. The movement of the I breaks upon its own creations, the greater the scope and stronger the power of this creation become, the more its original tide of life subsides. This tragic impact of all cultural development is, perhaps, no more evident than in the development 77 of modern technology. Those who turn away from it on the basis of this state of affairs forget, however, that, in their damning judgment of technology, they must logically include the whole of spiritual culture. Technology has not created this consistent existence, rather, it merely places an especially remarkable example urgently before us. It is, if one speaks here of suffering and sickness, not the ground of suffering but merely a manifestation, a symptom of it. What is crucial here is not an individual domain of culture but its function, not a particular way that it follows but the general direction it takes. Thus, technology may at least demand that the complaints raised against it not be brought before the wrong court. The standard by which it alone can be measured can, in the end, be none other than the standard of spirit, not that of mere organic life. The law that one applies to it must be taken from the whole of the spiritual world of forms, not merely from the vital sphere. Thus grasped, however, the question of the value and demerit of technology immediately receives another meaning. It cannot be resolved simply by considering and setting off against each other the utility and disadvantages of technology. We cannot judge it by comparing the good that it gives to humankind with the idol of some pre-technological state of nature. Here, it is about neither pleasure nor displeasure, neither happiness nor sorrow, rather, it is about freedom and bondage. If the growth of technological ability and wares necessarily and essentially secures in itself an ever stronger measure of servitude, such that it increasingly enslaves and constrains humanity rather than being a vehicle for its self-liberation, then we no longer control technology. If the reverse is the case, that is, if it is the idea of freedom itself that shows the way and finally breaks through in technology, then the significance of this goal cannot be curtailed by looking at the suffering and troubles along the 78 way. For the path of spirit stands here, as everywhere, under the law of renunciation, under the command of a heroic will that knows it can only reach its goal through such renunciation, establishing itself through it and renouncing all naive and impulsive longings for happiness. 4. The conflict generated between the human longing for happiness and the demands imposed on it by the technical spirit and technical will is, however, in no way the sole or strongest opposition that emerges here. The conflict becomes deeper and more menacing when it emerges in the domain of cultural forms. The true battlefront first appears where the mediating spirit no longer merely struggles with the immediacy of life, when the spiritual tasks become increasingly differentiated and simultaneously estrange themselves further from one another. For then, it is not only the organic unity of existence but also the unity of the idea, the unity of the direction and positing of a goal, which are threatened by this estrangement. What is more, as it unfolds, technology does not simply place itself next to other fundamental directions of spirit, nor does it order itself harmoniously and peacefully with them. Insofar as it differentiates itself from them, it both separates itself from and positions itself against them. It not only insists on its own norm but threatens to posit this norm as an absolute and to force it upon the other domains. Here, a new conflict erupts within the sphere of spiritual activity, indeed, in its own womb. What is now demanded is no simple confrontation with nature but the positing of a boundary within spirit itself, a universal norm that both satisfies and restrains individual norms. The determination of this boundary is most easily configured in technology's relationship to the theoretical knowledge of nature. Here, harmony 79 seems to be given and guaranteed from the beginning. Here there is no struggle for superiority and subordination but a reciprocal giving and taking. Each of the two basic orientations stands on its own. Even this independence, however, unfolds freely and spontaneously in an unforeseen manner toward a pure subservience to the other and with the other. The truth of Goethe's words that doing and thinking and doing constitute the sum of all wisdom appears nowhere more clearly than here. For it is in no way the abstract, pure theoretical knowledge of the laws of nature that leads the way, showing first the technical aspect of the problem and its concrete technical activity. Rather, From the very beginning, both processes grasp one another and, as it were, remain in balance. This relationship of one with the other can be made clear historically when we look back at the discovery of nature that has taken place in European consciousness since the Renaissance. This discovery is in no way the work of only the great researchers of nature, rather it returns, essentially, to an impulse originating out of the questions of the great inventors. In a spirit like that of Leonardo da Vinci, the intertwining of these two basic orientations appears with a classic simplicity and depth. What separates Leonardo from mere bookish learning, from the spirit of literati, as he himself called it, is the fact that theory and praxis and poise penetrate one another in his person in a completely different measure than ever before. Foremost an artist, he became a technician and then a scientific researcher. Likewise, for Leonardo, all research transformed directly into technical problems and artistic tasks. 36 This is hardly a question of a mere one-time combination but, rather, a basic factual relationship that pointed the way, from here onward, for the entire science of the Renaissance. The founder of theoretical dynamics, Galileo, also began from technical problems. In his book on Galileo, Olszewski rightly places the strongest emphasis on this element. He notes, very few of the biographies have directed attention to the side of Galileo's creations and scientific development. To be more precise, however, this more original and persistent of his varied dispositions constituted the main focus of his seemingly disparate life works. One must keep in mind the fact that each of Galileo's discoveries in the domains of physics and astronomy are closely linked to some instrument of his own invention or to some special setup. His technical genius is the authentic prerequisite for the scientific efforts through which his theoretical originality first received its direction and expression. 37. The authentic explanation of these circumstances lies in the fact that theoretical and technical activity not only touch one another externally, insofar as they both operate on the same material of nature, but, more importantly, insofar as they relate to one another in the principle and core of their productivity. For the image of nature that thought produces is not captured by a mere idle beholding of the image, rather it requires the use of an active force. The more one steeps oneself in critical epistemological reflection about the origins and conditions of this image, the more it becomes clear that this image is no simple copy, that its outline is not simply drawn from nature, but that it must be formed by an independent energy of thought. Here we have arrived at the point where reason, to speak with Kant, appears as the author of nature. This authorship, however, assumes another direction and attests to a new path as soon as we consider the domain of technological creation. Technical work and theoretical truth share a basic determination in that both are ruled by the demand for a correspondence between thought and reality, an adequatio reiet intellectus. That this correspondence is not immediately given but is to be searched for and continuously produced, appears, however, even more clearly in technological 81 creation than in theoretical knowledge. Technology submits to nature in that it obeys its laws and considers them the inviolable requirements of its own effective action. Notwithstanding this obedience to the laws of nature, however, nature is never for technology something finished, wherein laws are merely posited. It is something to be perpetually posited anew, something to be repeatedly configured. Spirit always measures anew objects in relation to itself and itself in relation to objects in order to find and guarantee in this twofold act the genuine adequatio, the genuine appropriateness, of both. The more this movement takes hold, the more its force grows, the more the spirit feels and knows its reality to have grown. This inner growth does not simply take place under a continuous leadership, under the rule and guardianship of the actual, rather, it demands that we constantly return from the actual into a realm of the possible, and see the actual itself according to this image of the possible. Acquiring this point of view and orientation signifies, from a purely theoretical perspective, perhaps the greatest and most memorable achievement of technology. Standing in the middle of the domain of necessity and remaining within the intuition of necessity, it discovers a sphere of free possibilities. There is no uncertainty, no subjective insecurity attached to these, they confront thought as something thoroughly objective. Technology does not initially ask what is but what can be. This ability, however, designates no mere assumption or supposition but an assertive claim and certainty, a certainty whose final authentication, of course, is to be sought not in mere judgment but in the output and production of certain formations. In this sense, every truly original technological achievement has the character of both a discovering and an uncovering. A certain state of affairs is, in a sense, extracted from the region of the possible and transplanted into the actual. Here, the technician is similar to the activity Leibniz, in his Metaphysics, ascribes to the divine demiurge who does not create the essence or possibility of objects but selects only one, the most perfect, among those 82 possibilities that exist in themselves and are objectively present. Thus, technology repeatedly teaches us that the sphere of the objective, which is determined by fixed and general laws, never coincides with the sphere of that which is objectively present, that is, which is sensibly actualized. 38 Pure theoretical natural science can, of course, never know the actual without constantly reaching out into the realm of the possible, the purely ideal. In the end, however, the only reality to which its gaze appears to be directed seems itself to be exhausted in the clear and distinct description of the factual processes of nature. A technological creation, however, never binds itself to this pure facticity, to the given look of objects, rather, it obeys the law of a pure anticipation, a forward-looking vision that in anticipating the future ushers in a new future. With the insight into the state of affairs, however, the authentic center of the world of technological form now seems increasingly to shift, and to cross over from the pure theoretical sphere into the domain of art and artistic creation. Here, we need not prove how tightly both spheres are interwoven with one another. A glance at the general history of spirit suffices to teach us how fluid the transitions are in the concrete becoming, 83 in the genesis, of the technological world of form and in artistic form. Again, the Renaissance, with its formation of the Uomo Universale in spirits such as Leon Battista Alberti and Leonardo da Vinci, provides us with great examples of the constant interweaving of technical and artistic motives. Nothing appears more natural and more enticing than concluding that a factual union can come from such a personal union. There are, in fact, those among the modern apologists of technology who believe that they can serve their cause in no better way than by equating it with the cause of art. They are, as it were, the romantics of technology. They attempt to ground and justify technology by dressing it up with all the magic of poetry. 39 However, poetic hymns about the achievements of technology cannot, of course, raise us above the task of determining the difference between technical and artistic creation. This difference immediately emerges if we consider the kind of objectification that is actual in the artist and in the technician. In the current literature on the philosophy of technology, we repeatedly encounter the questions of whether and to what extent a technical work is capable of producing pure aesthetic effects and to what extent it is subject to pure aesthetic norms. The answers given to these questions are diametrically opposed to one another. Beautiful is quickly claimed and praised as an inalienable good of technical products, and just as quickly rejected as a false tendency. This battle, often fought with great bitterness, wanes when one considers that, in the thesis and antithesis, the concept of beauty is, for the most part, taken in an entirely different sense. We grasp the norm of beauty so widely that we speak of it everywhere there emerges a victory of form over stuff, idea over matter, such that there can be no doubt as to the great extent of technology's direct role. However, this beauty of form encompasses, as such, the whole expanse of spiritual activity and configuration. 84 In general. Understood in this sense, there is, as Plato said in the Symposium, a beauty not only of physical formations but also of logic and ethics, a beauty of knowledge and a beauty of custom and endeavors. 40 To reach the special region of artistic creation from this all-embracing concept of form, an essential limitation and a specific determination are required. This results from the particular relationship in which all artistic beauty stands vis-a-vis the fundamental and originary phenomenon of expression. In an absolutely unique way that is reserved for it alone, the work of art permits figure and expression to merge into one another. It is a creation that reaches out into the realm of the objective and places before us a rigorous objective lawfulness. This objective, however, is in no way a mere external appearance, rather it is the externalizing of the interior that is, as it were, transparent within it. The poetic, painted, or plastic form is, in its highest perfection, in its pure detachment from the eye, still flooded by the pure movement of the eye. The rhythm of this movement lives on mysteriously in the form and speaks to us immediately in it. The outline of the figure repeatedly turns back here to a certain trait of the soul that manifests itself in it, and, in the end, it is to be rendered understandable only through the whole of this soul, from its totality that is enclosed in each true, artistic, individual thing. Such wholeness and individual particularity are denied to technological work. Admittedly, if one observes the pure content of lived experience of technological and artistic creations, nowhere is a strict border between the two manifest. In no way is one inferior to the other in terms of intensity, fullness, and passionate emotion. It is no less a psychical spiritual shock when the work of the discoverer or the inventor, after being carried within for years and decades, first breaks through into reality than when the poetic or plastic figure detaches itself from its originator, 85 confronting him as a formation existing in its own right. After this separation has taken place even once, however, a quite different relationship between the creator and his work prevails in the purely technical sphere as compared to the artist and his work. The accomplished configured work in reality belongs henceforth to this reality. It is situated in a pure thing world whose laws it obeys and by whose measure it must be measured. It must henceforth speak for itself, and it speaks only of itself and not of the creator to whom it originally belonged. This type of detachment is not demanded of the artist, nor is it possible for him. Even when he becomes completely absorbed in his work, he does not become lost in it. The work always simultaneously remains, insofar as it stands purely on its own, the testimony of an individual form of life, an individual existence, and a being a certain way. Technological creation can neither reach nor aspire to reach the sort of harmony between the beautiful work and beautiful expression. When, with the erection of the Eiffel Tower, the artists of Paris united and rallied in the name of artistic taste to object to this useless and monstrous construction, Eiffel answered that he was firmly convinced that his work had its own beauty. Are the right conditions of stability not always in agreement with those of harmony? The foundation of the architecture is that the main lines of the building must completely correspond to certain rules. What is, however, the basic condition of my tower? Its resistance against the wind. And here I claim that the curves of the 4 pillars of the tower that climb higher and higher into the air in accordance with the fixed measurements of the weight of the base make for a powerful impression of force and beauty. 41. This beauty, which originates from the perfect solution to a given problem, is, however, not of the same type and origin as the beauty that 86 confronts us in the work of poets, sculptors, and musicians, for the latter beauty is not based on being bound by the forces of nature but exhibits a new and unique synthesis of eye and world. If we can denote the world of expression and the world of pure signification as the two extremes between which all cultural development moves, then the ideal balance between them is, as it were, achieved in art. Technology combined with theoretical knowledge, to which it is closely related, increasingly renounces all that is measured by expression in order to lift itself up into the strictly objective sphere of pure signification. 42. At the same time, it is indisputable that the gain achieved here contains a sacrifice. However, even this sacrifice and renunciation, this possibility to cross over and rise up into a pure world of things, shows itself to be a specific human power, an independent and indispensable descriptor of humanity. A deeper and more serious conflict, however, erupts before us if, rather than measuring effective technological activity and creations by aesthetic norms, we ask after its ethical right and its ethical meaning. The instant this question is vigorously put forth and understood in its severity, the answer seems already to be apparent. The skeptical and negative critique of culture, which Rousseau introduced in the 18th century, seems to be able to give no more weighty evidence, no stronger example than the development of modern technology. Does this development not, under the promise and alluring image of freedom of the traveling juggler, involve human beings even more inexorably in unfreedom and slavery? By removing him from the bond with nature, has it not increased his social dependence to the point of being unbearable? The thinkers who have struggled most profoundly with the basic problem of technology are precisely those who have repeatedly indulged in this ethically 87 damning judgment of it. Whoever does not from the beginning subscribe to the demands of simple utility, and instead treasures the meaning of ethical and spiritual standards, cannot carelessly pass over the grave inner damages of a lauded technological culture. Few modern thinkers have as keenly observed and forcefully uncovered this damage as Walther Rathenau 43 with growing energy and passion in his writing. On the one hand, there is completely soulless and mechanized labor, the hardest chore. On the other hand, there is the unrestricted will to power and will to rule, unrestrained ambition and meaningless consumerism. Such is, for Rathenau, the image of the times captured in the mirror of technology. If one considers world production, the insanity of the economy appears to us terribly frightening. Superfluous, trivial, harmful, contemptuous things are heaped in our stores, useless fashion statements that should, in a few days, emit a false radiance, ways of getting intoxicated, stimulus, a numbing. Every new financial quarter, all these worthless things fill stores and warehouses. Their manufacture, transportation, and consumption require the labor of millions of hands, they demand raw materials, machines, plants, occupying approximately one-third of the world's industry and workers. 44. Thus, modern technology and the economy it has created and maintains with its own means is truly the water jug of the Danaids. This image, already used by Plato in Gorgias to describe the vanity and absurdity of an ethics measured according to purely hedonistic criteria, spontaneously forces itself upon us when we read Rathenau's description. Every satisfied need serves only to bring forth new needs in increasing measure, and, once you have entered the cycle, there is no escape from it. Seizing the human being even more relentlessly than the workings of his own drives is the working of the drives of his situation, the result 88 and product of technological culture. He is thrown by technological culture into a never-ending vertigo that moves from desire to consumption, from consumption to desire. So long as we remain in the sphere of its external appearance, its consequences and effects, the hard verdict cast here upon technology is without appeal. Only one question can still be asked, whether these effects can necessarily be attributed to its essence, that is, whether they are implicit in the configuring principle of technology, and whether they are demanded by it. When the problem is taken in this sense, a thoroughly different aspect of the observation and assessment emerges. Rathenau leaves no doubt that all the gaps and defects of modern technological culture he inexorably uncovers are to be understood not so much in themselves as in terms of their connection with a certain form and order of an economic system, and that every attempt at improvement must begin here. This connection does not originate in the spirit of technology. It is more the case that this spirit is made necessary and thrust upon one by a particular situation, by concrete historical circumstances. 45. Once this interweave is established, however, it cannot be undone by means of technology alone. It is not enough to appeal to the forces of nature or to the forces of mere understanding by technological and scientific intellects, rather, here it suffices to indicate the point at which only the deployment of a new willpower can create change. In this construction of the realms of will and the basic convictions upon which all moral community rests, technology can only ever be a servant, never a leader. It cannot by itself determine the goal, although it can and should collaborate in carrying it out. It best understands its own meaning and its own telos when it is content with the fact that it can never be an end in itself. 89. Rather, it has to fit itself into another realm of purpose, into a genuine and final teleology that can't be described as ethico-teleological. In this sense, the dematerialization of technology, rendering it ethical, forms one of the central problems of contemporary culture. Point 46. Just as technology cannot immediately create ethical values out of itself, neither can there be an estrangement and opposition between technology's values and its specific direction and basic convictions. This is the case because technology is governed by specialized service thinking, by the ideal of solidarity of labor in which all ultimately work for one and one works for all. It creates, even before the truly free community of wills, a sort of community of fate between all those who are active in its work. Thus, we can correctly define the implicit meaning of the technological labor and technological culture as the idea of freedom through serviceability. 47. If this idea is truly to have an effect, it is, of course, necessary that it increasingly transform its implicit meaning into an explicit one. That which happens in technological creation must be recognized and understood in its basic direction if it is to be raised into spiritual and moral consciousness. Only if this happens does technology prove to be not only the vanquisher of the forces of nature but also the vanquisher of the chaotic forces of the human being. All the defects and failings of technology that one is in the habit of advancing today are, in the end, based upon the fact that until now it has not fulfilled its highest mission. In fact, it has hardly yet recognized it. All organization of nature, however, remains questionable and sterile if it does not lead to the goal of the formation of the will to work, and the real and fundamental work attitude. Our culture and our present society are still far from this goal. Only 90 when this is understood as such and methodically and energetically grasped, however, will the real relationship between technology and form, its deepest form-forming force, be able to prove itself. Mythic, Aesthetic, and Theoretical Space, 1931. When we consider the position that the problem of space and time occupies 93 in the whole of theoretical knowledge, and when we look back at the role that this problem has played in the historical and systematic development of the fundamental questions of knowledge, a characteristic and decisively essential element immediately emerges. When we grasp them solely as objects of knowledge, space and time occupy a special and outstanding position. They form within the architectonic structure of knowledge the two basic pillars that support and hold together the whole of knowledge. Their deeper signification, however, is not exhausted in this, its objective achievement. The purely ontological and objective characteristics of what space and time are do not at all penetrate to the core of the question, they do not reveal what they signify for the construction of knowledge. The specific signification of the question concerning the what of space and time seems rather to lie in the fact that it is in and through this question that knowledge gradually gains a new direction. Through this question knowledge first grasps the fact that and why a genuine turn outward can only be accomplished through a corresponding turn inward. It learns to see that the horizon of objectivity is only truly opened up when the eye of spirit is not only oriented toward the world of objects but also back toward its own nature and the proper function of knowledge itself. The more clearly, sharply, and consciously the question of the nature of space and time is formulated within the history of the problem of knowledge, the more evident it also becomes that this nature is not to be regarded as mysterious and, in the end, as something unknown that is placed before knowledge. Rather, it is grounded and contained in its own being in some decisive way. Thus, in turn, the more deeply knowledge penetrates into the structure of space and time, the more certainly it returns into itself. It 94 grasps them as the objective correlate and end limit of its own fundamental premises and particular principle. Knowledge wishes to encompass being in its whole scope, to measure it in its spatial and temporal infinity. It finally experiences, however, that this task of measuring can only be accomplished when it has first drawn up and secured the measurements for itself. Here, the insight that we gain into the framework of theoretical knowledge is thus itself put into play and broadened, if we consider other fundamental forms of spiritual configuration. Here, too, we come to the absolutely central signification of the question of spatial and temporal form. The outline of each particular world of form, the law to which it is subject, these can only be pointed to and grasped when the general fundamental question is clarified. It is not necessary to present in detail how strongly the appearance of this crisis has determined the basic orientation of the modern aesthetics and study of art, especially in Germany. Adolf von Hildebrand, for example, in his famous and groundbreaking The Problem of Form, discusses this problem. As he has stressed, the question of the nature of form can only be formulated and clarified once the prior questions of the nature of space and spatial presentation have been formulated and clarified. Hildebrand states at the beginning of his investigation, "There is no need to justify the claim that our relationship toward the external world, insofar as this world obviously exists, is based mainly upon the knowledge and representation of space and form. An orientation in the external world is simply impossible without this. We must, therefore, grasp the spatial representation in general and the representation of form as the delimited space in particular, as the essential content or the essential reality of things. If we confront the object or the spatial representation of it with the changing appearance that we obtain from it, then all appearances only signify expressive images of our spatial representation, and the value of the appearance will be measured according to the strength of the expressibility that it possesses as an image of 95 the spatial representation. Point 1. Here, too, it is unavoidable that behind the question of the structure of painted, plastic, and architectural space, another all-encompassing question, that of the principle of artistic configuration in general, arises, and, with this, new possibilities for its formulation and solution are opened. If we pursue further the analogy between the problem of theoretical knowledge and the problem of aesthetics, perhaps, then, the hope seems justified that the problem of space itself could become the point of departure for a new self-mindfulness of aesthetics, a mindfulness that would not only make the particular object of aesthetics visible but also lead aesthetics to clarity about its own immanent possibilities, to the grasping of the specific laws of form under which art stands. Before I enter into a more specific discussion, however, another wholly general orientation to the problem must be attempted. If we attempt to reduce the epistemological development of the problem of space to a short formula, then it can be said that one of the basic tendencies of this development and one of its essential results is that out of the insight into the nature and properties of space, knowledge of the primacy of the concept of order over the concept of being is gained and increasingly established. The concept of being not only forms the historical beginnings and point of departure of scientific philosophy but also seems to systematically encompass the totality of the possible questions and answers concerning it. According to the conviction of the founders of scientific philosophy and the creators of logic, this primacy of the concept of being is grounded on the pure form of the proposition itself. Yet, the formal character of predication necessarily contains that for which predication stands and that toward which it is directed, just as a being must be posited and determined. All judging demands as its terminus, its point of departure and basis, the being about which the judgment is made. In a narrower sense, any logical capability, any ability to think and to speak, demands that that which is thought and spoken is 96 because not without the being in which it is determined, as Parmenides formulates this identity, will you find thinking. In Aristotelian logic and metaphysics, this bond is made tighter and stronger in that being or substance is expressly placed at the apex of all categories, as that which the kappa alpha tau eta gamma omicron rho epsilon nu, the proposition itself, only makes possible and conditions. All positing of property and relation, all determinations as a this or that, as a here or now, must always presuppose a basic determination of being and be connected to this prior condition. However, this simple, natural, and self-evident point of departure of all logical considerations becomes difficult and problematic as soon as we attempt to deal with the logic of space. For we must now ask, what is the being of space? That we must speak about it as a being seems unavoidable. How otherwise would we be able to speak of it at all? How would we be able to determine and refer to it as a this or that and not as something else? When we insist, however, on this demand, a dangerous theoretical conflict arises. That the being of both space and time is not equivalent to the being of things but specifically different from them is grounded on their phenomenological character, on the simple evidence of space and time. If, however, we insist on putting things such as space and time under the genus of being as an all-encompassing primary concept, we find that this genus itself signifies only an illusory unity. It includes not only different things but opposing and conflicting ones. One of the most difficult tasks of metaphysics is how to resolve this conflict, how to unite the mode of being of space and time itself with the mode of being of the contents that allow them to be united with one another. This is not the place to lay out the dialectic of this problem and to pursue all the antinomies that have arisen from this root in the course of the history of theoretical thought. Not only the 97 development of metaphysics but also that of classical physics is marked by these antinomies. The latter, namely, Newtonian physics, has not, despite the grandeur of its plan, succeeded in mastering these final metaphysical difficulties. In the end, it must transform the essence of space and time that it seeks to uncover into a puzzle. It must make both, to speak with Kant, into existing absurdities too when it is brought under the category of thing, of the mere category of substance, and examined from this viewpoint, the absolute being of space soon becomes its non-being. It is transformed from an all-encompassing and all-foundational thing to more of an absurdity. Point 3. A fundamental solution to these difficulties was possible in philosophy as well as in the natural sciences only when both, in different ways, had obtained a new basic and overriding conception that gradually placed itself above the metaphysical category of substance. This achievement is attributed to the concept of order. The ensuing intellectual struggle comes to light, historically speaking, most clearly in Leibniz's philosophy. Leibniz too places all beings from the one viewpoint of substance, and all metaphysical reality dissolves itself into one quintessence, into one infinite multiplicity of monads, of individual substances. As a logician and mathematician, however, he follows another line of thought. For his logic and his mathesis universalis are not exclusively based on the preeminence of the concept of substance, rather, both are expanded to the more encompassing doctrine of relation. As he defines reality in terms of substance, so he defines truth in terms of the concept of relation. The foundation of truth is found in relation. This concept of relation and order is for him the true nature of space and time, and this realization permits him to insert both into his system of knowledge without contradiction. Leibniz removes the contradictions that had resulted from Newton's concept of absolute space and time by making both into orders rather than things. Space and time are not substances, rather, they are real relations. They have their true objectivity in 98 the truth of relations, not in any kind of absolute reality. In this respect, Leibniz clearly anticipated the solution that modern physics found to the problem of space and time. For modern physics, there can no longer be a being of space that somehow stands beside the being of matter and into which matter as physical mass only later enters. Space is not something that is given prior to matter. Space ceases to be a thing under things, it is stripped of the last remainder of physical objectivity. The world is neither defined as a whole of bodies in space nor as an occurrence in time, rather it is viewed as a system of events, as Whitehead says. Point 4 Space and time enter into the determination of these events, into their lawful order, as conditions, as essential and necessary moments. However, ladies and gentlemen, with these considerations it may seem as if I have deviated from the subject at hand. For what is the interconnection, if you were to ask me, between these changes in the theoretical idea and the grounding of space, and the problems of artistic intuition and configuration? Does this configuration not follow its own independent law? Does it not go its own way, untouched by all the arguments of metaphysics and unperturbed by all the laws of the scientific interpretation of the world? And yet, as much as we must recognize this independence and self-sufficiency, this peculiar autarky of the aesthetic, might it not be exaggerated? For in the realm of spirit, there are definite contours and figures that are firmly set off against each other. However, here more than anywhere else, we should not make these differences into rigid barriers, we should not make these differences into caesurae. In the case of the spiritual universe, that principle which Greek speculation has established as the basic law of the physical cosmos, the principle of sigma upsilon mu pi theta epsilon iota alpha tau nu lambda omega nu, takes on a more encompassing and deeper meaning, namely, that each individual string that is touched causes 99 the whole to immediately vibrate and resound. Each transformation of an individual element implicitly contains a new form of the whole. Thus, the transformation of the concept of being into the concept of order, as we have shown in the sphere of theoretical contemplation, conceals a universal and extremely fruitful problem, one that is also essential to the way of formulating questions in pure aesthetics. When we consider the category of being, it is evident that, despite all the boundless applications of which it is capable, the category undergoes in these applications no interchange or reconfiguration. This is because absolute identity, unity, and uniformity alone constitute the basic logical character of being. Being cannot transform its nature without denying and losing itself, without falling victim to its opposite non-being. The unbreakable identity of being was recognized by its first philosophical discoverer, Parmenides, abiding the same in the same place it rests by itself, and so abides firm where it is, for strong necessity holds it firm within the bounds of the limit that keeps it back on every side. In contrast to this unity and rigidity of the concept of being, the concept of order is, from the beginning, pointed to and distinguished by the moment of differentiation and inner multiplicity. As identity is the life element of being, so the manifold is certainly the life element for order. It is only through this that order can exist and form itself. As the concept of being is correlated with unity, as, following the scholastic formulation ens et unum convertuntur, so there exists an analogous correlation between multiplicity and order. As soon as the point of gravity in the total theoretical view of reality and, specifically, in the theoretical apprehension and interpretation of space shifts from the pole of being to the pole of order, then a victory of pluralism over abstract monism, of a multiplicity of forms over a single form, is established. The most diverse intellectual formations and manifold principles of configuration can exist together freely and easily under the dominance of the concept of order, in their mere being. In the solid space in which things 100 encounter each other, they seem to be at odds with and to exclude each other. Certainly, the pure function of the concept of order is one and the same regardless of what specialized matter and within what special area of spirit it takes effect. Generally speaking, it is always a question of limiting the unlimited and determining the relatively undeterminable. This universal task of determination and limitation, however, can be accomplished only from very different viewpoints and by means of different guidelines. When Plato contrasts appearance and idea, multiplicity and unity, the unlimited with the limited, he accomplishes this contrast, above all, through the function of logical or, broadly speaking, theoretical determination. The essential and indispensable means for limiting and binding the limitless is the pure function of thinking. Only it renders possible the passage from becoming to being, that is, from the flow of appearances to the realm of pure form. Thus, all organization of the manifold is bound together by the form of the conceptual acts of combining and separating, by a synopsis that is at the same time a diaresis. The labor of the dialectician moves in this twofold direction, which is the basic direction of the logical in general. Just as the priest does not arbitrarily cut the sacrificial victim but skillfully dissects it along its natural joints, so the true dialectician knows and separates being into its genera and species. These ways of dividing and organizing this delta iota alpha iota rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota kappa alpha tau gamma nu eta, this tau mu nu epsilon iota nu kappa alpha tau epsilon delta eta constitute the essential task incumbent on him and toward which he directs all his thinking. However, no matter how indispensable this art of separating and connecting, of dissecting and putting together again, is to the theoretical world concept, it is not the only way in which spirit conquers and configures the world. There are other original modes of configuration in which the basic forms of differentiation and connection, organization and synopsis, prove themselves, and in which both still stand under another governing law and another principle of form. The theoretical 101 concept is not the only one to possess the power to determine the undetermined, to transform chaos into cosmos. The function of artistic intuition and presentation is also governed by this basic power and is primarily fulfilled by it. In it also lives a distinctive means of separation that at the same time is a means of connection, a connection that is also a separation. Both of these, however, are accomplished not in the medium of thought and the theoretical concept but in the medium of pure figure. What Goethe says of poetry is true for each kind of artistic configuration: it divides the same flowing stream of events into an enlivening way so that it moves rhythmically. 5. This vitalizing division does not lead, as it does within the logical, theoretical sphere, to the distinction of genera and species, to a network of pure concepts that are classified over and under each other according to the degree of their generality such that they finally present through this hierarchy of thought the hierarchy of being. Instead, it remains faithful to the basic principle of life. It generates individual formations, which the creative fantasy from which they originate revives with the breath of life, endowing them with freshness and the immediacy of life. The same force of creative imagination is also peculiar to myth, even though it stands under a different law of form and moves, so to speak, in another dimension of forming. For myth possesses its own way to penetrate, vitalize, and enlighten chaos. It does not remain with a confusion of individual violent, demonic powers that rise up out of the instant and are engulfed by the instant. Rather, it faces these forces in strife and conflict against each other, and in the end, it lets the image of a unity arise up out of the strife itself that encompasses all being and events, binding and ruling of humans and gods in the same way. There is no thoroughly formed system of mythology and no great world religion that has not arisen in some way from entirely primitive beginnings to this representation of an overall order of events. In the Indo-Germanic world, this intuition of the all-embracing rule that 102 all events follow is expressed by the concept of Rita. According to the Rita, we read in a song in the Rigveda, the rivers flow, the dawn rises, the Rita follows the path of order, knowing it does not miss the directions of the heavens. 6. We shall pursue this interconnection, however, only insofar as it serves to provide us with a deeper insight into the unfolding of the order of space and into the diversity of the possible configurations of space. Here, there is a unique and decisive point: there does not exist a general, universal, essentially fixed intuition of space. Rather, space receives its determined content and its particular coincidence by means of the order of meaning with which it configures itself in each case. Depending on whether it is thought of as mythic, aesthetic, or theoretical order, the form of space changes, and this transformation not only concerns individual and subordinate features but also relates to space as a whole, to its principal structure. Space does not possess an absolutely given, final, and fixed structure. Rather, it acquires this structure only by virtue of the general coherence of meaning within which its very construction is accomplished. The function of meaning is the primary and determining one, the structure of space is a secondary and dependent element. That which links all these spaces of different characters and provenances of meaning, that which links the mythically, aesthetically, and theoretically united spaces with one another, is simply a pure formal determination that is expressed most clearly and concisely in Leibniz's definition of space as the possibility of coexistence and as the order of possible coexistences, l'ordre de coexistences possibles. However, this purely formal possibility experiences very different kinds of realization, actualization, and concretization. 103 So far as mythic space is concerned, it originates, on the one hand, from the characteristic mythic form of thinking and, on the other hand, from the specific feeling of life that is inherent in all formations of myth, lending them their particular coloring. When myth separates right and left, above and below, when it separates the different regions of the heavens east and west, north and south, it is not concerned with locations and places in the sense of empirical physical space, nor with points and directions in the sense of geometrical space. Rather, each location and direction is charged, and, so to speak, loaded, with a certain mythical quality. Its whole content, its meaning, its specific difference depends on this quality. What is being sought after and held onto here are neither geometrical determinations nor physical properties, they are certain magical features. Holiness or profanity, accessibility or inaccessibility, blessing or curse, familiarity or strangeness, promise of happiness or threat of danger. These are the characteristic features according to which myth separates localities in space from each other and on the basis of which it distinguishes directions within space. Each place has a particular atmosphere and creates its own magical mythical aura around itself. It exists only through the fact that certain effects adhere to it, that salvation or damnation, divine or demonic forces, emanate from it. The whole of mythical space is structured, and with it, the whole of the mythical world, along these magical lines of force. As in the space of our experience, our geometrical physical space, each being has its determined assigned position, as the heavenly bodies possess their locations and circle in fixed paths, so each being has its position in mythical space. There is no being or event, no thing or incident, no element of nature, and no human activity that is not spatially fixed and predetermined in this way. The form of this spatial bond and the peculiar destined necessity, which is inherent in it, are 104 inviolable, there is no escape from them. Through the worldview of certain primitive peoples we can directly apprehend today the violent power that is inherent in this view of space. Cushing has portrayed this well in his excellent presentation of the worldview of the Zuni Indians. For these tribes, not only the apprehension of physical space, of the space of natural things and events, but also the apprehension of the entire life space are formed according to a fixed mythical model. Not only the different elements such as air and fire, water and earth, but also the different colors, the different genera and species of living beings, of plants and animals, belong to their own particular spatial region, to which they are related and linked by virtue of an inner original magical sympathy. The same affiliation also determines the order and organization of society and penetrates all common doing and life. The physical and social cosmos are conditioned in the smallest and finest detail by the mythical differentiation of spatial localities and spatial directions. Both are nothing but the reflection of the spatial intuition upon which it is based. In a well-known pre-critical work, Kant has posed the question of on the ultimate ground of the differentiation of regions in space. If the same question is posed for mythical space instead of the space of mathematics and natural science, then it seems that the decisive motive that lies at the basis of all mythical differentiation of localities and directions is to be sought in the inner connection, which mythical feeling and mythical fantasy apprehend between the determinations of space and those of light. While feeling and fantasy diverge, day and night, light and darkness mutually exclude one another and immerse themselves in their origin. They first separate out into the various determinations of space. They are not separated according to purely objective characteristics in the mere world of things, rather, each of them appears with a different nuance and coloring, each seems immersed in its own basic psychical emotion. The East is at once the source of light as well as the source and origin of life. The 105 West is the place of decline, of dread, of the realm of death. I cannot go into the details and manifold nuances of this basic intuition. I have here only stressed the essential and decisive main feature for our problem. Only through the universal function of meaning of myth and in the constant referring back to it can the form of the mythical space as a whole, as well as its configuration and organization, be rendered intelligible, can its nature and particularity be grasped. Let us now turn to a consideration of aesthetic space, in particular to a consideration of space as it is constituted in the fine arts such as painting, sculpture, and architecture. Here, we are immediately surrounded by another atmosphere. We find ourselves suddenly transplanted into a new sphere, the sphere of pure presentation. All genuine presentation is by no means a merely passive reproduction of the world, rather, it is a new relationship to the world into which the human being places himself. In his letters on aesthetic education, Schiller says that contemplation, reflection, which he sees as the basic prerequisite and fact of artistic intuition, is the first liberating relationship of man to the universe that surrounds him. When desire immediately seizes its object, contemplation puts its object at a distance. The necessity of nature, which ruled man in his state of mere sensation with undivided violent power, lets go of him through reflection. A momentary joy is felt by his senses. Time itself, the eternally changing, stands still while the dispersed rays of consciousness gather, and an afterimage of the infinite, form reflecting itself, makes an imprint on the fleeting ground. 7. The characteristic feature and source of artistic form corresponds to this characteristic feature of aesthetic space. We can compare aesthetic space with mythical space in that both, in contrast to the abstract schema of geometry, are thoroughly 106 concrete modes of spatiality. Aesthetic space is also a genuine life space, which is formed out of the powers of pure feeling and fantasy, unlike theoretical space that is formed out of the power of pure thinking. In aesthetic space, however, feeling and fantasy oscillate on a different level and, when compared to the world of myth, have certainly reached a new degree of freedom. Artistic space is also filled and permeated with the most intensive values of expression, it is vitalized and moved by the strongest dynamic, antithetical oppositions. And yet, this movement is not identical with the very immediate movement of life, which expresses itself in the basic mythical affections of hope and fear, in magical attraction and rejection, in the all-encompassing desire of seizing the sacred and in the horror of the touch of the forbidden and unholy. For as the content of artistic presentation, the object shifts to a new distance, to remoteness from the eye, only in this does it gain its own independent being and create a new form of objectivity. It is this new objectivity that distinguishes aesthetic space. The demonic of the mythical world is conquered and broken in it. Man is no longer surrounded by secret and unknown forces, no longer under a magic spell, rather, by virtue of the basic function of aesthetic presentation, it only now gains the true content of representation. Genuine representation is always at the same time an oppositional stance, it originates from the eye and develops from the formative forces of the eye, but it recognizes at the same time that what is formed has its own being, its proper essence, and its own law. It lets it arise out of the eye, in order simultaneously to let it exist according to this law, showing itself in this consistent objective existence. Thus, aesthetic space is no longer like mythical space, a mutual seizing and play of interchanging forces that seize man from without, overwhelming him by virtue of their violent effective power. Rather, it is a quintessence of possible ways of configuration, and within each, a new horizon of the world of objects opens up. I shall not discuss here the question of how this general function of aesthetic space occurs in the individual arts and how it is particularized in them. In the course of our Congress, this will be the subject of penetrating investigations by highly qualified 107 experts, and I feel neither qualified nor able to anticipate them. I wish, however, to make only a very general methodological remark. Since Lessing first formulated his fundamental principle that to attain a true distinction between the individual arts we must begin with the nature of sensible signs, which all art employs, the principle has been repeatedly and successfully realized. Just as Lessing, delineating between painting and poetry on the basis of this principle, attributes to the former figures and colors in space and to the latter articulated sounds in time, 8. And as he develops and systematically sets limits on the basis of this embodiment of the possible objects of poetic and pictorial presentation, so Herder has applied this same principle to music and sculpture. According to him, the division between the different senses and spheres of sensation produces the natural demarcation and organization of the individual arts. We possess one sense that apprehends things external or next to each other, another that apprehends them after each other, and a third that apprehends them within each other's sight, hearing, and feeling. Out of this natural threefold division arise the differences between the arts, out of this the boundary between poetry and music, music and painting and sculpture can be immediately derived. 9. In more modern investigations into the nature of aesthetic space, this path has again been followed. The basic differences between optical and haptic, visual and tactile space have been specifically examined in order to gain clarity about the forming principle and proper sphere of the individual arts. I do not want to question the fruitfulness of these investigations, nevertheless, I believe they do not sufficiently reveal the actual core of the 108 problem that lies at the base of our discussion. For the differences in the pure manner of presentation, of the particular mode of configuration that is alive in all art can never be fully understood and penetrated by an examination of the mere material of the presentation. As Lessing prefaces his Lacan with the motto from Plutarch lambda kappa alpha tau rho pi iota mu sigma epsilon omega delta iota alpha phi rho omicron upsilon sigma iota nu 10, so we must, I believe, shift the point of gravity of the consideration from the first to the second moment and from the side of lambda to that of tau rho pi omicron. To put this in the language of modern phenomenology, to speak in the terminology of Husserl, not the heiltic but the noetic element, not the sensible lambda but the intentional mu omicron rho phi is decisive. I cannot begin to systematically develop or justify this view here. By way of conclusion, however, I wish to attempt a brief explanation by way of a single example. If we remain within the sphere of an individual art which, according to Lessing, is dependent upon and bound by a certain sphere of sensible signs, then any art embraces very different tau rho pi omicron iota, very different ways and possibilities of spatial and temporal configuration. If, for example, we look at the art of poetry, the lyric poem, the epic and drama, they move and are formed in their own temporal sphere and at a pace peculiar to them. Augustine has said in his analysis of the concept of time, which is a historical turning point and high point of phenomenological grasping and interpretation, that, fundamentally, three different times, namely, present, past, and future, do not exist. There are only three different aspects of time that are all comprehended in a single present. There is the presence of the past, the presence of the present, and the presence of the future. The first we call memory, the second, intuition, and the third, expectation. Poetic time can be divided on the basis of these three modes of time: memory, intuition, and expectation, and according to this threefold division, its species, the gamma nuata of poetry, epic, lyric, and dramatic art, can be determined and set off from each other. Each one of them, 109 as it were, stands in another sign of time. Each one of them gives a special nuance to time and makes it appear as if immersed in a particular color. The epic poem transforms everything it encompasses into the pure form of memory and thereby into the veil of the past. The lyric poem oscillates in the immediate present of feeling, generating an intuition of the present. The drama exists and lives in a movement toward the future, within the passionate tension that anticipates that which is to come, pushing ahead to that which is coming. The lyric poet is basically always rooted in the today, in the pure now point, but also turns toward the not now, the not yet, and the no more. You should not flee the day, because the day you overtake is not better than today. But if you gladly linger, where I do away with the world, in order to make it part of me, there you will find shelter with me. Today is today, tomorrow, tomorrow. And that which follows and that which is past does not rend and does not remain. Point 11. Thus speaks the great lyric poet Goethe. However, this characteristic pathos of time is not the pathos of the epic poem or drama. The epic poem submerges itself in the event as a pure having been, and it must in a certain sense remain hanging in this event in order to be able to configure it according to its law of form. Drama, even historical drama where it would appear to be concerned with the past, stands, to speak with Shakespeare, in the very torrent, tempest, and, as I may say, the whirlwind of passion 12 and gains from it its temporal dynamic, its power of swaying back and forth. Thus, this example makes clear how in any art, independent of the sensible material with which it deals, independent of its means of presentation, a particular direction and a 110 particular meaning of presentation become real and alive, and how out of this meaning the form of its spatial and temporal intuition arises. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude these considerations. The theme that I had originally posited has essentially been expanded insofar as the analysis of mythical and aesthetic space ought to connect itself to an analysis of theoretical space, the pure measured space of mathematics and mathematical physics. You will understand and forgive me, however, if I pass over this problem, which lies at the core of critical epistemological investigations of the foundation of modern physics, especially given that few moments for discussion remain. Please allow me again not to justify this side of the theme of my discussion, as a detailed exposition of it can be found in the third volume of my Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. Given the tension of duties between the real demands of the task placed before me and the rules of our Congress, I would rather simply register my theme, especially since the Congress and the future speakers would like to take a break. Least of all, as the first speaker of our meeting, I feel tightly bound to the rules of the Congress and I do not want to evoke the danger of bad examples. In any case, the sense of the considerations that I have laid before you, the problem that I have posed for myself, none of these can be exhausted in this respect. These considerations can serve only as a prelude to the work of our Congress. They seek to extend a sort of framework in which investigation and discussion can move. The completion of this framework I anticipate with great certainty in the following lectures, which accomplished scholars will deliver. They will discuss the particular problems of their specialized areas of study. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you take my discussions as an attempt at a preliminary orientation and setting of borders. Theoretical thought, and philosophical thought in particular, can nowhere sacrifice the setting of borders. Rather, such thinking must remain freely conscious of them such that what thought posits must never be allowed 111 to become stiff, fixed limitations. They must remain borders capable of movement in order that they may grasp within themselves the fullness and movement of appearances. Here the validity of each double step of thought, every exchange of the setting and transgression of borders, is shown. It is identified in a small restorative verse from the Wisdom of the Brahmans, with which I would like to conclude. Whoever thinking limitations sets, these are not actually present. And so, when he thinks back again, he thinks he has understood the world. Like geometry that catches space with its nets of lines, so thought captures itself in its laws. One makes the world appear through maps. Now we must expect the star maps of the spirit. Meanwhile the spirit goes along its path, as if it were walking through a field, facing the danger of losing the right direction. Point 13. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express my wish and hope that our collective work, free from any coercion, freely unfolds and comes to publication, and may it nevertheless contain a fixed and clear direction, may it lead us a step further in the direction of the star maps of spirit that again today we expect and do without. Point 14. Language and the Construction of the World of Objects, 1932. 1. If we consider all the functions, which in their union and mutual penetration 121 construct the figure of our psychological and spiritual reality, a twofold way of theoretically interpreting these functions presents itself. We can see in them an essentially imitative end, thus, secondary achievement, or an archetypical end, thus, original achievement. In the first case, we assume that the world, the reality to which these functions refer as their object, is already given as completed in its being as well as its structure, and it only remains for the human mind simply to take possession of this given reality. The external being and consistent existence should somehow cross over into consciousness, it should be transformed into an internal being. This transformation, however, adds no essentially new feature. The world is reflected in consciousness. The purer and truer this reflection is, however, the more it merely repeats the determinations which are objectively present in the object and which are clearly set out and separated in it. It is this repetitive character, this character of mu eta sigma iota, that we can ascribe to knowledge, art, language, and from which we can attempt to understand their value and achievement. However, the history of philosophy, and in particular the history of the problem of knowledge, has long taught us about the defects and the principal limits of this view and approach. Since Kant's Copernican turn, at least within the critique of knowledge, the conviction that the simple copy theory of knowledge does not accurately describe its essence has become more widely accepted. The combination of a manifold, Kant says in a crucial discussion in the Critique of Pure Reason, can never come to us through the senses. Rather, it is an act of the spontaneity of the faculty of representation. He wants 122 to capture this act by the name synthesis. We can represent nothing to ourselves as combined in the object that we have not ourselves previously combined, and that of all representations combination is the only one that cannot be given through objects. Being an act of the self-activity of the subject, it cannot be executed save by the subject itself, b. 130. We must presuppose such a synthesis and consequently such an act of spontaneity for each mode, each basic direction of spiritual forming no less than for theoretical knowledge. It applies to every pure function of the image. It is as indispensable for knowledge of the world as for those modes of intuiting and configuring the world that take place in language as well as in art. Although we may continue to see in knowledge, in art, in language a mere reflection of the world, we must also remain conscious here that the image this mirror produces depends not on the nature of the reflected objects alone but also on our own nature. It does not simply repeat a design already given in the object but contains an originary act of designing. It is, therefore, never simply a copy but the expression of an original formative force. The spiritual reflections of the universe that we possess in knowledge, art, and language, are, to employ a Leibnizian term, living mirrors, miroirs vivants del univers. They are no mere passive receivers and recorders, rather, they are acts of spirit. Each one of these original acts builds for us a particular and new outline, a determined horizon of objectivity. They do not simply come from the finished object but lead to it and back up to it, they are constitutive conditions of its possibility. For the object of art, for the aesthetic object, this relationship can immediately be rendered obvious if one compares the modes of configuration and the formative presentation in the various arts. In the fine arts in painting, sculpture, 123 architecture configuration is not based upon a determined image, upon a finished template of intuitional space into which it drags particular objects. None of them simply comes across space as already given before it, rather, they must obtain it, and each of them obtains it in its own and specifically characteristic way. They are not mere transformations and tracings of an established and objectively present space but are paths to space. They do not mechanically copy the existing separateness of things, rather, they are essential organs of the configuration of space. The problem of form in fine arts, as Adolf Hildebrand has shown in his seminal discussion, can only be solved if we return to these basic organic powers of their spatial configuration. And this basic relationship has also been clarified and guaranteed for language ever since Wilhelm von Humboldt, in close connection to Kant, saw the problem of a critical philosophy of language and sketched out its first systematic program. Humboldt pointed out that the widely accepted idea that different languages only designate the same mass of objectively given objects and concepts was truly disastrous for the study of language too. Instead, he called for an understanding and analysis of individual languages by which it became obvious how each one of them is involved in the formation of objective representation and how each proceeded in this formation. He regarded the difference between languages not as a difference between sounds and signs but as a difference in worldviews. However, in the formation and in the use of language, the entire mode of subjective perception of objects necessarily merges. For the word is generated out of this perception and is not an imprint derived from the object in itself but the image that it produces in the soul. 3. 2. With his attempt to trace the forms of language back to certain basic forms and content of the psyche, Humboldt also placed a new task before psychology. If we consider the general development of psychology in the past century, however, we find that it has only reluctantly and to a certain 124 extent taken up this task. However, if psychology has not remained with the problems of individual psychology, it has advanced to questions of folk psychology, and for a while it was also believed to have placed the investigation of language on a firm and secure foundation in the principles and preparations brought together for this new discipline. And yet, every treatment of language that was undertaken within the framework of folk psychology exhibited a methodological flaw and common limitation. The analysis of language essentially rests here on the two basic concepts that have been decisive and guiding for all 19th century psychology. For Lazarus and Steinthal, the founders of folk psychology, the Herbartian concept of apperception is central. It appears as the actual key with which the world of linguistic phenomena must be opened. So, too, with Wundt, who, in my view, goes beyond this first approach, Such an important and central problem as that of linguistic signification and the mutation of linguistic signification remains completely enclosed and captive within the customary sphere of the psychology of association. Only gradually does the insight become generally accepted within modern psychology that these two basic concepts, Herbartian apperception as well as Wundtian association, were neither able to grasp nor able to provide an adequate expression of the nature of that real synthesis that lies in every original speech act. Thus, folk psychology remained essentially an elementary psychology. It, too, strove for that old ideal of knowledge, the encheiresis naturae, that believed to have more firmly and certainly in hand the parts of a whole the more it had loosened the spiritual bond for between them. Today, psychology has almost completely renounced this ideal. It no longer believes itself able to understand psychic formations and totalities by breaking them up into their elements. This negative insight is, however, 125 still a long way from the positive mastering of the problem of language. For a new methodological difficulty arises here. Humboldt said that the true definition of language could only ever be a genetic one. In order to understand language, we must not remain with its formations but must investigate the inner law of forming. We are not allowed to view them as something finished and produced but must consider them as a production, as an eternally repetitive work of the Spirit. How can this work become tangible for us? How can we reach out from the product of language to the process of language? The known and current methods of psychology seem to fail before this task. Neither experimentation nor introspection gives us a secure approach, for both already move in a linguistically formed world, both already presuppose language, as it were, to observe and describe it in its status nascens. It is the bond of language that joins the experimenter with the experimental subject, bringing about understanding between them. And all introspection, all knowledge of our own inner states, is much more conditioned and mediated by language than we are normally aware of. Not only is thought, as Plato said, a conversation of the soul with itself, 5. This solidarity and insoluble fusion with language goes back just to the layer of perception and intuition, to the depths of feeling. With Honigswald, modern psychology of thought has declared its adherence of thought to the word as its guiding principle. 6. How, then, has language itself been psychologically grasped, when it is the medium in which all psychological grasping and understanding move? Here, only an indirect path can lead to the goal. Here, only a regressive conclusion can be sought from the form to the principle of forming, from the forma formata to the forma formans. If it succeeds in exhibiting a province of the psychological, which is linked specifically to language and which is essentially dependent upon it, then perhaps evidence of the becoming and growth of language can be gained from its structure. Perhaps one would, 126 in some way, be able to read from its development the laws of formation and configuration to which it is subjected. 3. The thesis that I would like to defend here, which, admittedly, with the limited time available to me I can only set out and not clarify and substantiate, indicates that such a province does, in fact, exist, so long as an essential and necessary interconnection between the basic function of language and the function of objective representing is assumed. Objective representing, as I will attempt to formulate, is not the beginning that the process of the formation of language assumes but the goal to which this process leads. It is not its terminus a quo but its terminus ad quem. Language does not enter into a world of finished objective intuition only in order to add to the given and clearly distinguished and delimited individual objects their names as pure external and arbitrary signs. Rather, it is itself the means of the formation of objects. Indeed, in a certain sense, it is the means, the most important and the most perfect instrument for the production and the construction of a pure world of objects. The complete justification of this statement in a philosophy of language would exceed the framework of these considerations. 7. I must content myself with explaining by way of a single pregnant example from the problems of psychology. Today, psychology has also clearly grasped and precisely worked out the problematic of representing objects. It no longer sees in it a fact from which psychological investigation can begin as from something given and self-evident, but has increasingly recognized it as a task of psychological analysis. Modern developmental psychology has placed beyond doubt that not all conscious life follows the paths of objective apprehension and objective interpretation. In particular, the animal's world of representation does not know the formation of impressions into objective 127 representations and the principle of the constants and identity of objects that is decisive and crucial for our apprehension of reality. In order to characterize this world of representation, following Heinz Werner, we may speak of a way that is diffuse with the apprehension of animals. 8 We may also describe, with Hans Volkelt, an embodiment of complex qualities. 9 There always emerges a sharper borderline that separates it from the region of specific human intuition. Difficult as it may be to determine immediately the details of this border, its consistence is still guaranteed by everything we are able to indirectly deduce about the form of animal life. In this respect, it has been the seminal research of Yüksel, above all, that has thrown light onto the opposition between the human and animal worlds of representation. From his research we know that every living creature possesses its own environment and inner world, that it is placed in its own specifically appropriate living space. To be in this space and to effectively act in it, however, is in no way synonymous with the intuition of this space. The animal may live in this space, however, it is not able to place it objectively over against itself, let alone to imagine it as an integrated whole of a certain structure. The animal space remains at the level of a space of action and effect, it does not rise to the space of representation and presentation. The characteristic closedness and confinement of the animal world result from this. Yüksel once said that lower animals in particular rest as secure in their environment as the child in his cradle. The stimulus of the environment forms a solid partition that encloses the animal like the 128 walls of a self-constructed home, holding back the whole foreign world from it. 10. This protective wall that surrounds the animal is, however, simultaneously the prison in which it remains forever imprisoned. Breaking through the walls and escaping from the prison is achieved only from a level of life in which it no longer remains in the simple sphere of effective action, of action and reaction, but rather in one in which it turns into the form of presentation and, with this, into the primary form of knowledge. The entire horizon of life now changes in a single blow. The simple space of action becomes the space of the eye, the sphere of action becomes the sphere of vision. And it is precisely in this transition, in this mu epsilon tau beta alpha sigma iota epsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma nu omicron, that language is essentially involved. There seems to be a phase of development of language in which we can still immediately grasp this breakthrough, grasping it, so to speak, with our hands. All the observers and interpreters of the language of children have insisted on this point. They have emphasized the crucial revolution in thought that begins for children at the moment in which the linguistic consciousness of symbols first awakens for them. Stern describes this awakening. The child not only needs the words as symbols but notices that the words are symbols and is incessantly in search after them. He has made one of the most important discoveries of his whole life, namely, a complex of sounds constantly belongs to every object, which symbolize it and which serve in communication and naming it, i.e., everything has a name. 11. An almost unquenchable drive to know the names of things awakens in the child, a genuine hunger for names that expresses itself in continuous questions. As one researcher has emphasized, it virtually creates in the child a mania for naming. It seems to me, however, that this urge is neither sufficiently nor altogether accurately described psychologically, if we see in it merely a type of intellectual curiosity. The child's thirst for knowledge is not for names as such but is directed toward the name that he now needs. He needs it for nothing other than the obtaining and fixing of 129 certain objective representations. Some psychologists have indicated, from an intellectual perspective, that the stage of language before which we find ourselves here signifies as enormous a step forward as did learning to walk in the domain of bodily development. For, just as the walking child no longer needs to wait for the things of the external world to come to him, so too does the questioning child possesses an entirely new means to intervene independently in the world, constructing it by himself. If we pursue this analogy further, we can say that name and knowledge play the same role for the child as does the hand or cane that directs or leads those who walk by following it. Names in hand, the child gropes for the representation of objects. For it is not the case that this representation is somehow fixed for the child. It must first be won and secured. 12 And the name is indispensable for this securing. It seems to me characteristic that with children the form of inquiry about a name, as far as I can see, is never such that what is asked is what a thing is called but what a thing is. The interest of the child is not fixed on the act of designating, which he does not know as an isolated act as such. Typically, even for primitive people, there still exists no real separation for their consciousness between the word and the thing. Rather, the word is an objective consistence of the thing, constituting its proper being. The child, thus, asks about the name in order to be able to take possession of the object. A complete concrescence between the thing and the name takes place, they grow together and into one another. The psychological process of this concrescence cannot be directly observed, however, we 130 can render it understandable if we keep in mind the goal toward which all objective representation strives and is directed. This goal is nothing other than the spiritual formation of unity. When we say we know the object, says Kant, we have brought about a synthetic unity in the manifold of intuition. 13 Language is essentially involved in this bringing about of the synthetic unity. The skeptical critique of language from the days of the Greek sophists to Fritz Mothner's critique of language 14 has always considered it an essential imperfection of language when it is forced to designate a wealth of different impressions or representations with one name. The immense richness of reality, its radical individuality, its concreteness and vitality are lost with this single name, and in its place there emerges the abstract and empty schema of words. However, what is regarded here as the basic defect of language and what is deplored as its poverty is, rather, when seen more closely, its essential virtue. For only in this way can it achieve a new intellectual synopsis of the manifold, that sigma upsilon nu omicron rho nu epsilon nu, which, according to Plato, is the condition for ideas to show themselves. 15a How seen anew from the front, from the back, from the side, an object viewed from different locations and under different lighting are without doubt entirely different intuitional lived experiences. However, in each of these lived experiences lodged within the development of language, in the learning of the name, a sign is assigned and attributed to each impression, simultaneously entering into a new bond and relationship with one another. The unity of the name serves as a point of crystallization for the manifold of representations, in which the in themselves heterogeneous phenomena become homogeneous and similar, in that they relate to a common center. And by virtue of this relation they are for the first time now interpreted as the appearances and adumbrations of one and the same object. Wherever the force of the function of naming weakens as a result of pathological disturbances, the bond of the objective unity immediately appears to loosen itself again. Isolation emerges in this unity. In place of categorical order and closeness there emerges a colorful 131 but non-relational fullness. Goldstein and Gelb have described a case of amnesia for the names of colors in which this relationship clearly comes to light. The patient, who had lost the use of the general names of colors, such as red, yellow, etc., lived and saw the world of colors like any other healthy person. He sharply grasped and distinguished each individual nuance. However, although he did not order all these nuances according to certain basic tones, he understood them as associated. In fact, his world of colors was, in a certain sense, a more extensive, concrete, or, as Goldstein and Gelb describe it, a more colorful world. This colorfulness, however, was won at the cost of its lack of a uniform grouping and organizing. If I am not mistaken, this individual case contains within it a general theory. Head, too, has emphasized in his work on aphasia that, in certain cases of aphasia in which language is not removed but is in some respect decreased, the world of representation and intuition of the patient shows a characteristic alteration. These patients prefer pictorial expressions over general and abstract designations, they draw the objects rather than simply designate them. In all this, the inner affinity that exists between a determined form and basic direction of linguistic behavior and a certain form of objective apprehension shows itself, the modification of one of the elements infers a modification of the other. 16. 4.1. With the last consideration, we have already entered into the domain that is, besides biology and developmental psychology, of crucial significance for the empirical clarification and solution of our basic question. I cannot enter further into this domain, into the basic facts of speech pathology, and as these facts will be extensively developed in the course of our conference by leading experts, I have even less need to do so. Thus, only 132 one motive of the sphere of problems will be briefly emphasized. Jackson, a leader in the domain of aphasia research, has already remarked that in order to gain a clear picture into the development of aphasia, it is not enough to describe case by case the vocabulary of the patient. It is not the vocabulary as such but the way in which it is employed that is decisive. Jackson saw the essential nature of aphasia not as the failure of an individual word or class of words but as the inability to use the word as the meaning that receives its original propositional value. 17. In the case of aphasia, the loss of language was for him synonymous not with the loss of word formation but with the loss or decrease in the ability to form predicative sentences, that is, essentially those sentences that have as objects a being, a property, or self-relatedness. Once again, we find the relation that exists between the linguistic form of proposition and the logical objective direction of our thinking in the wider sense. Thinking achieves its highest objective determination only with the help of language. Only by virtue of language is it able to arrive at the expression of pure circumstances. The predicative, that is, the propositional sentence, becomes the vehicle for that manner and mode of objective positing in which a genuinely objective worldview first originates. Where language fails, there too our objective intuition sinks to another level. The immediate use of objects can nevertheless be entirely undamaged or maintained in the wider sense, and yet it no longer succeeds in grasping the objects in their pure being and determining their being a certain way. They are correctly handled, but they are neither successfully rendered intelligible beyond this handling, nor moved into the distance, nor held out as something opposite in this distance. However, once again, this emerges most clearly in the representation of space. There are aphasic patients who are not essentially impaired in their spatial orientation, who can not only find their way around in their surroundings but can also assign any object its particular and accustomed place, who, in this situation, even learn to work with something particular that is normally well beyond their ability. And, 133 with closer observation, there also appears in such patients a characteristic change and defect in their intuition of space. For the space of these patients remains a mere space of action and behavior, it does not rise to pure image space or presentation space. Here, certainly, one essentially maneuvers correctly in space, however, the possibility of making the space present in its totality or in the coincidence of its individual parts is lacking. Thus, it is not rare that such patients return from the hospital to their home by way of an often very complex path but lack the ability to describe their route or to indicate it on a map. In the same manner, they are never mistaken in their daily use of objects, or about their correct place, about the way, for example, that the table, the chair, and the bed stand together in their room. However, they are not able to indicate or record this togetherness in a simple sketch. From a new perspective, it appears that a change in linguistic capability always contains in itself a definite alteration in the worldview as a whole. The objectivity is given, as it were, another look. It turns, to use Heidegger's term for the sake of brevity, from the sphere of the objectively present to the dimension of the merely at hand. This proves, among other things, that the patient no longer names the object according to its thing name but in its place employs designations taken from the use of things. The patient does not find the word knife but correctly indicates that the object about whose name he has been asked is intended to cut. It seems to me that a uniform problem for psychology is given in all of this. The considerations that I have presented to you do not claim to provide a solution to this problem, they should only sharply posit the question and determine its general direction. I myself am aware that what the solution involves can never be discovered by the philosophy of language alone, even on the basis of pure speculative considerations. More than elsewhere, the philosophy of language needs, at this point, the help and leadership of the empirical 134 sciences of language. Only through the collective work of linguistics, comparative languages, the history of language, biology, psychology, and psychopathology may we hope to deal progressively with the task that is present before us here. My explanations today do not have the purpose of advocating a certain philosophical thesis about languages. I only wanted to raise one question, recruiting you as representatives of scientific psychology in order to collaborate on this question. 4.2. This force inherent in language can also be followed in another basic direction, toward reification, toward objective determination and detachment. It serves not only the construction of the pure theoretical worldview, it also, practically and ethically, proves itself no less forceful in the configuration of the world of volition. As soon as the feeling and wanting eye enters into the magical circle of language, it is transformed. We observe here the same relationship. Language not only serves as a secondary function in the expression and communication of feeling and stirrings of the will, but is one of the essential functions by virtue of which the life of feeling and the will are configured, and by virtue of which they first rise to a specifically human form. Like the world of representation, the world of willing is in no uncertain terms a work of language. As with the exchange of thoughts, language not only constitutes the medium in which every exchange of feeling and the will takes place, but also actively and constructively participates in the formation of the consciousness of will. This consciousness first obtains its fulfillment and its specific reality through the particular retuning that begins with the use of language. The first phonetic expressions still stand completely under the sign of affectivity. They are evoked by an effect that the organism undergoes from some external stimulus, and they immediately express the turmoil into which they are placed by the stimulus. The affect discharges itself into the scream, into the sound of pain or joy. However, in that it is still externally compelled, it initially remains 135 unaltered in its very nature. The inner excitement, violent and eruptive, breaks a pathway through to the outside, but it finds in this penetrating to the outside only its simple continuation, without experiencing at the same time a transfiguration and transformation. This seems to change, however, just at the moment when language raises them up to their highest spiritual form, when it passes from the stage of simple manifestation to the stage of proposition, the stage of genuine presentation. 18 For the affect that is linguistically seized and presented is already no longer that which it was initially. It has experienced in the medium of presentation a metamorphosis and metempsychosis. Wilhelm von Humboldt emphasizes: subjective activity forms an object in thought. For no configuration of representation of any sort can be treated as a simple receptive looking at an already presently available object. The activity of the senses must synthetically combine with the inner action of the spirit, and from this combination the representation breaks free. It becomes over and against the subjective force an object and perceived as such anew, turning back to its source. Language is, however, indispensable for this. For spiritual striving breaks through making its path through the lips in speech, its product returns to the ear of the subject. The representation is transferred to actual objectivity, without being deprived of subjectivity. This language alone can do. Without this transposition into an objectivity that returns to the subject, a transposition in which language plays a role and which always happens implicitly, the formation of the concept, and, hence, all true thinking, is impossible. 19. Humboldt speaks here only of the signification of language for the production and formation of thought, for the theoretical activity of spirit understood in the narrow sense. However, the principle that he sets up 136 here applies in the same sense for practical self-consciousness, for every I that attests and externalizes itself in willing and action. This self-consciousness is also not something readily present from the beginning, but must be spiritually seized and brought to the fore. In this bringing forth, the transfer into an objectivity returning to the subject, carried out by language, is indispensable. The I only becomes a focal point when it succeeds in grasping itself in the mirror of its own utterance. For every utterance of the mere state of being of the I is now accompanied by a new way of hearing, a certain manner of becoming aware of these utterances and of listening. And this mode of hearing leads gradually to a form of obedience that is far removed from the mere subjection to, the unconditional sway of affectivity. To the extent that affectivity learns to express itself and to catch sight of itself in this utterance, it loses that immediately compelling, all-dominating, and completely overthrowing force that it exercises over the I. In that it takes note of itself through linguistic utterance, even this mindfulness retroacts on the whole of consciousness. There now arises, not only theoretically but also practically, that turn to reflection that Herder, in his work on the origins of language, calls the essential and spiritually decisive moment in every formation of language. 20 The linguistic phonetic configuration of affects resists its premature, pure motor eruption, and the limitless and inhibitionless devotion to it. 21 The development of language progressively 137 brings this, its fundamental achievement, to light. All observers of the language of children agree that the first linguistic utterances of children are still far removed from this sort of objective presentation. They name no objects and they indicate no relation between them, no existence of the thing and no being a certain way of the state of affairs. Rather, they move entirely in the circle of the proper state of being of the I, which they penetrate in some way from the outside through the sound that reveals them. The very gradual progress of the volitional to establishing can be followed everywhere here. The triggering element that generally pushes the first words over the threshold of language, remarks, for example, Stern, is their demonstrative affectivity. This is connected to the total psychological constitution of the child in which pleasure and displeasure, striving and opposing despotically rule so that there is no place left for an objective comportment of cool ascertaining and naming. The child is in the widest sense egocentric. 22 Affect and immediate need are, therefore, the first and most important impulses for articulation per se, and for a long time the development of the latter depends largely on these primary forces. The first differentiation of sound goes hand in hand with the progressive development and differentiation of drives and needs. However, to the extent that actual language awakens in children, that the characteristic symbol consciousness starts to open up in them, the covering of bare affect begins to fall away. Its absolute despotic rule is now broken. It can no 138 longer prevail in an unlimited way, rather, ever more clearly and consciously, certain antagonistic intellectual forces now appear on the scene. As the philosophy of language has oriented itself increasingly toward thought alone, to the structure of the theoretical world of ideas, it has up to now only partially been able to achieve the clarification of these states of affairs. It is, however, all too familiar to us in another formulation, namely, in the shaping it has experienced in the history of ethics. Since the days of Greek ethics, the subordination of affect under the law and commandment of logos has, in diverse twists and with differing rationales, been proclaimed as an essentially philosophical claim, as the true ethical imperative. The first thinkers who defended this demand were clearly aware of the proper signification of the origins of logos and its inner interconnection with the world of language. Against the violent power of the affect as mere pythedata, they invoked the activity of ratio, which embodied reason in language. This violent power is necessarily limited by the fact that affect is obliged to express itself and to be subordinated to the jurisdiction of language. This necessity of self-expression, of lambda gamma omicron nu delta nu alpha iota, forms outright the fundamental principle that Socrates discovered for ethics and that he communicated to Plato. The process of Socratic induction and Socratic maieutic, i.e., midwifery, is nothing else than the method by which consciousness is brought to speak, being assured of this by the power that resides in its own inviolable spontaneity. Thus, the human being acquires with language not only a new power over things, over objective reality, but also a new power over himself. The initial mastery of things is, for the child, almost completely tied to the force of words and is shown by them. Only by virtue of words is he able to procure the assistance and help upon which he is dependent in almost all of his activities. However, the new function of mediation, of which he becomes aware here and which he learns to use more and more independently, now 139 turns back on him. The medium of mastering things simultaneously becomes the medium of self-mastery and the genuine thought-oriented organ for it. In both cases, consciousness wins true mastery over being in a twofold, genuinely dialectical process. It truly appropriates being for itself outer as well as inner only when it succeeds in removing it from itself, in moving it to the proper distance from itself. Language is always essentially involved in the obtainment of this new perspective. It can no longer simply grasp and seize objects, it gains power over them only through the act of symbolic designation, which is a pure act of spiritual mediation. To the drive, the desire, the affect that goes directly to things, language always opposes another direction, which is simultaneously provided with the opposite sign. Attraction and repulsion always coexist there, remaining in a sort of ideal equilibrium. The need to attract things directly to the self, simply enclosing them in the sphere of the I, is opposed here by another need, namely, to distance them from the I in order to place them before the I, and in this very act of setting out make them present and objective. The force of attraction is balanced by the force of abstraction. The turn toward the thing that is accomplished in language is also a turning away from them. The interaction and concrete conjugation of these two processes condition and render possible this sort of spiritual appropriation of the world, which is the essential and characteristic trait of language. 23 140. 5. Alongside the world of external objects and the world of one's own I, however, is the social world, which is first actually opened up by language and progressively conquered by it. The first step that the I takes on its way to objectivity leads it not into a world of objects or mere things, rather, earlier than this world of things, than the world of the it, there emerges in its field of vision the you. The direction of the you is primary and original, proving itself to be so strong and overpowering that for a long time all consciousness of mere things must be dressed in the form of the you in order to achieve appearance or withdrawal as such. This type of life with and life with one another is first properly rendered possible and created by language. It is the first dawn of every communal consciousness in general, and this consciousness appears bathed in its light, even in its highest and finest configurations. Wilhelm von Humboldt grasped this relationship with great clarity and depth in his philosophy of language. He writes, "In everything that moves the human heart and especially in language, there is not only a strong aspiration toward unity and universality but also an assumption, in fact, a conviction that the human race despite all divisions and all differences, is in its original essence and final determination one and indivisible. Individuality separates, however, in such a miraculous way that it awakens by this separation the feeling of unity, even appearing to be a means of establishing this unity in the idea. For in the deep inner struggle for unity and universality the human being wants to overcome the separating barrier of his individuality but must, however, because he is like the giant who possesses his strength only from contact with Mother Earth, increase his individuality, in which he alone possesses his strength, in this higher struggle. He makes, therefore, further progress in an essentially impossible quest. It is here that language comes to his aid in a truly miraculous way, in that it connects 141 at the same time that it isolates and encloses in the cover of individual expression the possibility of universal intelligibility. The same striving that directs the inner life of man toward unity also seeks to connect externally his whole race. Where, when, and how the individual lives is a disconnected fragment of his whole race, and language proves and supports this interconnection that dominates the destiny of the individual and the history of the world. 24. In fact, all language acquisition, even the simplest act of learning a language, is a clear example of this fact. For language is never simply transferred as a finished possession, rather, its actual acquisition must always count on all the forces of the individual. Human language is never acquired through simple imitation, rather, in each individual instance it must be obtained anew and configured anew. There is quite simply no language of children. Rather, Every child speaks his language, which he obstinately and stubbornly hangs onto for a long time. At the same time, however, in this apparent stubbornness the meaning of the whole lives and works. The egocentric activity of speaking, as a mere self-utterance, increasingly gives way to the will to communicative understanding, and with this to the will to universality. The more the child progresses in his linguistic development, the more there awakens and strengthens in him the awareness that there is a common general standard, an objectively correct usage. It appears that the consciousness of this correctness, which prevails in the norm of language, is, for the awakening of spiritual life, one of the most important and earliest examples of the sense of the norm in general. It is in the linguistic bond, in the devotion to the general meaning of words, that the child experiences perhaps the best and most immediate of the basic character of the social bond, the normative as such. It weaves and works itself constantly into the web of language. Yet, it is not able to spin this web simply out of itself but has to rely on the steady and continuous work of the whole. The 142 work of language arises in this uniform collaboration of all and, at the same time, turns it into the strongest bond between all who collectively create it and acquire it, with and for one another. The ever stronger growing tendency of children to ask the names of things illuminates the state of affairs. For the question that needs, demands, and awaits an answer is perhaps the finest form of social interconnection, not only a practical but also an intellectual and psychological interconnection. Unlike pure emotional utterances, the urge for physical help is not expressed in such questions, rather, there is an appeal for spiritual help. In the construction of human consciousness there is perhaps no greater and no more important step than the one that moves from the enunciation of a cry or a sound of rage to the enunciation of the question. For, here, the spell of pure physical necessity is broken and the ground for the freedom of spirit is prepared. In the question, for the first time, a desire that is directed not toward the possession of an object but toward the acquisition of an insight is expressed. The question is the beginning of all authentic and pure desire for knowledge. With the question of names, the child first enters into this world, and with the why question, which begins later with such characteristic sharpness and determination, he has already reached one of his intellectual high points. For now, although the content of the knowable is not given to him, its pure form is rendered accessible. In fact, the questions what is, tau sigma tau iota, and why establish the entire circumference of knowledge in a temporary view and overview. It limits the horizon of what can be known, what is worthy of being questioned, and what can be asked. And it seems to me that a reconfiguration and a specific transformation in form of social consciousness are established in both developments. Question and answer forge another bond between individuals as command and prohibition, consent or prohibition. From the first linguistic sounds that the child brings forth, it can be said that they merely serve the announcement of necessity 143 and desire, that language is here exclusively a means of contact for the satisfaction of needs 25. The new reference of the question, however, simultaneously produces a new reference for community. It forms the first proper spiritual contact in which the members of the community encounter one another. Based on pure psychological observation, it has been repeatedly demonstrated that to the same degree that language gains objective character, all doing inversely becomes animated by social references. The subjective animation of doing is awoken at the same time as the linguistic conquest of the object world. 26. As profound as this relationship of reciprocity is, there also emerges out of it a communal consciousness, which in its earliest and simplest configurations appears bound to this collaboration of language. Wherever this collaboration breaks down, wherever an individual stands outside the community of language, he also falls outside the social community in general. Whoever speaks a foreign language appears quite simply as the foreigner, the barbarian who exists by no inner human moral bond. Even the human being of a higher spiritual culture immediately turns into a barbarian as soon as he can no longer make himself clearly understood linguistically within the community. As Ovid expressed it in Tristia ex Ponto, barbarus hic ego sumcia non intelliger ulli. The history of humanity teaches what great effort and what spiritual moral force was required to grasp the idea of a translinguistic community, a humanitas that is not held together and constituted by a particular language. The idea of this humanity leads beyond language, however. Language forms one of the indispensable points of passage for it, a necessary stage on the way to it. 6. We must still look at one last element in order to completely present the signification of language for the construction of consciousness. It is involved not only in the construction of the world of objects, the 144 world of perception and of objective intuition, but is also indispensable for the construction of the world of pure fantasy. The performance of both is equally important because all the earlier stages of consciousness are characterized by this, in that the sharp divide between fantasy and reality, image and thing, the visualized and the empirically real, still has not taken place. All these oppositions still find themselves in a state of indifference, they have not yet carried out the separation and determination between them, as will be the case later in analytic thought, thereby asserting themselves by virtue of this inner determination. 27 The world of childlike play also absolutely stands, at least in its beginning, under the sign of this indifference. The interpretation of childlike games of illusion is, so far as I can see, still very controversial in current child psychology. A general consensus as to the actual meaning of this play does not yet seem to have been reached. It has been asked whether a real illusion dominates this play. Does the child believe in the reality of the events that unfold before him in play, or is play a mere drama, the activity of the child being limited essentially to assigning to persons and things in this drama their roles? 28 The difficulty of arriving at a clear answer to this problem seems to me to be essentially based on the fact that posing the question suffers from a lacuna. Psychology encounters here one of those problems before which it is all too easily subjected to methodological illusion. It is in danger of committing that self-deception that William James has simply called the psychologist's fallacy. 29 The great snare of the psychologist, he wrote, is 145 the confusion of his own standpoint with that of the mental fact about which he is making his report. I shall hereafter call this the psychologist's fallacy par excellence. Another variety of the psychologist's fallacy is the assumption that the mental state studied must be conscious of itself as the psychologist is conscious of it. 30 Here, it seems to me, James sharply and poignantly describes the error into which observational and descriptive psychologists fall as soon as they pose the question concerning the child's playing: to what extent does he himself take it seriously? How much is really serious for the child in his anthropomorphism, how much is merely play? The phenomenon of play can give no unambiguous answer to this question, because the entire distinction that is introduced, seen from the perspective of psychological analysis, is originally foreign to it. And the reason for this strangeness or foreignness, for this characteristic fusion or concrescence between the image and the thing, between reality and semblance, lies equally in linguistic fantasy and in mythical fantasy, in which one repeatedly discovers the source and basis of the anthropomorphism of children. As in all the basic configurations of primitive spiritual consciousness, there, too, language and myth work together in harmony. Only in their coexistence and constant interaction are they able to raise these configurations into the light. 31 The question as to which of these two functions gives, which receives, which is more primitive or derived, can hardly be raised here. Their mutual being interlinked and being together with one another is the sole thing that can, in principle, be established and empirically pursued. If we turn to the structure and genesis of the child's consciousness, we also discover in it the twofold 146 determination and the two faces of language and myth. For the child has the world as one that is self-identical and intelligible to him only insofar as he is constantly linguistically interconnected to it. All being appears to the child in a certain sense as animated because all being somehow is in speech, because all being linguistically opens itself up to him and answers his question. In this communicative exchange conditioned by language, each relationship is linked for the child not only to the specific human world but also to the world of objects. For, in a certain sense, everything that surrounds the child speaks to him. Things and events, as the German language expresses it, lay claim to the child, they form with him a linguistic community that signifies for the child a real-life community. From this perspective, one can wager, paradoxically, that the child does not speak with things because he sees them as living, rather, inversely, he sees them as living because he speaks with them. They are not initially for him simply objects that exert a purely physical influence on him, but the counterpart, the other, the interlocutor in a sort of dialogue. He expects, he demands an answer from them, and in this answer, the first genuine relationship between things and the I establishes itself. The fundamental difference between the mere relation of things and the genuine psychic intellectual relation, the IU relation, exists in that only the latter is purely reciprocal and purely reversible. The thing and the I remain essentially foreign to one another in all relations they enter, they can constantly exchange effects, but these effects never move to a point where their substantive separation is sublated. Subject and object, the self and the world, stand opposite one another as I and not I. Wherever this pure relationship to things has developed, and wherever it has become dominant in human consciousness, there the world has definitely fallen to the rank of mere material stuff. It can be ruled, it can be increasingly subjected to the human will, being governed by it, but, at the same time, by virtue of this form of subordination, it falls silent for the human being, it no longer speaks to him. For there is true speaking 147 only where there is true mutual COR responding, where the interlocutors are not only turned toward each other but in this correlation are also equal. It is characteristic that language, even when it forms the designation for purely objective relations, still retains an inkling of this basic relationship from which these relations are derived. The German expression sich ins Sprechen and the French esse répondre show how much the pure reference to things is originally interpreted and understood as a reference to speech. 32 What seems to me to be characteristic and crucial for the play of children is that we are brought into a world in which these two forms of relation have not yet been untangled but are still deeply and insolubly interwoven. Play and language are internally and essentially dependent upon one another. There is hardly a child's game that we could describe as a mute game, that would not at least be penetrated, animated, and supported by the inner activity of language. A capacity to externalize enunciation, however, also appears to form a real, essential element of play, without which it can neither develop nor become completely itself. The activity of language forms not only a concomitant circumstance but also a perpetually renewing impulse of the activity of play. The desire to play is, for the most part, connected to the desire to fabulate and cannot be untangled from it. Thus, the fantasy of the child, like the fantasy of the artist, envelopes everything it grasps, imprinting it with its seal in a radiant garment of the fable. This fable is an image fable and word fable all in one. The word is brought forth by the image and the image by the word, so much so that both live in one another, they are interwoven and exist in one another. All anthropomorphism of the child is solidly anchored in this anthropomorphism that is its very condition, it is constantly anchored in language. It is grounded in the feeling that has not yet been shaken off or negated by skeptics, namely, that there is an immediate becoming aware of things because a means of a communicative intelligibility is given to us, because we can, in question and answer, enter into direct 148 relation with them. 7. As soon as we fully make present the signification that language possesses for the construction of the world of representation and the world of fantasy, however, a final and crucial objection against it seems to arise. For when anthropogeny proves itself to be a specific means for becoming human, then it also seems to remain forever enclosed and imprisoned within the limits of anthropomorphism. It develops out of itself a world of very rich and finely structured symbols, but with this it spins itself ever more deeply into the self-created world. It is never able to advance to the actual being of things, rather, it must establish in their place mere signs. The skeptical critique of language has repeatedly launched itself from this point. This criticism follows in the direction of this one argument. Language is no organ of knowledge, of the true grasping of being, it is, rather, language that constantly enters between humans and reality, incessantly weaving the veil of Maya and enveloping us more and more in it. If we do not succeed in trapping language, annihilating the illusion produced and constantly nurtured by it, we can never advance to the truth of being, be it external or inner. For the latter is not so much discovered by language as it is constantly darkened and covered up by it. Wherever we attempt to voice the content of the inner, of personal existence, to grasp it in some way in words, there the ultimate meaning of this existence is already lost and annihilated. This is the continuous curse under which language seems to stand. All of its disclosures are and must be at the same time availing. In its quest to make the nature of things conscious and manifest in their essence, it must reconstruct and contort them. This complaint and accusation runs throughout the entire history of spirit. It has been raised from the side of the critique of knowledge as well as from the side of mysticism, from philosophy as well as from poetry. 149. Why can the living spirit not appear to the spirit? When speaks the soul, alas, the soul already no longer speaks. 33. It is, however, precisely poetry that can elevate the complaints and charges that are raised here to their greatest certainty and most just import. For the highest synthesis is reached in the language of authentic poets, which gives the purest mediation and reconciliation of oppositions. Here, the particular merges with the universal with the particular. Every truly poetic formation of language, in particular, every purely lyrical formation of language, appears like a solution of the mystery of all spiritual existence. More precisely, here we find the secret that the most individual can become the expression of something purely universal, can adequately express and completely open up its content. Insofar as the authentic lyrical genius voices a feeling, he gives it to us as something unique and extraordinary, something that has never existed before. We do not receive it as something known, already given earlier. It is truly a new creation, it is in and by itself an immense enrichment of existence. And yet, this novelty signifies for us nothing coming from the outside, nothing that is foreign, rather, it is as if its character were familiar to us. Inner being experiences no darkening, feeling experiences no inhibition. It is as if only now they are both freed, and in their pure and original figure raised into the light by language. It is perhaps no accident that this specific direction and characteristic originary power of language, which has been almost overlooked or neglected by theory alone, has experienced its clearest presentation and determination in the reflections of poets. In a terse but comprehensive essay, on the gradual production of thought by speech, Heinrich von Kleist has described in a few pages the problem that is before us with great pregnance. He assumes that the achievement of speech in no way limits itself to communicating already existing thoughts, but it is an indispensable means for the formation of thought, for its internal becoming. Language is not a 150 mere transposition of thought into the form of words, rather, it is essentially involved in its original positing. It not only externally reflects the inner movement of thought but is a fundamental motive, one of the most important impulses and moving forces. The idea is not before language, it becomes in language and through language. The French say, l'appétit vient en mangeant, and this law of experience remains true if it parodies it and says, l'idée vient en parlant. That thunderbolt of Mirabeau with which he dispatched the masters of ceremonies, who, after the adjournment of the last of the royal sessions on June 23, in which the king had urged a change of standards, returned into the conference hall in which the standards still lingered and asked if they had heard the command of the king? Yes, answered Mirabeau, we have heard the command of the king. I am certain that by this modest beginning he had not yet thought of the bayonet. He then concluded, yes, my dear sir, he repeated, we have heard him. One sees that he still has no idea what he wants. However, what entitles you, he continued, when suddenly a source of immense ideas arose in him, to give us orders? We are the representatives of the nation. That was it, what he needed. The nation gives commands, it does not receive them in order to leap to the heights of presumption. And so as to make myself clear to you, and only now does he find the expression of complete resistance for which his soul is armed and ready. Go tell your king that we will not change our places except by force of bayonets. Language, Kleist concludes from the recollection of this remarkable process, is for the actual speaker, who does not communicate completed thoughts but for whom thoughts flash and arise in the stream of speech, no fetter, as, for example, a break on the will of spirit. Rather, it is like a second will that runs parallel to another will on the same axis. 34 In this fortunate comparison, a fundamental relationship between thought and language is described. The dynamics of thought and 151 The dynamics of language go hand in hand. Between the two processes there is a continuous exchange of powers. The entire cycle of psychic intellectual events depends upon this exchange, being always set in motion anew. 8. In the preceding remarks, I have only tried to provide a few hints at a thesis without being able or wanting to exhaust the thesis to which they refer. A real development and solution of the problem that has been considered from all sides here will only be possible if all the disciplines that are involved in language research work together more than they have up to now. However, linguistics, philosophy, psychology, speech pathology, each goes its own way. More than ever are we still hindered in our cooperation by conventional and traditional perspectives, by the consideration of external and technical limits. Everyone poses fundamental questions from his own particular perspectives and interests. Everyone must labor and rework anew his own approach and nearly all his methodological concepts. I fail neither to recognize nor to deny the particular nature and unique goals of individual directions of research. It seems to me, however, that the philosophical problem of language can be clarified only by interconnecting and steering itself back toward a unified goal. The fundamental sciences of language themselves still frequently suffer today under their own undoing in that each of them, vis-a-vis their content and methodology, have and speak their own language. The goal of these concise remarks would be achieved if they were inspiring, if they succeeded here in building a bridge, if they were able to promote mutual self-knowledge through encountering and understanding other sciences.